your way, really. About 170.
What's that, sorry?
I was just asking really what the price is, the gas price down his direction. Is it the same as here, about $1.70 a litre?
When I was at the Costco, it was $1.49.
I find it strange that the minute something happens in the world, even though the gas stations already have petrol in their pumps, the price goes up before they even order more. Like, how's that work?
Well, it's the same with like gold. Gold that was mined 1,000 years ago is worth the same as gold today. So, but it is a bit ridiculous that our prices are going up, even though we don't import Middle Eastern oil.
It's just an attack on the
Same as us.
morale.
I think we get about 5% from that area.
I think they do it just to make it tangible of what you're seeing on TV. Oh, look, it must be really bad. It must be real. Because our gas prices have gone up.
And it's not the war that raised the gas prices, it's the maritime insurers who did it. They refused to insure any vessel that passes through the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, but how do they announce it one day and the following day, within 12 hours, our fuel prices have doubled? We're not running off any new fuel that's come across. It's all from previously purchased.
Exactly.
For this to come out in the wash, not overnight.
Yeah, that's what I find suspicious. It'd be amusing if one gas station said, I'm not doing it. I'm not putting the price up.
Well, they don't have a choice. They have to buy their next batch of fuel, and that fuel is going to be more expensive. So if they don't raise their prices, they're not going to have any money for the next batch.
And that therein lies the dilemma that they have to do it with her.
Yep.
Whatever's going on, everyone else is doing it, so then you're stuck.
Well, the other side of it is he can keep his prices down. There's nothing stopping him. He'll run out of fuel quicker, and there's no guarantees that he will get fueled back up. So he might sit there empty for the next 3 weeks until the fuel truck does its rounds.
Or even worse is people will buy it up and then sell it for a profit. So he loses out on the money.
One day it's panic buying of toilet roll, then it's 5 years ago it was toilet roll, kitchen roll, paper towels, whatever you call it. I wonder how much they make from putting the price up. The government must make a fortune. I'm raising it like 30 cents or so.
Yes, I was going to say they could just remove the 60% tax they've got on it. That'd save us a little bit of money, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Nobody thinks that, Why does our government not help us out? By subsidizing it instead of sending zillions off to foreign wars or whatever.
If our government was fair income about helping, what they'd be doing is putting forward free public transport at the moment.
Yeah. Well, it's not. That's what annoys me, Matrix. I take the train. It's like, I pay for this anyway. I paid to build this train.
Yeah.
I still have to pay
for it, even though it was built with tax dollars.
Yeah. And I have to pay for my fare. And then 90% of the time, there's no revenue guys there. But yeah, that seems a bit unfair. What do you expect?
I still remember buying gasoline for like $1.12 back in January.
It'll go back down again. It's just another narrative for now. sometimes if you're on like Google Street View, if it's like from like a few years ago, you can see the gas prices. It's like 99 cents. Or $2 sometimes. If after the lockdown stuff ended, the prices seemed for some reason. It was like $2. That's just one way everybody needs it, unless you've got an electric car, I suppose.
Yeah, electric cars are sounding better and better now.
Or what?
The electric car is sounding better and better now. I could fill it up for 2 cents a kilowatt.
Yeah, that's why whilst electricity prices are cheap, fuel will go up first. Everyone will switch to electricity. Supply and demand, they'll go using electricity now. Still want to make our money. Electricity prices. Our biggest problem over here, everyone tomorrow decided to grab onto an electric car, grid wouldn't be able to handle it.
Oh gosh, no.
Struggling to handle it now. Even in summertime, when 8 million Victorians decide to turn on their air cons, all of a sudden the grid shits itself.
Yep, and that's the only time they use snowy hydro in New South Wales. When you're where I lived there, they used to advertise, that the Snowy Mountains was run by Red Energy, and the snowy hydro only runs when the electricity runs out in Victoria.
You guys on the tail end of summer now down over there? Still getting warm weather. We're getting snow. We got snow here today. But
It's starting to cool down a little bit better. There's still a bit of rain around, but yeah, it's getting there.
This is our 3 weeks of awesome weather. After that, it goes straight into winter. That's how it works, isn't it, AJ? 4.5 months of summer, 3 weeks of good weather, winter, 3 weeks of good weather, summer again.
Yeah, about that. But I reckon winter's going to be good weather for me. I'm looking forward to it.
What's the most temperate part of Australia where it doesn't get where there's less extremes?
Or probably where I am, yeah. Maybe up north.
North?
Least
Darwin,
extremes. Up north. Probably, what are you looking? Probably Maryborough. Why, AJ? On the coast.
Yeah. It's pretty much the same here every day. Like we get our rainy season and then we get gets 32, 34 during the day. And then winter's probably like 24, 26 during the day. So there's not a big difference, just less rain.
26 Celsius during the day in winter.
26, 24, yeah.
I could take that.
See, for me, I get summertime, we get 40 plus. Winter time, normally it gets down to about 10, normally hovers about 10 degrees. 4 o'clock in the morning, you'll get to negative numbers, but normally lunchtime it'll come back up to about 10 degrees.
Well, we started the day at plus 14, and we're going to hit a -9 overnight.
Yeah, brutal. I don't care, to be honest, as long as the sky's blue and it's not the flipping grey.
Yeah, I could do with less of this 70-kilometer-hour wind. So,
Oh yeah, it was crazy. I don't know if it's related, but I was out for a walk yesterday evening, and they were spraying. It's always near the sun, but they were spraying X's left, right, and center. One right above my house.
Oh yeah, 100%.
If you heard the theory, I know it's not Sunday, that the wind farms, that's exactly what they are. They farm they produce the wind. Like the size of those blades on them, they actually, they create wind, like in storms.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they can't work in high winds.
And that, like, why would you have blades that big, unless you're actually turning them to create wind?
More surface area, catch more air.
I'm a bit suspicious now that they create the wind, like the storms. Because Indio has that Pai Mei, is that the guy's name? Pai Mei logo. I ended up last night watching I think over 2 nights, was it? The Kill Bill movies. I hadn't seen them before. Probably the best scene in the two movies is that bit with Pai Mei, where he's training Uma Thurman. But then how he dies is like so crappy.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool movie. I can't remember it all now, but
I skipped over a lot of that. I can't handle violence anymore. That's why I skipped over a lot. Which been skipping over quite a bit of the movie, but there's some funny bits in it too. Music's decent. Good, good script. And it's cool how like Tarantino uses different styles in it. Sometimes it's like comic book style. Sometimes it's black and white, like Western.
You know why it's black and white?
Yeah, India was telling me because it wouldn't. It was so violent and graphic, that part, that it wouldn't have got to get a. Yeah, it would have been banned or something.
Yeah. Same as, what was it, years ago? The movie, what was it, Alien? There was a black and white section in that.
Oh, really? The first one?
When they were in was it the first one or the second? What, the second one? When they were in the tunnels on that ship.
Hmm.
And just when he goes, game over, man. Game over.
It's game over, man.
That section. Yeah, part of that was in black and white. Because it was
Really?
gory. They had to white it to lower the rating. Same thing.
I rewatched RoboCop, the original one, recently, like last week. I can't believe how graphic it is whenever they kill him at the start. It's like, why did my parents let me watch this as a kid? And then, the way Amazon brings up little snippets of information at the side, it was saying like something the same with that. They had to the original version, I think, of like seeing the guy's hand being blown off, whatever. I was like, this is graphic. It's like, I watched those as like I was 13 or 14.
It's interesting when you start watching movies where there's multiples 1, 2, 3, 4. The first one, which was done in the 70s, ultra graphic, and then all of a sudden censorship comes in. Like, if you have a look at the original Star Wars number 3,
Yeah.
old mate getting his head off, all that kind of thing. All of a sudden,
Yeah.
number 4 comes out, and it's all been censored. And then the next one, even more censored. And it just gets worse as it gets along.
It's true. The pendulum sort of goes too far the other way, where it's like,
Yeah.
let's just sit down and talk about it.
Yeah, we can cut someone's hand off, but if you drop an F-bomb, we're going to have to. Yeah.
Have you seen that video? The Empire was right. The YouTube. It's okay. I thought it'd be better than it was. The YouTube video where it flips the script and like it justifies the Empire and the Jedi were the bad guys.
All right. I haven't seen that.
No, here, let me get it. I think the guy does a series on maybe different movies where he like flips it around. The bad guy was actually the good guy.
Yeah.
Or McToon is the good guy. And Patrick's Day tomorrow? Or today for you? Do they have any parades there? Not that I care, really.
I think we had it. Everyone celebrated on Saturday, just gone here, 3 nights ago.
I was in Chicago once and saw them for St. Patrick's Day and saw the Green River with my own eyes. Like something out of The Simpsons.
The Green River.
Yeah. They dye the Chicago River green somehow. It's like, this can't be right.
Yeah, people ask why they can't dye it blue the rest of the year.
Yeah. The normal color. The parade was interesting, like the Chicago one. It had all different, Irish paramilitary actions in the parade. Like from those good old days. Yeah, there it is. That's it. Crazy. Really, we were in the US last week and we were in one of the state capitals and checked out that we did a free tour of the Capitol building, the architecture. Oh my. A lot of pillars in black and white, shall we say. Black and white tiles, pillars on either sides of doors, and lots of interesting artwork and artifacts. But absolutely amazing, like how they could have built that building before power tools came along, or shortly after, I think. Maybe.
Yeah, Buffalo's got some amazing architecture, and there's no way that was built people, with horse and carriage.
Yeah, we were at the Harrisburg one in Pennsylvania. I can't. They took us into the House of Representatives, like that room, and it felt like I was in it. This wasn't it. It's so ornate. It's hard to comprehend, but very square. Yeah, no Madrid. Catch Madrid. Very, lots and lots of symbolism. But the architecture inside, the dome from the inside, when you look up, it's like being in the Vatican. But the engineer, and then I asked the girl afterwards, the tour guide, any chance I could look at the blueprints? Yeah, I'm sure we have them somewhere. You just give me the web address for the archives. I went on the archives, and it's just like a circle jerk of links. It doesn't take you anywhere. But the outside of the building, the inside, the painting, the carving, the marble, all from the early 1900s. And of course, the first one burnt down. I nearly laughed after the whole tour when she said, "No, the first one burnt down." Of course it did. They always burn down.
Yep.
Big marble, pure marble, burnt down. Like stone burnt. How does stone burn down? But yeah, then so you go into the House of Representatives, then they take you across the hall into the Senate, and just the architecture. It's just mind blowing. I don't know how they built them. I do not know. Every
we have this.
Yeah,
We've got the same problem here in Niagara Falls, right? We've got the Toronto Power Building, which looks like a Greek building, the columns and everything like that. They say it was built in the early 1900s. And then just a couple hundred meters down the road, another building that looks like it was built by children. And they said that one was also built in 1900 as well. I'm like, well, look at the difference in the two types of buildings.
They're just making it up.
And it's just the cost of building that building must have been outrageous.
And getting it, there would have to be a chain of custody of receipts of every horse and cart and whatever transported that stuff, and the food and the workers' wages. Where is all that information? Because you could find it today for any building, for any construction company. At least the blueprints.
Yeah, there's so much material in that building that you'd have to bring it in on rail. There's no way you would be able to transport it by.
Is that the one just south of the falls? If you go past the falls and it's round the corner there from the Horseshoe Falls. I haven't been to it yet. And it takes you under the falls, or comes out along the Net River.
Yeah, it's south of the falls there, and it's an ornate building.
Yeah, I think I've driven past it, but haven't been in.
It's the kind of building you would think that millionaires would build.
Yeah. Well, that's the funny thing in the US. There is claim these were built in the middle of the Great Depression as well, or the time like when it's like horses and carts. It's just crazy. But so I watch a lot of videos obviously about that. But to be in one of those Capitol buildings, it's after watching those videos, it's like crazy. And they love their domes, always with the dome. In these Capitol buildings, you would swear, I said that actually, there's some people who were also on the tour, you would swear, we're looking at this Capitol building from the outside. If you woke up and you didn't know where you were, you'd swear you were in ancient Greece, not in the US. What I find strange is for a Christian country, there's very little Christian carvings or anything inside. It is like really, like pagan Greek, which is fine. But you think if these were like the early 1900s, there would be more, statues or sculptures reflecting like the Bible. Well, there it is. Yeah. Look at that. I'm going to try and go this summer. Can you park outside it there? Like, illegally park?
Yeah, there's parking across the street at the paid parking for the greenhouse.
Oh, okay. That's crazy, isn't it? Like, most people would say if they didn't know the context, oh, where's that? Near the Parthenon in Greece, in Athens?
Yeah, if I zoomed in and only showed you part of that building, people wouldn't know what it was.
You've got the vanilla sky there, like in all the old photographs. Yeah, I'm gonna head there this summer and I'll ask them for the blueprints. 'Cause I think I've seen like pictures of the inside, and it looks like they gutted a lot of it to make it museum-like.
Yeah, I was inside that building when they did open it up for like the 1 year. They called it the Engineerium or something like that, and it was like a little museum where you go in and look into the side of the building, see some of the old equipment.
It's the same with the ROM, the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto. It's like massive, but they've destroyed a lot of it as well. So why, if you're like building a hydraulic center, would you make it look like that? And I wonder what they took off the plaque, maybe the circle that's in the middle of those, like the triangle and the Corinthian columns above them. It's like they take away a lot of the sculptures, the engravings.
Yep.
Makes you wonder. But that's not used anymore, so there's like a more modern pumping station. Is it the Adam Beck one? It's near the Floral Clock. Is that the main, like, proper one now?
Yeah, all the generating stations that were near the falls have been all decommissioned.
Mm-hmm.
Sir Adam Beck is they expanded it with a second generating station, and they made improvements to all of them, so that generates a lot more electricity than when it was first built. So they were able to decommission all the other generating stations.
When you're on the parkway and you look down towards the river, you can see like tunnel exits coming out on the river. It's like there's an entire infrastructure like in the cliffs.
Yeah, sort of. I believe like the what was the Rankin generation? You can go through its exit tunnels. You can walk through them,
Mm.
so you can see where they exit down now by the falls.
You can still do that.
I believe you can do that. I've seen pictures of the inside for this Toronto Power generating station. Their tunnels. I've seen people in those ones as well, but I don't think they've ever been open to the public. I don't think they're safe.
Mm. I'll check out this somewhere. I think was it 2 summers ago we took a drive down to that shrinking mill phenomenon, that that optical illusion, or is it Port Colborne or somewhere? To see that with my own eyes. That's bizarre. I don't know if they have I've asked a few of the locals, but nobody seems to know exactly what causes it. You drive closer and it gets smaller, but usually anything else you drive closer to gets bigger, but that mill, as you drive closer to it, seems to shrink. It must just be like a combination.
If you look,
looking
when that's happening, the mill is on, right? And it's cold out. So the air, the trees in the distance are trapping the cold air, and that air is dense and thick. And then the hot air behind it is rising up. So that means the air above that is cooler than the air below it. So it's refracting itself upward.
That makes sense. Yeah, we were there in the summer, and I guess you had the heat.
I guess it would be the other way. I think it's the other way. I don't know. I know there's a refraction effect going on, and the lens is magnifying everything. The Atmos is magnifying. I'd have to do more research on it, but that's what I've been telling people for a long time. Like have y'all seen the windmills?
One with the yellow base, where you can see them miles away, the John D one?
No. It might be the same windmills. I need to find out where these windmills are, but I think it is the same windmills. It's just on a different day under different conditions. I just need to know what those conditions are so I understand it.
Yeah, that mill, it must be
this one right here.
Must be the perfect combination of the trees and the air and the elevation that causes that.
If you look at the windmills off in the distance,
see,
they appear to get magnified.
I'm sure the Globers would have fun with that one.
That's the one that they used to present to me for the windmills behind the curve, right? I'm like, why did the windmills look bigger behind the curve?
It's the lensing effect, I would guess. Is that what you...
Well, that's what a lens does, is it refracts light.
Yeah.
Right?
You'd have to
so when we start saying lensing effect, that means light's being refracted.
Look at that. Yeah, you'd have to go there multiple times to see that happens every time in all different air conditions. They'll just show that one probably. House of the Electrical Development Company of Ontario. But that's just unbelievable, the architecture. It didn't build any bad buildings back then.
Yeah, somehow they had the money to build these fantastic buildings.
It's such a joke.
That's That's the thing. I want to know where the money came from, where all the materials came from.
I want the truth, damn it. Yeah, like, at least for one building from that era, but you can't get it for anything. All that information, the logistics. That's really good engineering. That's real good engineering.
Well,
You don't
even
need
for-
any document. You don't need anything. It's just you just eyeball it.
Yeah, even for simple projects like the digging of the Erie Canal,
Oh,
they
that's
said they said they did it in 8 years.
that's
300 some miles of canal. But when you find out how much feed you have to give a horse to make it do work, every large draft horse that you have working for you, they require 500 pounds of feed a week. And if you have thousands of them, say you have 10,000,
Where would you get them from, even?
Yeah, where would you get the horses from? Where would you get the feed from?
In winter?
Especially in winter, you can't work because the ground's frozen. Can't work when it's raining because the ground's all muddy.
The Chateau Frontenac there in Quebec City, the official story is it was done in a year. Quebec winter? Not
No way.
just
No way.
1 year. That's on Wikipedia. 1 year for the Chateau Frontenac.
I've seen that. I've seen that building up close. No way.
Yeah, I've been in it several times. It's like, but then you wonder why was it done? I don't know if I'll ever know. Why were these buildings made? Not stationary, non-rotating Earth. So even if they had, like, a lot of people you ask would just say, oh, they just had amazing engineers, like really, really skillful back then. They're like, okay, but where's the documentation? And where did they train? Where did these people, these young 23-year-old architects and builders, they all just left their farms to go and build giant buildings? No problem. Barely built.
Well, I will say this. If you ask any mill worker, what's the one thing that prevents them from doing their jobs? I'll tell you, OSHA.
Mhm.
They say production would happen more if OSHA got out of the way. So this was all before OSHA. I'm not making up excuses. I'm just saying they probably got a lot more shit done back then than we do now. I'm just trying to be fair. But I'm with you, man. Donkeys and chisels is what created this country. Come on. It was already here.
I think so. Masonry that we got for free.
They say if you ever look at the story of King Arthur, right? He went to a northern land and he never came back. He went off to a northern land for conquest and he never came back. Rumor has it found North America. Or not that he found it. I mean, so the Vikings were trading with North Americans, quote unquote, in like 1080, 1180. And then there's even writings from the Greeks in the first century talking about North America, or what they describe as what we call now North.
Well, that makes sense.
So, I mean, honestly, like, as long as civilizations have lived in the North, they've always, traveled from Europe over to America. It's not that far away.
Or vice versa.
You cross through that Arctic Circle. Yeah. And I know it's cold, but I mean, if you insulate your ship really well, you can do a lot.
Unless maybe it wasn't as cold when this was done, like maybe somewhere the temperature flipped.
Sure.
Or you just go to the 6 months a year when it's not freezing.
Yeah. 9 months, it feels like.
But there are stories of Greenland actually having forests on it.
Yeah, it's too bad this isn't Sunday. I have a
Yeah.
fantastic speculation on things of the old.
I think it's only Monday. I'm gonna have to wait 6 days.
No, I just some things that I've pondered on. I mean, have you know what a astrolabe is?
That's like that clock that's in Prague.
Yeah, that's one of them. But I mean, there's been lots of them throughout.
Yeah, not too much, to be honest. Like a sundial, is it, that has like several?
No, it's a little wheel inside of a bigger wheel inside of an even bigger wheel.
Sounds like the Book of Elijah.
Yeah, it's supposed to match the. So you got the. I want to say it's an 18-year cycle. That would be the inner wheel, and then the middle wheel would be. It's a bigger cycle. It's like a 2,000-year cycle, and then the even bigger wheel after that is like a 21,000-year cycle, or whatever it is. And that's supposed to be the great age cycle, where like everything would be completely realigned and starts over. And I don't know, man.
Are there still working models of those, or are they just photographs of them?
No, it's just like for whatever reason, it like aligns with the Saros cycle and planetary motions and everything. It's literally like a perfect alignment of the sky time clock.
It's amazing. What would they be? Would they be manually turned, or they like ran like clockwork? They had like mechanisms that were somehow powered, like you wind it up or something.
No, well, I mean, yeah, but what it is it's similar to, it's meant to calculate and forecast, right? So it's similar to Stellarium.
Okay.
But it's just a mechanical version of it instead of a computerized. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Personally, like I think it's just the entirety of the whole thing is the path of everything over the Earth, right? Flat sky, flat Earth. But
I think recently with the Prague one, they added a globe to the center of it. They painted a globe on it.
Maybe, but the globe can't explain the
decorative.
Well, I can't remember. It's like a stellar cycle or a constellation cycle. Like we went recently from the Piscean age into the Aquarian age, right?
Yeah.
So the globe can't explain. like the way the clock works, the way the sky works, it's similar to cogs in a clock.
Yeah.
You got a little cog that spins a bigger cog that spins a bigger cog. Those cogs seem to match up with a specific time.
That's the most logical explanation as well.
Right. But that's what I think the sky is, right? That's the way the sky moves over the earth, is like an astrolabe. And then again, speculation. It's just
Yeah.
um my speculation is that eventually the path of the sun will drift more and more, and then I think it's drifting south for us. So eventually things will start getting colder and colder. I know it seems like it's getting warmer right now, but or maybe it's moving down across Africa. I don't know where the cold is going to be, but it's drifting slowly around a larger circle, and then that larger circle rotates around an even bigger circle. And so, eventually, North America will be, uh, like the Arctic region, or maybe Russia will be. Who knows? Where it would go from. And then, as it moves further and further down, what would have been Antarctica will be the equator, and then there will be some newer places that melt and get exposed, almost like they get frozen in time. All speculation, of course.
Mhm. People speculate that the sun is whiter than it used to be. You think of it as it being yellow, but it's very often it's white now.
Yeah, I've heard lots of people say that. I mean, I remember drawing it yellow in school, but I mean, I would honestly draw it yellow anyway,
Yeah.
right? But
Maybe somebody bleached the sun. Who knows?
Yeah. That's what they're spraying bleach.
Well, if you look at 6,500 Kelvin on the color scale, that doesn't look yellow. Your yellows are closer down to the 2000s Kelvin. Well, it says here that the Earth's atmosphere scatters the blue light, causing the sun to look yellow during the day.
Yeah,
So
okay.
maybe our atmosphere changed.
There's one day last week driving back from Pennsylvania where it did look yellow, and because it looked so yellow, it stood out. I think it was in the morning, but apart from that, it usually looks pretty yellow.
Oh, Timbo. Hey, Timbo. Cows are fucking that way.
Globies. What the hell? Just for you guys to know that the earth is not flat. It's not a pancake.
Well, it could have fooled me. Why does it look so flat then?
So I didn't expect
No,
someone.
you tell me how it looks so flat. How's the horizon, which is horizontal, it's where we get the word horizontal from. How's the horizon horizontal if it's a ball?
Bro, it's basically if you get a camera and you make a zoom, you see the curvature.
No, you don't. You never see the curvature of the horizon, ever. It's a myth.
So you can just make a test. And basically, if you go somewhere high and look, you see it, man.
No, you don't. Nobody ever does. It's a myth. It's a myth that you can see curvature of the horizon from any altitude.
Bro, you can't be serious, man.
No, I'm
You're-
dead serious. It's either all the imagery we see of a curvy horizon is either the result of the lens distortion, or maybe the window plus lens distortion that they were looking through. There's just as much high altitude photography showing a dead flat horizon.
So, can I ask other thing? Why everyone is mute? Everyone's silenced? Hello?
Well, it's just quiet in here, and nobody was talking until you came along. Appreciate that, though. Thank you.
No, yeah, it's an interesting chat. But I'm curious because anyone's talking. But you actually think that NASA lies and that we didn't go to the moon?
You actually think they tell the truth?
No. In some parts they lie, but there are things.
So they lie about something. How do you tell when they're not lying?
So it's not like it's just NASA. I think it's like the government in general. They hide things from people. It's not a new thing. But if you take things in a scientific perspective and look at theories like, you know that I don't know how you guys say that in English, but it's the tectonics, tectonic plates. I think it's how you guys name that. So it's a theory that it's just possible in a round Earth. So volcans and
It's a theory, is it?
earthquakes.
It's just a theory, just an idea.
Yeah, but it's kind of proved if you can make
Proved?
yeah, man, you can, when there's an earthquake, it sends signals like waves and you can measure them. You can actually
Yeah.
predict when will be an earthquake, and the theory that predicts it, it's based on around Earth, and it's just an example.
An example of what?
Of practical things that prove the Earth is not flat. So
No, that doesn't measuring seismic waves is not proof that the Earth is not flat.
yes, the theory that produce the system is based on a round Earth.
Oh, so it's just a
You know.
theory. So it's just an idea somebody has. It's not like
Yeah, yeah. In reality, we're not going above and seeing everything. So we base on things, on reason, and I probably think you're like empiristic. I don't know if how
what?
you guys.
Why isn't it based on direct measurement of the surface?
What do you mean?
Like you go out and you look at the surface, you examine it, and you measure it, and you say,
Yes,
"Hey,
it's
did you know that this
you,
surface is curving? We measured it, and it's curving. Why don't they do that?"
so I suppose you're like empiristic. You know what empirism is?
Empiricist?
No, empirism. I don't know. It's how if it's how you guys talk. I'm not
Empiricism?
native. I'm from Brazil, but I talk
Empiricism
English a lot.
based on observation and testing, experience,
Basically,
first-hand experience.
yes, exactly. It's like John Locke was a supporter of that, and other philosophers. Basically, philosophy has uh, three sets of ways you can make scientific exploration. Let's say that the first one is empirism, like you base your truths in what you can see and touch. But the other way is the rational way of
Imagining things. Imagining things that might be
it's not
true that you
imagine.
can't prove.
Like
So not
when
proving
you
things.
when you calculate something, it's in your head, but it's real. When you make an equation, it's real, but you made in your head, so your
No.
head can.
You can't just make up shit in your head and then just say it's true. It has to be based on something. So
It's
if you're
not.
doing a calculation, right? If you're doing a calculation, you have an established metric, right, of something in reality already. So, for example, right, I want to calculate the height of that flagpole, right, and I can do that by getting the angle, right. I can measure the distance I am away from it, and then measure an angle between the floor and the top of the flagpole, right?
So yes, yeah.
And I get the
Your
distance and the
example
angle,
is
and I can calculate the height of the flagpole. But I
yes. You're
have an
using an
established
example
metric
of
because I've actually measured the distance I am away from the flagpole, right? So I know the
it's
distance
material thing.
and I know the angle, right? Because I've measured those. Now I can calculate the height.
Yes,
But if you
it's a
don't have
material
any
thing.
actual measured metrics within your calculation, then what are you doing? Just imagining stuff?
So yes, your example is from a realistic, practical thing. People do these things all day to build and construct, but getting in another level in in physics, they calculate things like electrons, protons, things you actually don't see and you can't predict. So the only way you can predict what things does by equations you made in your head, and the equations you made in your head actually are useful when they work. So the things we can
No, that's
put in
imagination,
our
sir.
head.
Imagination is not reality, and people aren't using imagination to prove anything about reality. I mean, unless they're you can use you can think, you can come up with an idea, like for example, you can come up with an idea as to why the plants in your garden is dying, right? You can come up with an idea, but then you don't just based on that idea come up with a calculation and then just declare yourself to be true, right? To be correct. You have to go and do some investigation. You have to do some digging. You have to do some analyzing, right? You have to do some studying and watching your plants. Is there any insects on it that are killing it?
Basically that.
Is it
When
the
you
soil? Is it not getting enough water? Is it not getting enough sunlight? All these things are involved with empiricism. You're not just imagining a reason why your plants are dying in the garden and then
yes,
coming up with a little equation and then going, I'm correct. Now listen, with the globe, right? With the globe Earth, if you are using calculations that involve a globe Earth and you have not measured the globe Earth to begin with, then all you are doing is affirming the consequent. You are not establishing that your globe exists in the first place in order to know that it can be used in such a calculation. Do you understand me?
As I understand, but the problem with empiricists, it's how you talk.
Why don't people just measure the surface, my friend? That would be the most simplest
just
way
tell
to
me how
demonstrate
you
to
guys name that,
everybody. That
because
would be
I
the
call it
simplest way.
empirism.
Hey, listen, you can appeal to all your calculations and your imaginations and your ideas and your theories and tectonic plates and seismic waves and whatever else you're going to come up with, right? You can appeal to that all day long. But if you don't have established measurement of the surface curving at the rate
But
which conforms to a sphere Earth with a radius value that they claim, right, then it is useless, right? We want
just hear me out.
just the
So just hear me out.
simplest way, dude, the simplest way to demonstrate to the world that the Earth's surface is curving and is indeed that of a sphere is to just measure it. Just go straight out and measure the damn thing and give it to us straight, and they don't do that. But some people actually do, and do you know what they find out with their measurements? That it's not curving. It's not curving.
So just hear me out. Hear me out. You're saying that the calculations we do are not trustable, right?
They're not valid. If they involve a sphere Earth and the sphere Earth has not been measured, then they're invalid. Throw them in the garbage.
But
They're no good to anybody. No
okay,
use.
but you like you say we can't trust things that your imagination does, but you know,
Well, what are you basing it
basically,
on? It has to be based on something in reality.
but hear me out.
Something in reality, something in physical reality must have stirred your imagination, must have given it inspiration, must have given you the idea. What is that? Give an example
But
of where
hear me
somebody
out, bro. Hear me
imagined
out.
something about reality that they didn't experience, right? And then did an equation and proved it to be real.
Hear me out. If you believe that the universe works without our thinking, like there are laws that make everything go right.
There are natural laws. Indeed, there are.
Yes, okay, but we are different from the other animals. The other animals just follow their instincts and they do nothing like we do. Like we can abstract things. And the numbers we found, they originally came from our understanding, and our understanding comes from our reason. So if it was made up, if it was just imagination, it wouldn't work, even if it's uh, based on something real. If we are not capable of getting things right with our mind, then it wouldn't be possible to measure things and calculate, even in our example. So if we can calculate minor things, it can escalate because it's how it works. We, as humans, we take things simple and make them complicated. And even when we complicate these things, we can still find the truth. We can still
Yes.
prove that and
I agree
use
with you.
it
By
in
measuring
practical
the surface of the Earth, we can simply determine its geometry. All right. So tell me, where is the
Yeah,
measurements of the
so
Earth's surface
this
that
goes
shows
back.
its curving?
This goes back to the tectonic plates
Okay.
theory.
What gave mankind the idea that they lived on a sphere? What gave them the idea?
So basically, not too long ago, it was Pythagoras who made the first measure, I think. I don't remember if it was him. It's a lot of time since I studied that, but I think it was him.
What gave
or
him the idea? What gave him the idea? Because when you go out into
So
nature, when you go into physical reality and you have a look around, it's not apparent
we
to
have
you.
to agree with that.
It's not immediate to you, is it? You don't look around into nature and go, "Wow, I'm on a big spinning ball," right? Because guess what? It looks flat and it feels stationary. So
If it was just reason.
what give them the idea? Tell me.
So as I say, we as humans, we have reason, and that's our reason to do the hard work. Like the universe has laws, and we can read them, and we just can read them because of our reason. And if our reason goes right with them,
What
then
was
we
the
have
reason?
capacity.
What gave somebody the idea that they live on a giant ball?
Yes, I'm getting there. Just hear me out. If you have a reason and this reason can make things right, or I mean, we can get things right of our mind, then we have this capacity. And it's not just imagination, it's like truth. We prove that, we make practical of the theory, and it just proves. And when we get to the tectonic plates theory, we measure things based on a globe.
Did someone discover
Like
the plates? Have they found them?
You can
Have they
talk.
observed them?
No, it's like
No.
when
Okay,
the
so
Earth
it's
was
not
being
empirical.
formed,
Is science empirical?
it's like when the Earth was being formed.
Is science
The gravity.
empirical? Is science empirical?
What do you mean?
Does science involve empiricism?
Yes,
Yes. Okay, so nobody
like,
observed
I
tectonic
can agree.
plates, so that's out of the window as being a
Okay, but
scientifically
hear me out.
demonstrated, right? It's not even
When
experienced, it's not
have
observed.
you heard?
So if you can't
Have you
observe
heard?
it in any way with any of your senses, how the heck are you going to test it?
Okay, but so we think we have to live our whole life based on empirism, like what you can see, sense, and smell,
What?
like
Yeah, okay.
empirism.
So tell me, what did somebody observe and experience in reality that gave them the idea that they live on a big
Okay,
ball?
but just hear me out. You believe you have to base your life on empirism.
No, I don't believe that. That's what we do. That's the way we function in physical reality. We see, we smell, we hear, we touch and feel, we think.
Yes, right.
Right?
But
We have all these
did you ever
senses by
heard?
which we operate in the physical and
Yes.
natural
So the
world.
reason is not trustable. The reason it's not trustable for you.
Yeah, it's not a belief, my friend. It's just a fact. Now, can you please just get to the part
So
where
okay, what
somebody,
happened?
what did somebody observe in the physical and natural world that gave them the idea that they live on a ball?
Okay, but did you hear of? There's a lot of stories like that. Some people, when they get their arm chopped off, they still feel him, like it's a part of them. So if they sense that it's true, their arm is there, because it's not. So they have to use the reason to understand that it's a biological thing. It's like ghost arm.
Oh, that's a psychological thing. It's not a biological.
Yes.
It's not a physiological
Yes, but
thing.
they
Psychological thing.
They feel the arm, and because they feel it's there, it's not. Our sense can make us wrong.
They
and
think it's still there until they go to use it, and they can't because it's not there, right? So listen, can you just please tell me, and answer the question? What was it that mankind observed or experienced in the physical and natural world which gave them the idea that the Earth is a ball?
Yeah, let me remember. It was not Pythagoras, it was actually Aristotles. Yes, I remember now.
Okay, what did
Basically,
he observe? What did he
measured
observe and
curvature.
experience? What was it that he observed in the physical and natural world that gave him the
Basically, he
idea?
saw where the sun made a shadow, so he measured it on one city, and then he went to another, and he made a
No, that
calculation.
didn't give him the idea. That did not give him the idea that he lives on a ball.
Because he made a calculation, so he
No,
concluded
that's not what gave him the idea. He already assumed he was on a ball. I know this history. I know Eratosthenes. I know that
I
he
think
already assumed the Earth was a ball. I'm looking for the thing that he observed in. If he was the first, right? If he was the first ever
I
recorded
think
in
he was not
history,
the first.
then I want what he observed in nature, which gave him the idea to do the test. Because he's thinking that he lives on a ball now, so he's going to determine and make calculation. No, it wasn't the shadow. It wasn't the shadow, bro. The shadow did not give him the idea that he lives on a ball. He'd already assumed he lived on a ball, and then thought of the idea of measuring shadows and using a calculation with the assumption that the sun is at an infinite distance and the light rays reach the Earth parallel. That he could use those measurements to calculate the circumference value of the Earth. But that's already assuming that the Earth is a ball. So what gave him the idea to assume that he lives on a ball to begin with?
So you don't believe in Aristotle, so let's go to
I'm telling you that something gave him the idea of the Earth being a sphere in the first place before he did his test. Because what he was trying to do with his test was calculate the circumference of the Earth. He wasn't doing a test to see if it has a circumference. He'd already decided that it did. So what gave him the idea? What did he observe in the physical and natural world? No, that's not what gave him the idea that he lives on a ball. That gave him the idea to measure to calculate the circumference.
Bro, okay. So you don't
okay, so what did he observe in nature?
The shadow, there's nothing I can say. It's the shadow. He saw a shadow different.
It's not the shadow did not give him the idea that he lives on a sphere. The shadow gave him the idea to calculate its circumference. A circumference of what? A sphere that he already assumed he lived on before he saw the shadow. So what was it that was observed in nature which gave somebody, either him or his predecessors, the idea that he lived on a sphere?
You don't believe in gravity,
if you don't hear my words, then you won't understand what I'm saying if you continue to talk through my words.
Bro, I'm trying to understand.
You're not hearing my words out, and you're not focusing and understanding what I'm saying.
Yes, I understand. You're saying that basically he made the experiment already knowing that it was a sphere. So he made the experiment. The experiment failed because of that. It's that, right?
No, I'm not even getting to that part yet of denying or critiquing his methodology or his results. I'm asking you, what gave somebody the idea that they live on a ball in order to even come up with another idea of measuring its circumference or calculating its circumference, right? Of finding out how big it is. All right, somebody somewhere in nature, in the physical and natural world, observed and experienced something and said to themselves, I wonder if that means that we live on a big ball. Now, what was that thing that they observed and experienced?
So, I think the model, it's a model, right? The flat Earth is a model. The flat Earth will believe.
Why are you avoiding the question?
I'm not waiting.
You can just say, I don't know, if you want.
He saw the shadow. He saw the shadow. There's no other answer for that. It's the shadow. He saw the shadow in one city. Then he went to another and he saw it different. And he made the calculations. It's basically that it cannot go away from that, man. It's basically that. He saw a shadow, and the shadow explains everything. But I understand you think it's not the best argument. I think it too.
But you're wrong, bro. Go and Google it right now. Did Eratosthenes get the idea that Earth is a sphere from observing a shadow of a stick or observing no shadow in a well? And see what it tells, and see what Google says. See what the scholars say about that.
Okay, let me see. So basically, the idea of the round Earth was already old. It started with Aristotle. So Aristotle just tried to confirm that. So, as I said, there is nothing that proves it's flat in our sense. Thinking in the way you want. There's nothing that proves it's flat or round. We get to a theory by our reason, and our reason leads us to calculations and tests and a lot of practical things and calculate gravity. I would ask you if you know Nicolaus Copernicus, because he used the concept of gravity to understand why Mars got, they observed the constellations and Mars went to behind Jupiter. It was a story like that, and people didn't know. And then with Isaac Newton and the other physicists, it has been
Yeah,
confirmed.
you just
It's
claim
because of
stacking and
gravity.
telling me a story. All right, you're just philosophizing and just rambling. Waxing philosophical. You're not telling me anything I can bite my teeth into. Right.
Yes, I actually can't show you an image of the Earth because even if I did, you wouldn't believe. So because you can't live your life basing everything on 100% truth. You just do that with Earth, but when you're using a medicine, you don't trust 100% in that. You just know it to do good for you, but you doesn't check and you do nothing. You just take it and hope for the best. And our life is like that.
Is that
And
what science
when
is like? Is that science? Is it?
no, science actually proves things with calculations
Oh, it
you can
proves
make.
things. Has it proven that the Earth is a globe?
But yes, bro, it's because math. It's something we came up. It's like the language of the universe.
Okay, you want to
Galileo
talk about
say
math?
that it's like the language of the universe, and we
All
can
right.
read it, and we can use it to make experiments and predict things. And at this point, all the predictions that use the model of the round Earth have gotten it right, have got right and proved, and all of these things. So tell me one experiment or engine or software that use the flat Earth model as a base that has gotten right.
All right, listen, you want to talk about math and predictions? All right, okay.
Yeah.
Do you know how big they say the Earth is? Like, what's its radius value?
What I didn't hear, it was noisy.
How big do they say the Earth is? What is its radius?
I think it's 50,000 kilometers. I think. Let me search. Like the measure.
Yeah, what's the value? What's the number? What's
So it's
the
40.
radius?
The radius, okay. So it's 6,000 kilometers.
6,371 kilometers. Okay. Based on that value, can we use that value to predict the distance to the horizon? Like, let's say we're standing at the beach, we're looking out at sea, and we can see the horizon. Can we use that? Can we use that to predict the distance to the horizon?
So, in theory, we could, but the Earth is not like uniform. It has higher levels and lower levels.
All right. Within what parameters are we talking? We're talking tens of miles, feet, or kilometers, tens of kilometers. So, okay, for a 5 foot for a 5 foot observer, right, looking out at the ocean, they're 5 foot tall. They're looking out at the ocean.
Yeah.
Within what range will the horizon distance be, based on its winkly wonkeliness?
Okay, let me see. I think it's 3,000. Okay, it's 12 kilometers.
12 kilometers for a 5 foot observer?
No. I got it wrong. It's, I don't know the measures you use.
All right, sorry, because I said 5 foot and you're talking metric. So we'll say 100 and what is that? About
It's like
150 centimeters, is it?
like that. What?
5 foot. That's about 150 centimeters, isn't it? Let me
It's
see.
about that. I think it's about that.
Let me see.
So, bro, I am in a high building right now. I'm at the last.
I'm just going to find out. I'm just going to convert the values.
I'm in the last apartment, and when I look to the window, I see nothing after the 4th kilometer or the 6th. So, if the Earth was flat, I would see more, wouldn't?
Yeah, I was right. So it's about 152.4 centimeters, 152.5 centimeters. So for somebody who is 152 centimeters tall and they're looking out at the ocean and they see a horizon, how far away is that horizon? Can we predict with that, can we predict that distance with the radius value that we're given?
If you're basing it with like the surface of the Earth being flat and not having mountains or anything like that, yes, you could.
I'm talking about using the radius value of the Earth, the sphere Earth, the 6,371 kilometers.
But it's not.
All right, so how far do you think the horizon would be for somebody who's 152 centimeters tall?
For like 6 kilometers.
6 kilometers?
Yes, I think I did a search, but he's using another metrics. I think it's something like that. Oh. It depends on the height.
Yes, it does. I said 152 centimeters.
Okay, let me see. So right here it's saying you can't see. It's 1052, right?
152 centimeters.
Yeah, I searched for that. Well, I don't know if I get the number wrong, because as I said, I'm not a native speaker, and I could get the number wrong. But if I got, it's saying you can't see the curvature.
We're talking about horizon
Like
distance.
40,000 kilometers or
We're talking about horizon distance, sir. Horizon distance for somebody who's 152 centimeters. It's going to be roughly 4.4 kilometers. That's what I've got.
Yeah, if you're saying,
Can it be any further than that?
I think it can.
How much further can it be?
Depends on the height.
Yes, 152 centimeters. Right, for somebody who is 152 centimeters tall, they're looking out at the ocean. Right, we get based on the radius value of 6,371 kilometers, we get roughly 4.4 kilometers away for a horizon. Right now, can it appear to be any further away than that for that height observer?
If you can, man, if you take a camera and make a zoom, you can see more. But I don't know where you want to get with that.
No,
It's like
no, a zoom
can't
camera is
see
not going to help you
right?
see past a
Like,
physical obstruction. No, zoom cameras don't help you see over hills, right? They don't help you see the other side of the hill, for example, right? You zoom into a fence and you don't see past the fence. You just see the fence bigger, right?
I talk with some people from here in Brazil. They are flat earthers, and I heard a lot of the things you're saying. I already heard. So
Yes. Now, can that horizon, all right, 152 centimeter person looking out at the horizon, 4.4 kilometers away, okay? Can it be any further than that for that observer without them getting taller or shorter?
no. Okay, no.
It will be that distance, right? Roughly
Yeah,
around about
okay,
that.
yeah.
We'll give or take what? Give or take a few meters.
I didn't.
I'll even give you half a kilometer if you like, and go 5 kilometers. That's being generous, right?
Okay,
Right.
but okay. You're trying
So
to
what?
prove
So
you
so that's what we
it's
is that a valid prediction? You talked about mathematics and predictions using the globe, right? I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to make a prediction, right? That a 5-foot observer looking across a large body of water is only going to see 4.4 I'll give you 5 kilometers of water before they can't see any more of the water, and it forms a horizon against the skyline. Right?
right.
Right. Okay. That's the prediction. All right.
But you need to remember that there's the lightning. The lightning, it's a important factor in the equation.
The
If you
lightning?
ignore that, yes, the lightning. The way
The
it
light?
reflects, it's refraction. It's not reflection.
Refraction?
It's
All right.
refraction.
Okay. All right. I'm glad you mentioned that. Okay. Give me. That's why I asked you how far. I said 4.4 kilometers, and you agreed, and you said no, it can't be any further. All right. Now you're saying you've got to take into account refraction. All right. Okay. Take
Yes,
into
I
account refraction.
remember that.
All right. Okay. So 152 centimeters. All right. 4.4 kilometers. I gave you 5. How far do you want it with refraction? How far?
Probably more. Like
A little bit
a
more?
lot
How
more.
much? 6 kilometers? 7? 8?
No, a lot more. A lot.
A lot more.
Probably.
Oh, okay. How far?
Bro, it's
Come on, you gotta be able to make it
10
falsifiable, right?
10, 12, a lot more. It's basically
Give me a specific value. What is the
12,
maximum distance? Tell me what is the maximum distance that refraction can push the horizon out to before it couldn't be explained by refraction anymore? Give me a distance for a 152 centimeter observer. How far? How far of a horizon could they possibly see with refraction?
But so it's not a lot. It's like I was thinking it was a lot, but it's not. It's like 800 meters max. It's not a lot. It doesn't pass 1 kilometer. It's like meters.
So it'll extend the horizon to about 800 meters max.
Yes.
800 meters. So I gave you 900. No, wait, I gave you 600. All right, so we'll go 5.3 miles, right? Sorry, 5.3 kilometers, because that's 4.4 plus 0.9, right?
Right.
5.3 kilometers with refraction.
So the point right here, it's because it's extending too much, bro. The point
I'll
is
show
the
you.
curvature for you doesn't exist. It's there. It's what you try to prove. Right? The curvature doesn't, you can't see that if you're not using the iFish lenses. I know you guys had the reverse, use that argument of the fisheye camera.
This isn't about left to right curvature. This is about curvature in the z-axis, forwards and back. Forwards, like from your position, looking forwards, seeing if that curvature exists. Not the left to right curvature, not the x-axis, the z-axis.
So okay, you're saying you can't see the curvature, but right. As I said, the predictions and the the industries of like petrol and a lot of these things that do the geological prediction to find things. They use the round model of Earth and its effect. So
Did you just say the
what is the
petrol?
proof?
Did you just say the petrol industry?
Yeah, it sounded like it.
Yes. No, it was an example because they
Can you
use
show me that? Can you show me the study from the petrol
it
industry?
was an example because they use the round model to do the geological experiments to locate where it's petrol or
Can you show
other
me?
minerals.
Can you show me that? Can you show us that?
Bro, I actually not because I'm not into the flat earth debate and
All right, can you or not? Can you answer a yes or no question? Are you capable of answering a yes or no question?
as I said, I'm not in the flat earth debate.
No, you're not. You're not capable. Okay, so you're incapable of answering yes or no. Simple yes or no questions. Right. I've posted on your behalf, I've posted a GIF in the side chat, an observation, right, that was taken from the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Yeah, and you're going to continue to talk over the top of me, I'll just mute you. So you won't be welcome back here anymore. I don't care how polite you are and how mild-mannered you are. You're rude when you speak over the top of people.
I heard until now, bro. I'm just trying to talk.
Yeah, I've posted in the side chat a GIF for your benefit discussing the math, right? And regarding the math we just discussed. Right, this is an observation taken over the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Now that camera that's taking that imagery is 21 miles away from that shoreline on the other side. that it can clearly see across the surface. That means that there is no 5.3 kilometer horizon blocking the view of the shoreline. There's no horizon there across 21 miles. That's like, how far is that? It's close to 30
40?
something
Something
kilometers.
like that.
Is it 40 kilometers?
Yeah, like 36 or something like that.
36
So
kilometers.
you guys don't believe in Galileo Galilei and
Right, are you
Nicola
listening?
Copernicus?
Are you listening? Are you
What are you,
listening?
what are you mumbling
I'm
about, mate?
you
The
you
fucking
say
just a
you
mumbler.
say there's no curvature.
Are you
I
listening to
know
what I'm
this
showing and showing? Are you watching what I'm showing you and listening to what I'm saying?
Yes, I'm seeing, bro.
Okay.
But
So
the
that
thing
observer is 152. So that camera that's taking that picture is 152 centimeters tall, and it's looking across 21 miles of water. Right? There is no 5.3 mile horizon there because you can see clearly across to the other shoreline on the other side, 21 miles away. You can see up the shoreline to the features beyond the shoreline of streets and streetlights and buildings and a big tower and mountains. There's no horizon there blocking the view of any of that because there should be about 290 feet or about 90 meters of curvature, right? Curvature drop blocking your view of those things. They should be below the line of sight, but they're equal
Okay,
with the line of sight.
So I already arguing a lot. So now can I ask you some questions?
No, we made a prediction. I want you to acknowledge this. We made a prediction using the math, just like you talked about, right? We have the math and we make predictions with them and they come true. Well, how come this one didn't? How come this one of the surface, the most important part of the most important aspect of your so-called model, has failed in this instance? Why?
But we actually did not make an experiment. We
did. We made a prediction, sir. You and I both said that based on the radius. No, we both made the prediction that based on the radius value of the Earth and adding in a little bit of refraction, like you wanted, we'd get a horizon distance of 5.3 kilometers. And in this instance, where the observer is 152 centimeters tall and looking across 21 miles of water, we don't see a horizon at all. There's no horizon. They see clearly across the water's surface to the other side. Now, if you want more details, if you want more details on this observation, I can grant you that. I can give you that, right? So that you can investigate this for yourself because you don't want to just take things off face value, right?
What I'm trying to say is, okay.
You're not interested, are you? You're the one that brought up math and predictions, and I show you something that involves math of the Earth's shape and size, and give you a prediction, and you don't want to know about it. Why is that? Why is that?
Why you don't want me to answer?
Why don't you want to know? Why don't you want to talk about this? This is what you were talking about, and now you don't want to talk about it.
Okay, so
cue the mumbling.
The thing I'm saying right here is I'm not an expert in geology. I'm not an expert in geology.
You're not an expert in anything.
That's not the area I'm studying.
Yeah, you're like an expert in like retardedness.
Okay, this was disrespectful.
Expert retard.
I actually didn't disrespect you, but okay, if you want to act like that.
I'm a different person, so.
So the thing I'm trying to say is there are a lot of variables. If it's how it's said.
Go add them into your equation, then go for it.
So yeah, it's that I'm saying I'm not geology expert,
Zoology. Oh,
but using the concept of the geologist.
Then how do you know
Okay,
what
so-
variables?
If,
Then how do you
we
know there's
have
variables?
people- okay, I can't because I'm not an expert in that, but
okay, so
there are
don't make
people.
claims then.
Can I talk, bro? You said that I was interrupting you and I stopped, and now you're interrupting me.
Yeah. So add in the variables, or stop talking
So,
about it.
what I say, I
Are
don't know
you
the
gonna?
variables. I'm not
Sorry,
an
you're
expert
gonna.
in
Oh,
that
you don't
question.
know the
But
variables, but you
bro,
know
let me
there's
talk, man.
variables,
You
right?
don't let me finish, man. You just don't let me
Oh,
finish.
there's so many variables. Okay, what are the variables? I don't know.
Can
There's
I finish and
variables,
then you
right?
can talk, bro?
You guys
Debates
are
are
so
for
fucking. Yeah.
debates are made to get
It's
into
not a
the truth.
debate, man. You're not
And if
debating. You don't know
let the
anything.
other person talk,
You just
if
admitted
there's
that
no
you don't
dialogue,
know the variables,
if
right?
there's no
It's
speaking
not a
between the two
debate.
persons, we are not getting anywhere else. It's just you talking and you don't let me answer.
Yeah, because you
So,
don't know the variables, so you're not even worth listening to anymore. Because you don't know what you're talking about.
bro, if you're defending the truth, then you don't have to interrupt me, because if you're right of that,
So what are the variables?
don't act so insecure, man.
Okay, so
Let me
what are the
talk.
variables then?
So basically, we are trying to make an experiment in a Discord call, and I don't have to say it's like illogical. It doesn't make sense
Would
because
you like
Okay, so you
another one?
don't know, right?
Oh, bro, you can't let me speak, man.
Would you
Why?
like to see another observation with the same prediction?
Can I finish? I didn't. I stopped interrupting you, but if you want to talk, don't interrupt me, man.
All right. Okay, go ahead.
So, for the fifth time, we are in a Discord call and we're trying to make an experiment, and we are not experts on that, and there are variables that we don't know. We don't know everything. So,
Okay, so you can't know if the Earth's a globe then, right?
Again for the sixth time, dude.
Yeah, so you can't know if the Earth's a globe. Am I right?
We are not experts. We are not geologists. There are people who are. There are people who go to college and they have academic degrees on geological physics, of geology, and a lot of
Yes.
shit. And it's just interesting that these people are not flat earthers. Why aren't they? If they
Because they
if
believe
it's
it. They
also-
believe.
if
They
it-
believe it.
if it's
They don't have
no,
proof.
they not,
They don't have
bro.
evidence.
Yeah,
They
well,
didn't
some of
do
them are as
anything.
well.
They didn't do
No,
anything.
they don't.
They didn't do anything, bro. They didn't do anything to determine that the Earth is a sphere.
If the geologists discovered that the Earth was flat, they would tell us it's not like.
How do they measure
if
the
it's
heights of
the same.
mountains? How do they measure the heights of mountains?
So it's basically logic, man.
How do
Let's
they
get
measure
more.
the height of a mountain?
Now I said that I would make questions to you, so let me basically to assume that the Earth is flat and that the billions of people who believe the round Earth are wrong. So it's basically an extraordinary thing, man. It's a lie so great that's basically impossible to maintain it. It's impossible. Eh, We are not in like a world that is dominated by the government, and we can't study, we can't talk, and we can discuss. It's not like that. People are in labs and making research, and these people are not flat earthers, man. The
Show me.
people who make it.
Show me.
And what?
Show me.
And like I'm here in Brazil, and
Hello. Show me what you're talking about then. All these people in labs.
I'm
Show me the
São Paulo,
experiments they
and
did.
we have the college, the university of like Unicamp and USP, and they are the best researchers of Brazil.
So show us
Not
then.
only Brazil, and the United States. Basically, if it's so obvious that the Earth's flat, that even people.
Shut up. Show us what you're claiming. Just show us, stop talking and show us.
Bro, if you're right, you don't have to mute me. You just have to answer. How can you maintain such a great lie? You can't. It's
But
because
the people you're talking about are not lying. They believe it. They believe it's true, but they're wrong.
as I said, we not in a world where people are dominated and controlled, and we can talk, discuss, and make research. And the people who make research are not telling me that the Earth is flat, and it's a lot of people.
Yes, they're wrong. They truly believe that they are correct and that they're telling you the truth. But we've checked the surface, like I just showed you, and they are wrong.
So, wait. Let me remember his name. So in Brazil we have a guy named Aziz Absaber. He was like one of the greatest geologists of Brazil. He's just one example. He made a study about the Brazil vegetation and regions, and like the I don't know how you guys say that, but the heights of the soil. I don't know like technical words for English. I just talk, but even this guy study geology all his life, like for 60 years. His life was that, and he's not the only one. There are lots and lots of people who spend their lives studying that and understanding how our world works, and they are not flat earthers because if it was so simple to prove flat earth like you're proving to me in a Discord chat, like you really think that a Discord chat proves anything? Like we are not in a lab or something like that. There are no experts here. You're just like with a regular guy like me. My degree is economics and business and has nothing to do with geology. I just joined the cult to have some fun and talk and discuss because I like that. But the thing is, until you guys go to a lab and talk with a real expert and discuss with them, you guys are not going to find a really great debate. Debates are for searching the truth, and it's not like that you guys get in there. So what happens in this case when there are people who spent like a lot of years of their lives, like their entire lives, studying that, and they didn't found out that the earth was flat, but you guys in YouTube and Discord found out? Doesn't look like you guys are like without knowledge, sufficient knowledge, and you guys think you know something, but actually you don't know. So, hello.
What?
So that's it, man. That's basically it.
Thanks for that.
What? So it just ended.
All right. Do you see what I posted there? Do you see what I posted there?
Where?
In the side chat?
Oh, so there's a lot of people talking here. I didn't saw that.
You see what I posted? What is that? Do you understand what that says?
Did you hear what I just tell you?
Do you see and hear? Do you see and understand what that image is talking about?
So we heard nothing. I said.
What is that picture that I posted? At
Bro,
9 past the hour.
you need
What is
to
that
hear
picture?
what I
What
say
is that picture?
about
What is that
the
picture, sir?
expert people.
What is?
You
Yes,
just
I'm talking
introduce
about
a
them
lot.
right now. I'm showing you something from their own studies. Now, what is that picture that I've just posted? What is that about? What is that showing?
Man, I just
What,
told you.
what does it show? What does that
I'm
image
not
show?
okay, bro. If you make the calculations, probably we're gonna get where you want. But I'm not an expert in geology. I don't know the variables. If you want to
What
prove
does
that
that
there,
image
you have to
show?
go
What
to
does
an
that image show?
academic
If no,
place
bro, you've got
with
one last
university.
chance to answer this question satisfactorily, and if you don't, I'm muting you, and I might even kick you out of here. Now, the image I posted at 9 past the
Like
hour,
that, bro. If I
the
don't
image
do
I
what you want,
posted,
you're gonna ban me.
I'll mute you. I'll mute you. I'll mute you if you don't stop talking and listen.
I'm listening, man, but you didn't
right.
answer what I said. I
Yeah,
talked
I'm
for like
getting
5
there.
minutes.
If you just follow along and indulge me for a moment in the Socratic method.
Okay.
What does that image represent? What is it showing you?
So it's basically you have a rectangular triangle with a 90 a 90 I don't remember how you say angle.
A 90-degree angle, yes.
Yes. So you calculate the difference in heights, measure distance. Okay, so where you're going to gather? What is this? What do you want to say?
Right. This is how your so-called experts, your geologists, your surveyors, etc., right, measure the heights of mountains.
Okay, so your point is that a 90-degree. That's it.
No, my point is that they are not using spherical geometry here. They're using planar geometry.
Okay, this is like one case.
No, this is in every case. This is how. Just Google. How do surveyors measure the heights of mountains? They don't actually measure them. They calculate them. They calculate them.
If you're measuring the mountains, okay.
This is how. This is a simple diagram of how they do it.
Okay.
Using planar geometry.
Okay, but you said you would answer what I said about the people who spend their lives.
I'm pointing out that the people you're talking about, they use flat Earth geometry to do things, to measure the Earth, to measure the height, the change in elevation of things. This is what we do practically out in reality. This is what the experts are doing. This is how your bridges are being built. This is how your houses and buildings are being built. This is how entire cities are being built.
But I never
using these principles and this geometry.
I talked about calculating and predicting things in the soil.
Yes, I did. I did one with you. We made a prediction and it failed. The globe geometry failed. That claimed curvature rate.
You didn't.
It failed.
About petrol industry, gas industry, mineral industry.
Yeah. How do they use globe geometry?
So here in Brazil we have a very known petrol engineer called Sergio Sacani. You can search, and he was in a lot of debates of flat Earth, and he won. Basically,
that's great. So someone was in a debate, therefore the Earth is a particular shape. You've put no evidence forward, my friend.
He's a specialist, and he's
a specialist in what?
What does he do? What does he do?
He's a petrol engineer, and he
a petrol engineer. Did you say a petrol engineer?
Petro engineer.
petro?
And he has other degrees in geology.
What's a
and
petro engineer?
Basically, he works for the petrol industry, and he make the calculations to get to where there's petrol above Earth.
So crude
And
oil.
that's it.
So he calculates how far to drill a hole down into the ground.
Not exactly. He like.
Because that's what they do. They drill a hole down into the ground, and there's a big reservoir full of crude oil. They pump the bastard out by pumping water in.
Are not simple. If he to
Okay,
get
so
a degree like him.
What does he do? What did he do? What did he do? And how did he demonstrate it? How did he demonstrate? How did he demonstrate it? How did he demonstrate that the Earth is a sphere?
Okay, just search for him and you know.
No, you search for him, you post it up. This is your claim, not ours. So you've got to back up your claim.
I'm not trying to get away with my claim.
Yes, you are. So if you're making a claim, you provide the data to back it up.
It's just intellectual honesty to understand.
Yeah, excellent. So how about you provide some honesty by posting data to back up your claim?
It's just intellectual.
Listen, talking through me's not going to help. I'm probably one of the best at it for roughing people up. You made a claim, now you back it up. So go and get your data that you claim that we can research and post it in the side chat. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we want all the details, like what he did, like we want how he did it, we want what he did, how he did it, when he did it, where he did it, right? We want all the specifics. We want to know that this is actually replicable and actually demonstrates what you're claiming it demonstrates.
So this just shows that I can't.
Can you or can you not provide what we're asking for?
How about this? How about if you don't like being interrupted, I'll just mute you so no one can interrupt you, and that gives you more than enough time to post your claimed data in the side chat. At the moment, it's just your hollow words, which mean, excuse me, absolutely nothing. So instead of just talking, less yapping, more action. Post in the side chat your data that backs up all this gentleman's claims. That's all we want to know. The same data you told us to go and research. Sorry, Tito.
Yeah, no, go get it, Gab. Go get it, Gab. Get that data. We want all the information that you've obviously analyzed yourself and understand fully and completely in order to understand that it demonstrates the Earth to be a sphere. Right, Gab?
So if this guy's made calculations, that's great. Put him in the side chat. If he's debated people like you claim he has because he's such an expert, surely this was recorded somewhere, unless you happen to be sitting in the same room when it happened. Post it in the side chat. No, we're not mad. We're patiently waiting for you to back up your claims. At the moment, you have hollow words, my friend. And we need some substance to it. So, bringeth the cowbell.
Right, so then your next line of attack, Gab, is this. You either post in the side chat what we're requesting, or you post in the side chat that you don't have it and you don't know if it even exists.
Yeah, well, Bill, I find that hard to believe too.
Yeah, I'd like to see that one.
I'm trying to look for it. I can't find anything.
That's his homework. All he's got to do is post it, and then we can go through it and see if
can you
it
do
was
that?
fallacious reasoning or whatever. There'd be something wrong with it. I'm willing to throw coins at it.
Yeah, he'll be like that stupid Aussie guy, Doctor, what's his name?
Oh, Professor Phil.
No, the other guy who's a geologist.
Which one's that?
It sounds the same as Professor Phil. Just yells at people.
I used to love geology at school.
I know who you mean. Oh shoot, what's his name?
Dr. Tom or something like that, or Professor Bob, or
PhD Tony.
PhD Tony. Yeah, that's the guy.
Thanks, Logical. Nice one. I don't know that one.
Oh, what a joke. That guy's a
Yeah.
joke. Have you seen the robot polisher outtake of all the times he says, It's so funny.
Where is this guy?
We're waiting.
Oh, he's muted.
Yeah, we're waiting for him to post in the side chat. He's either going to post that he doesn't have what we're requesting, or he's going to post what we're requesting.
Too much yap. Hollow words.
Sorry, I
He's got-
unmuted him.
No, that's all right if you want to. Yeah, it's good.
No,
So
I don't
Gab.
want to talk to him. I want him
Gab, do you
to post it.
do you have what we're requesting or not?
We can hear you breathing.
Gab, do you have what we're requesting or don't you? It's a simple statement that you have to make. It's yes, no, I do, I don't. Multiple ways you could answer it, but it's very simple.
There we go. He's just going to rinse and repeat. Studio Saccone is a petrol engineer and a geologist. Okay, that's nice. So your first statement means nothing. He's very famous and debate of a lot of flat earthers. That also means nothing. You wouldn't believe it. I've debated a lot of flat earthers too. Both for and against. Interesting. Means absolutely nothing.
We have Gab. Why don't you go and get that guy and get him, bring him in there? I don't have to chase him. I'm not under any obligation to perform this the way that you think would be fitting. I don't necessarily care that the rest of the world doesn't agree with me or that universities don't agree with me, right? If they're interested, they will come in here. The invite's there, and they can talk to us, and I'll show them exactly what I showed you.
Gab, you're unmuted. Stop being a clown show.
They're not even going to have the answers, Gab. They won't even have the answer to my questions. You think that they do somehow. You think it's enough. You think it's enough that just one person can have studied something all their lives and believe the Earth is a globe, and that somehow that validates that the Earth is a globe. It doesn't. I will disrespect his 20 years of study. I will disrespect it because he's wrong if he's saying the Earth is a globe. Now we asked you what he did to prove to you that the Earth is a globe, apart from just saying that he studied geology for 20 years. Now, what is it that he did?
What did he do?
What did he do?
Gab, listen. What did Sergio Sacani do that proves globe? What did he do?
So before I say about Sergio Sacani,
We just want to hear about him. We don't care what you had for breakfast.
No, that's right. Exactly, Matrix. You're going to answer the question. And if you don't, you're going to go back on mute. That's the way it is. You can like it or lump it. This is the pertinent question right at this very moment. There's a person you're appealing to that apparently has credentials and has special knowledge, right, about the Earth's shape and form. We're asking you, what did he do? How does he know this to be true? Don't be vague. Be very specific about it. Give details.
So this kid thinks that by people studying, it means they're studying the truth. No, they're studying what's jammed down their throat. Whether they accept it, whether they like it or not, they are forced to believe information. Does that make them wrong? No. Does it make them right? No. You need to understand, Gab, that just because they've studied a particular field does not make them right. It does not make them wrong either. They may have been fed incorrect information from the get-go.
So far, he's all as he said is flat earthers are so stupid. This is that guy he's talking about, and they believe the Earth is flat because of religious reasons.
Oh well, Gab, you've seen and heard from me why I said that the Earth is flat and not curving. So you can go correct him. You can take the information I gave to you, and you can go show that to him if you want, and say, "Hey, there's this guy that says you're wrong. He doesn't think that the Earth's flat because for religious reasons. Here's actually what he's saying," and present it to him. Right, Gab? Because you could do that, right? Because you were listening and you understood what I was talking about, right? You could repeat it back to somebody, right? You could steel man my position, right, Gab? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Telling me to go to university and replicate what you say. That's
well, you thinking that he won't give you the time of day? What makes him so special that he wouldn't see you?
You still haven't told us how he debunked the flat Earth.
What I'm telling you,
what did he do? We want to know what he did. You were only unmuted to answer that simple question of what this guy did. No, we're not going to hear your sophistry and ramblings. No. Sorry, not listening to you anymore unless you are answering our questions about your claims.
I'm just telling the truth, man. If you can prove the Earth's flat, then go to university.
So you're just going to stick your fingers in your ears and go, nah, I believe in some space fuckwit that's on YouTube. That's what you're doing. You may as well have said you like McToon. That's the equivalent. Bro, how's this, Gab? All we want from you is how this guy... Gab! All we want from you is a simple answer to one question. How did Sergio Sacani prove the globe? How did he do it?
I'm talking again.
Do you know?
Yes, you're talking again. Gab? How did he do it?
Do you know, Gab? Do you know how he did it? Do you know how Sergio did it?
Yes, no. You know how he did it or you did not know? How? Yes or no?
Man, I heard a lot of...
Yes or no?
You're not telling...
Yes or no? Do you know how he did it?
You can say no.
I'm going to take that. Right? I'm going to take that as a no.
Yeah, that's a no. Definitely a no.
It's a no.
So you're not.
He doesn't
yeah,
know.
You're not the guy we're looking
You
for.
guys
Then
don't
we're
let me
looking
talk,
for.
so how can I
Yeah,
answer?
no, we don't need you to talk. You can't talk anymore. Your privileges have been taken away. All right.
Ah, oh.
No more. See you, dude. You're not the guy we're looking for. We're looking for Sergio. That's who we're looking for. So let him know we want to talk to Sergio. Maybe he can explain it better.
Go and get him. Go and get him, Gabrielle. So your position, your honest position, right, that you won't detail, that you won't articulate to us, is that you don't know the particulars, you don't know the specifics, right?
Yeah,
But
and that's okay too.
You trust this guy. You just believe what he says. You believe that because he's learned and well studied and he's been to university, he has degrees in geology, etc., that he's somehow more qualified than you are to determine the shape of the surface of the Earth. And he's told people that the Earth is not flat, so you're just going to trust and believe him. That's fine. But we want the details. We want to see if what he's saying is true, verifiable, and falsifiable, right? We're interested in those details, even if you are not. And if you don't know those details, then you're not in a position to defend them. You just have a religious faith. We're not interested in that. We're not interested in people coming in here to preach at us about why we won't believe like they do.
Hey, Gab, just to make you feel warm and fuzzy, stop typing. Every single scientist, physicist, geologist, and every other clown show that stepped in front of FED and 24/7 have had their asses politely handed to them. We don't have to go to universities. They come to us. Tilt their hat and walk away politely, most of them.
Yeah, I'm not obligated to have to chase up anybody, Gab. People come to us, and we've had the types of people that you're talking about come and speak to us, like Matrix was just saying. They don't have the answers either. You think they do, but they don't. They can't answer our questions.
So think about it. Logically, Gab, your fat four-eyed friend that you're talking of, he hasn't been to space. Both you and me know that. So how can he lay any claims to any of the space bullshit that he talks about?
I was going to post a photo of him.
Hey, did I lie?
Oh, mate, he's a fucking.
Gab, I'm telling you, we've had them in here. High profile physics professors, your geologists, your geophysicists,
aeronautical engineers,
astrophysicists, aeronautical engineers. We've had them all come in here. They don't have the answer. They just, like you, appeal to things that they don't really know much about, like outer space.
How about you go and get your Academy legends and you bring them here if they're so good? Bring them here and sit them in here for an hour or two and we'll see how they go. Obviously, you're no good and you're praising them, so you bringing them here, that'd be fantastic. I like how he just keeps resetting. You guys are trying to prove the opposite. Aren't you trying to prove the opposite of us by using someone else? So instead of you fucking it up, why don't you go and get the someone else and bring them here and they can fuck it up for you? Which I think would be much more fun.
Anyway, Gab, I've showed you how they measure the Earth. I showed you. They measure it flat. They use planar horizontal geometry to measure elevation changes across the surface of the Earth. That's what they do. And like I said, they build cities off this principle. Okay? This is what they do. This is what your so-called experts are doing, not using the Earth as a globe, using it as flat, measuring it as flat, observing it as flat. Would you like to hear from a physics professor concerning hydrostatics and the state of water at rest, its surface being level and horizontal? Would you like to see a citation?
I'm willing to guess that this Sergio clown gets a subscription of Scientific American sent to his house. Looking through his videos, he's just a full-blown space-tard. Like if Josh had an older brother, this would be him. This kid still hasn't posted up the video that he was watching where he got this information yet. Hey Gab, very shortly they're probably going to turn off your side chat privileges. I would suggest, for your sake, you post up the video where you heard this quote-unquote debunking. He's not even listening, he's just posting up random shit.
Hey, Gab, what's that I just posted? That wouldn't be a sedimentary mineral layer analysis of like the Grand Canyon, would it? By geologists. Why is each layer flat and horizontally distributed? Why isn't it curving? Why haven't they depicted it as being the truth is that it's curving? Can you tell me that? Why have they got horizontal lines there? They wouldn't be observing and measuring and treating the Earth as flat too, would they now? I don't need to, Gab. The people that you're telling us to go and tell are doing the thing that you're telling us to tell them. They're observing and measuring and using the Earth's surface as planar and horizontal, not curving. You're telling me to go and tell them to do something that they're already doing? Are you insane? So I need to go to the surveyors and the geographers and say, hey, listen, I just wanted to tell you that the way you're measuring mountains as if the Earth is flat, well, guess what? You're doing it right. Is that what you want me to go tell him, Gab? No, absolutely not. No, definitely not. Not unless you can be honest.
If you were being honest, you would have posted up your friend's video by now. You know, the claim you made about this Sergio fella, you would have posted that up to back up your claim. You haven't even had the decency to do that. You're not here to be honest. You're here just to preach. I think the term bigot comes to mind. I don't give a fuck if he's two celebrities. That's great. How do you know I'm not a celebrity? See, no one cares.
We're only interested in the evidence, Gab. That's all we're interested in. It could
So
be
check
anybody.
this out, Gab. If your celebrity came out tomorrow and said, I'm sorry, I'm wrong, are you going to come back and apologise? I don't think so. So which video did it for you? Post up the video so we can get it translated to English. So we can understand where your friend went wrong. And we can help him. But you don't want that. You've got your blinkers on and you just want to keep marching straight towards the mincer. It's a glob. It's a glob, munch.
I unmuted you, Gab. You can speak.
Which video is it, Gab? Copy, Control C, paste, Control V. Paste it in the side chat. It's hard to show because it's Portuguese. Well, shit on me if we can't translate that. Post the video in side chat. Go to YouTube, copy the link, post it in the side chat. Just the link. The video will come up for you. You can do this, Neo. That's one way of doing it.
Yeah. I wonder if he's around. We have a Portuguese friend. Understands Portuguese. Speaks Portuguese very well. Right there in the thumbnail is a straw man of our position. Right? Do you understand what a straw man is? Do you understand what a straw man is, Gab? Right, so you wouldn't be able to defend any position that was held, right? You can just appeal to this, right? You don't remember the details. You don't remember what was said. You just remember seeing it, and it said something about the Earth being a globe and flat Earth being wrong, and you're just gonna like lump that out at us, right? Well, yeah, honesty is your best policy, right? Honesty. We value that. That'd be great.
Yes, we do.
Why? I'm talking again. So I'm sorry, bro. I was looking for other things. Like I didn't hear what you just said. If you, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. If you can repeat. Oh, okay. So you're not repeating. So yeah, I'm not saying that famous means something. I'm just saying that he gets a lot of attention, and a lot of flat earthers go to his channel to debate him, and not a single one. And I see that there's a rivalry between him and other YouTuber. The other is flat earther, but he's like, how can I say, he's not in the academy. He's basically just a guy doing a stream, and the Sergio Sacani is like, bro, he has a lot of degrees and he studied a lot and he knows what he's talking about.
No, that doesn't mean he knows what he's talking about. Bro, listen. Having a degree does not mean you necessarily know what you're talking about.
But if you have a degree, you literally
No, you can
that.
just barely get your degree and still be hopeless and go away.
I
You
have
might
a
have
degree.
cheated. You might have even cheated to get your degree, and you don't remember jack shit about what you were supposed to have learned.
Okay,
And you go
I
out to
have
the
to
world
agree
having a
with you
degree,
one
and
point.
everybody thinks you're this and that, and you might not know what you're fucking talking about.
I need to agree with you in one point. The first degree here in Brazil, you can graduate in 3 levels. You guys would say the last one is PhD, PhD. I don't know how you guys say that, but here we have the mestrado and the doutorado. So the last one you become a doctor in this degree, and it's really really hard to pass on the test to become that, and it's literally impossible for you to not know what you're talking about to get this degree, because
That is a lie. Of course there is. Of course, strings are pulled for students that are falling behind because their parents have a lot of money and you can't tell me none of that goes on in Brazil because it's Brazil. You can't tell me that people don't cheat in Brazil. You can't tell me these things. You can't tell me that people barely pass the degree. They only just scrape through and get their degree by the bare minimum, meaning that there's far more more advanced in the knowledge of their field than them. Right? Just having a degree does not mean you are an expert in your field or that you necessarily know what the heck you're talking about, bro. Stop being disingenuous.
You can't fake tests, right? You can't fake something that is like nature.
You got no idea.
Bro. So you guys told me you have a friend who talks Portuguese. So he's here because it would be better to talk in my language for you. Because you guys have to admit I'm alone here. I'm talking a language that's not mine. Like, and I'm getting everything on, man. I keep going, but I really need to leave for you. I need to sleep. Get into the.
Yeah, no worries, man. I've got to go too. Well, thanks for having the discussion. Appreciate you coming in.
It was.
I want you to consider something, right? That you need to dig deeper into this if you want to. That nothing should be immune to scrutiny. Nothing should be immune to investigation. Just because somebody seems to know what they're talking about because they have a degree, doesn't necessarily mean that what they're saying is correct. And you need to, if you're interested, you should dig deeper and have a look into this and consider what I showed you and talked about, the geometric horizon, the drop over distance, those sort of things, right? Those are the things that should be found in reality if the Earth is a sphere, like they say. And when we go out to try and find that curvature, it's not there. That's what you should be thinking about and learning more about what they're claiming the Earth is. Because if you don't have those details, you won't know how to scrutinize it. You won't know how to examine it or test it or look for contradictions or look for verification. You're welcome to your beliefs. You're welcome to your beliefs and your religious faith and your priests and your experts. Okay?
I appreciate it.
You are. You're welcome to that, right? We're not here to argue with people that only have a belief. We want to talk to people who claim they have knowledge, and then if they realize they don't have knowledge, we want them to acknowledge that. We want them to realize that they don't have that knowledge. You should also realize that you don't have knowledge. You have an appeal to somebody because of credentials. That's all you have. You have an appeal to somebody because they have credentials, and that is all you are doing right at this very moment.
Okay, but can I give a point too? But okay, you said about the knowledge and making statistics and everything, but I don't know if you guys notice, but I'm not arguing. I use the mathematics arguing, but I'm trying to take the conversation to a more philosophical level. The thing I said, my greatest argument is not about the statistics and the other things you showed. I said I'm not an expert on geology, so I can't really talk about that. But I can talk in some logic, and the logic is if it's a lie so great, if there's such a lie, like the round earth, it would already be exploded and refuted.
Hey, Gab, check it out. You say it's round, I say it's flat. How are we going to separate? How are we going to tell the difference between the two? Why don't we just get someone to go and measure it?
Okay, what I'm saying is if there's...
What you're saying is you're appealing to someone famous because you don't know. You've already made it quite clear with your appeal to incredulity. You've already said you don't know. So I'm telling you the way that we... Shut up! I'm telling you the way that we separate what you and shut up again. Why the fuck do you have the necessity to talk right through the middle of other people? Yeah, we're just going to go like that button. If you want to solve this mystery with I don't know if it's flat or round, go and get it measured. That's all you've got to do. And that will answer your question. When it comes back as not curving, then you'll ask more questions, which we're probably going to sit back and say, I don't know the answers to those either. Fuck, what a rude little child. What's this? If he's not respectful, then he's not going anywhere. Fuck me dead, Gab. You were the one who chose to talk straight through the middle of me. Said the person who appealed to incredulity. I don't know. I'm not a physicist. Gab, the only one who's not being respectful is you. By mumbling through other people so you don't have to listen. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. You want information, but you don't like hearing information that doesn't come from you.
I'm talking again. So, the dub. I would talk with the other guy, but he's so much disrespectful and uses a lot of mean words, so he doesn't know how to talk in a normal sense, and it's impossible to debate with someone like that. The first thing in
There's no debate.
if you use me and words or
There's no
something like
debate. And do you even listen at all? Gab, do you hear the words coming out of your fucking headphones? Let's try it this way. Can you hear me?
The dub.
Gab, can you hear me?
Okay, I think.
And that answers the question. What's this crap? What does AI community say? What is the distance from North Pole to 60 degrees of southern latitude? Why would I give a shit? The real question is, Ascetic, who's been out there and verified it? Have you? No? So how are you going to back up any claims that I make then? How are you going to say that I'm right or wrong? If I come back and say, well, shit, 2.6 miles, just throwing a random number out there, how are you going to know that that's true and or correct? Because no one's ever validated it or verified it or proven it. Makes you think, doesn't it? Gab, can you hear me? Not you, Ascetic. Don't even know your own name.
Oh, I'm back again.
Gab, can you hear me?
Yes.
Finally. Isn't that interesting? Why did you mute me?
Because you was being disrespectful, and when the debate reaches this level,
I'll tell you something.
There's no arguing, there's no debate
Disrespectful. Well, there's no disrespectful. Yeah, that's disrespectful. Gab, is you talking right the fuck through someone else because you've muted them. You arrogant little child. You do not mute people just because they said you're a clown. You are a clown for muting people. Pro tip, there's no debate here. Now, I asked you earlier how you would tell the difference between you saying it's round and me saying it's flat. The answer is you go and measure it. I know that sounds offensive, and I know it probably hurts your feelings, but when you go out and measure it, you will understand. Ascetic, the problem you've got with us giving you the number or any number is you're not going to be able to verify, validate or prove that that number is true and or false. So let's just have some fun. 2.6 miles. Now run along and have a great day. So our Sergio fellow, the best he's got is, when we're drilling for oil, we have to take curvature into account. He's not going to tell us how because it's very technical. So that's the best this Gab's given us so far.
That's funny.
Oh, his second excuse, because of volcanoes. They can't exist on a flat Earth. This guy's fantastic. You all should watch it. And there you go, the other one's earthquakes. Because people in other countries can pick up the signal from earthquakes. There you go, done. Has to be a globetard. This is great. So what does Ascetic want? I'll go my own way since I can't find what FE community is saying on the internet. Well, if you want to know what the FE community is saying on the internet, go on the internet and ask them. I don't know which site to trust. Don't trust them. Don't trust us. Go outside and check it for yourself. So something for you all to think about. This baldy-headed four-eyed clown show is telling us how earthquakes only work through a baltard. Next time you go to a pond or a lake and it is crystal clear, dead smooth, go and chuck a rock out into the middle of it and watch the ripples run along the top of the surface. The lake is flat and those ripples still operate. So here's this clown show telling us that ripples only work through the earth. But yet, ripples on water run across the surface. Interesting, that. Tell you what I find interesting, Ascetic. You being an intellectualist, and yet you didn't use your intelligence to not follow us from politics to here. Asking stupid, non-related questions. Maybe you should delete that from your profile. Or just change it to Clown Show. That'd be good.
Anybody here? Nothing going on.
Yeah, I'm here, mate. Are you after a Glover to kick around?
Yeah, let's put the aesthetic on text mute and give him the opportunity to VC with Gregory here.
There we go. That's fair. I've got no issues with that.
It's just a huge disappointment that I couldn't even manage to type in nigger adequately in the side chat.
Did you want to disparage people, or did you want to have a real conversation?
Nigger, you don't want a real conversation.
Well, let's test it. You believe the Earth's a ball, right?
Hold on, I don't know that we're kind of obligated to get rid of him based on his racial profiling of your profile picture, using what's considered to be derogatory terminology in this day and age, which Discord and servers alone have strict rules about, using certain words. Sorry about that, man.
It's like water off a duck's back for me.
I understand that for you. I understand that. But unfortunately, if we let that slide, then that's an opportunity for them to be able to point that out to either the server administration or the Discord or even someone else worse.
Get some sort of administrative penalty to disrupt what's going on here. Yeah. Disappointing. And that is a consistent consequence of scientism. Because remember, what's his name? Forget his name. One who wrote Origin of Species. Oh yeah, Darwin, Charles Darwin. Remember the extended full title is the struggle and preservation of the favored races. Right. It is the metaphysical foundation for racial supremacism. So people often forget racism, though the average scientist nowadays is going to act as though they're so pious and righteous and repudiate racism. For the vast majority of the history of scientism, it was the justification for their racism. Well, obviously, we've evolved higher than you, so we are superior. They just conveniently and arbitrarily just ignore that part of their shameful history, which is also the metaphysical pretext that the tyrants of the 20th century and this current century used. That's what Hitler based his. That's a part of the metaphysic that Hitler had. That's a part of the metaphysic that Stalin had. The part of the metaphysic that Mussolini had. Right? We are the evolved and superior race. So we're just going to have our way. Why would we try to cooperate with the inferior, especially subordinate ourselves to the inferior? Why would we do that? So I don't care how much they want to ignore that part of their shameful history and the entailment of their doctrine. It's a part of their doctrine. According to their great sages of the past, Charles Darwin and all these other idiots. It's just like the Mormons or the JWs or any other sect that has various points of embarrassing points of history, embarrassing points of doctrine that have never been rescinded officially. Also, you just stop talking about them. It's not as though the scientist clerics, as flimsy as that category is in their worldview. It's not as though there's been some official refutation to racism by the scientist clerics. How could you? It's a consistent entailment of the freaking doctrine. In their worldview, things are progressively evolving and improving, becoming better. Some better than others. The survival of the fittest. That's a proverb in their worldview. If you don't survive, you weren't fit. And if you're fit, you will survive. So of course, these are the people that died out over the many thousands and thousands of years. They were inferior. That's the entailment. So how could you refute racism when it's based on your metaphysic that entails it in your worldview? How could you? How could you justify any moral opinions when you know full and well, when the majority of them acknowledge this, that morality is not some universal objective thing? It's not like there's some God telling us what to do and we'll hold everyone accountable, inevitably. Just a bunch of matter flailing around in a black void. What morality? What morals? So yeah, people like ascetic, they're just the less pretentious with their worldview. They just don't have the inhibition to hide that attitude in themselves. One of the few, the bold few that unabashedly display their supremacism.
Well, whether he wants to hide it or not, Gregory, in a couple of hours when Vivek finds his message because he wakes up or wherever he is at the moment, that racist piece of shit ain't going to be coming back to this server. Whether it was deliberate, whether it was accidental, or whatever, I don't care. He can stay up. He was looking for an excuse. He made one for himself. He can wear it.
Okie dokie. Artichoke.
Yeah, for you it might be water off a duck's back, but for other people, I consider it a pretty low form. Like, if I want to get any lower, I've got to go and scrape the bottom of rocks that I've dug up. So, yeah. Not a fan. It's not necessary. And it's against TOS. So, it's out of my control anyways.
Yeah, make no mistake, I'm indignant against such things, against such types of persons. But yeah, it's not like emotionally distraught and wounded right now. Really just makes me laugh every time they do it.
Yeah, where I live,
It's
we
actually
get enough
fun,
of that shit on a regular basis. So for me, I just shake my head and just go, yeah, you're a pack of clowns. Wake up yourself.
Australia,
Nice
right?
Yeah. Some towns are worse than others. But yeah, some people just seem to believe they're special. I just treat people as people to me. We've all got enough of our own shit going on. We don't need other morons making it worse. But anyways, as you were.
Get some help.
That's gold.
Y'all be peaceful. Talk to y'all later.
Catch you, mate. Yeah, you should see all me emails and bullshit T-Dub, Wheels and all the other car magazines and stuff that I've got. With fuel prices continuing to rise, which EV should you consider? Nearly every single one of them are pushing EVs. Fancy that. Didn't see that coming. Yeah, it just makes me want to go to the shed and drag out the old girl.
I know, right? Far out, man. I mean, we can't afford that shit.
And you can't half see what's going to happen. Everyone will run out and get EVs. All of a sudden, electricity prices will go through the roof. And
They'll
all the
spike.
people... Yeah, all the people that didn't get EVs will be bitching about their household electricity has doubled for no reason again.
Yep, that's what's going to happen, man. You wrote the script, I think.
They are slowly pricing us into a war. Eventually, we're not going to be able to afford food and all this other shit. And when they get a very large percentage of people that are struggling in that way, they're going to kick a war off. And they're doing the same shit in the States. Every single country's got its own weird thing going on, trying to lead their own country into a war. For us, we're getting priced out of existence.
Yep. We need to go and straighten those countries out that are the problem. Get them on board so everything will go back to normal, right?
If this clown show of a PM tells us that we've got to go and cap people in another country, I can seriously see some bad shit happening here first. I don't think it's going to happen. Everyone's going to look at him and just go, nah, this is not going down. We're going to have a little chat before this, round the back of the shed, son.
Probably. Yeah.
I don't think he's stupid enough.
If they can script, I'm going to jail. Simple as that.
Yeah. Well, conscription only goes up to a certain age, isn't it? Up to, was it 45 or something like that?
Oh, okay. I might be safe then. Well, I might be hiding my son out in the scrub or something.
Yeah, I might go and get my godson and bust his knees. He can walk around with a limp. He'll thank me for it when he's old and fucked. You got to do what you got to do. He's too young to understand you don't respawn. It's not a computer game.
Right.
Most kids think that. That's their whole attitude. Oh, it'd be just like playing Call of Duty. No.
Well, yeah, half of them believe in quantum immortality now anyway, so they literally think, yeah, quantum immortality, that's basically respawning, life in real life. That you die and you don't experience the death, you just wake up in another alternate universe.
Wonderful.
Where the accident didn't kill you and you survived. Whether unscathed or injured is neither here nor there. So yeah, you get another chance, and then until I don't know what happens when you die of old age.
He's timed out.
Right. Yeah.
That'd be more like I'd come back as a dog that's already in a fucking animal shelter. No, you don't respawn, boys and girls. Please don't do stupid stuff. So I had a pretty good weekend, T-Dub. I went over to my oldies and I done some shooting with my old man. So we go down to the gun club and I used his rifle and did me shot. I got a 398.31. And so then the next round, my old man shoots and he gets, I go down and I had a quick look at his scorecard because I had to fetch him. And he's got 398. I'm thinking, here we go. It's going to be on for young and old here. And I'm counting all of his bullseyes because that's how they work out break the scores down. If people are equal, whoever's got the most bullseyes, they call them X's. And he had 0.28, so I beat him by 3 bullseyes only. Same score, but got him by 3 bullseyes. He was so dirty, only because last week one of my uncles beat him by 1 point. He's not a bad shot. Like, I'm not putting shit on him for shooting bad. Out of 400, we got a 398.28 and a 398.31. So 3 stinking points. My best is 33 X's, and I dropped 1 single shot. I got a 397. I lost 3 points for 1 bullet going astray. But that's the luck of the draw. I'll get a 400 one week, break my record. But I'm going back over this weekend so I can have another crack. I'll probably shoot shit out and he'll whoop me ass. But it was funny. When I was on the stand shooting, I was shooting off stand number 2. Had 1 shot. Like, got about, was probably about the 3rd or 4th target in. And one of my bullets has just gone to the left. And straight away I knew it. And it's just like, man, bastard went to the left. And this old dude sitting next to me at stand number 1, so we're basically right beside each other. And he's going, well, you know what your problem is? You've got to learn to breathe when you're shooting, son. And he's giving me all these hints and tips on how to friggin' shoot. And it's like, right at the end of it, he gets a 390, and here's me with 398. It's like, yeah, thanks. Give me all these hints and tips. Just every now and then you get a bad bullet, and they just do what they want. They're only 22s, so they're really light. Slightest gust, and they just go wherever they want. Flip end over end. They don't even spin out properly.
Probably wouldn't let me into a gun club.
Yeah, if you don't have a license, there's a, P28 form you got to fill in. I have to, because my license ran out because the gun association just basically fucked up. They sent me my license renewal a month after it already ran out. So, really handy. But you fill in this P28. Have you got an AVO out on you? There's about 9 questions, and if you answer yes to any of them, that'll be the phone, Reg. If you answer yes to any of them, then they can tell you to turn around and go home.
That's right. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, some stupid stuff I did when I was younger would probably prevent me. But anyway, it's all good. I can live.
Take the good with the bad. It just depends on where you are. A lot of smaller towns, most of the guys are pretty chill if they know you. But like if you were to go to a town that no one knew you at all and walked into a gun club and then went tick, 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 cross, it'd just be, nah, sorry, mate, we don't know you. Kick rocks.
Yeah. But they don't store stuff there, do they? At the club?
Some do.
Okay.
Not all of them. Ours doesn't. Ours is basically, there's one tin shed where they've got a barbecue in there, a shit house in there, the lawnmower's kept in there. The other shed is the actual range, and both of them are locked up. So even if someone breaks in there, if they break into the range, there's a couple of stools that people sit on, some concrete stands, which we shoot off of. There's a big chalkboard there. You could write your name and say who you are on there. Well, it's already got names and scores on it. Outside of that, there's not really much there. You might find some old casings on the ground if you have a good look.
Yeah.
But the range itself is separate from the shooting stands. So where you shoot is one area, and the range itself is actually locked separate. So if you break into one, you've still got to break into the other one, and there's nothing there, just grass. You get down the other end where the targets are stuck on. They get stuck on the core flute with thumbtacks. You know, your little, not thumbtacks, your little pin tacks. So that's what we hold them on with. So if that's what you're after, you could probably get about 30 little pin tack things there. So they're pretty cool. All different colours. So if you don't like the white ones, you can leave them alone.
Fair enough.
No, there's not much there.
Yeah.
The only things that they do store there, they don't keep any firearms there whatsoever. Whoever the chief for that, our gun club, he's got a separate safe just for those on his property. And I think there's only one club gun anyways. I think they sold the other one. In a separate cupboard, which is also locked. You know when they do bench rest shooting, the sandbags that they put at the back end? There's probably about 5 or 6 of those, and maybe 1 or 2 stands, as in gun rests. Shitty ones, just old ones, just in case someone turns up and they've forgotten theirs. They get to use the nasty club ones. But they don't keep any ammunition there. Don't keep any firearms there. A few targets, if you want to knock some targets off, take them home, pin them up on the tree and shoot them. Probably do that.
Ours is on a bit of a kind of like a nature walk tourist attraction thingy. It's right next to it. Yeah. They've probably got alarm systems and shit anyway. It's like surrounded by like 10 farms or something. Within eyeshot are like 10 farmsteads, like farmhouses. So yeah, you probably have a lot of like probably some lights and alarms that go off or something, and you'd have people there in no time.
They'd be pointing guns towards it. All the local farmers are probably, as soon as they hear someone there, they'd just be click, click, point. Let's see who comes out alive. No, our gun club, she's across the road from the golf course. So when the boys are shooting, it's only a short range, and they've got to use low-powered slugs because the normal ones make too much noise because the golf boys get upset. Oh. They do, they're sooks. When we first went there, the boys were using high velocity 22 slugs, and they've got a good crack to them. And the golf sooks put in a complaint and had a little whinge and a bit of a cry. Oh, the Serenity's been destroyed.
That's funny. Wow. Lithgow's golf course is not far from a reserve military base. So
Yep.
I wonder how they get on.
That's pretty common too. So years ago, they used to have a 1 mile gun range, big mechanical targets and everything they used to put up. And we used to live on the property next door to it. So when we say property next door, it was a 10-acre property, and there was still, to get over to the range, you still had like a once you jumped our fence, oh shit, probably about 200 or 300 metres walk through scrub to get over to the gun range. And yeah, she was a 1 mile gun range, and they closed that down. And it's like, oh, I didn't realise they shut it down. And Mum and Dad were telling me one day, yeah, they closed it down. I'm like, why did they close it down? They had a 1 mile gun range. Do you know how rare that is these days? And they're like, yeah, we don't care how long it is. The reason they shut it down was it's too close to town. And I'm sitting there quietly, and it's like, Mum, we used to live next door to the fucking thing when I was a wee little fella. You know, between the ages of 3 and 5, we used to live next door to a gun range. And she goes, yeah, I know. Crazy, isn't it? She was so chill about it. Oh, shit.
That's funny. It's too close to town.
Yeah.
Man. As long as it wasn't facing town.
It was facing away from town. So technically where the old gun range was, they had a slight uphill grade. So a slight positive grade up to the targets. And yeah, the big mechanical targets, and the bloke used to sit in under the mound, and they used to just put the targets up. I don't know if they had a lighting system or something to indicate, or if someone got on a motorbike and rode up there and told them to all good, if they had a two-way or what. I've got no idea. They used to indicate that to pull them down or what.
Yeah, probably walkie-talkie.
Yeah.
CB, something like that, yeah.
Bit of string and a couple of Milo tins.
Old-fashioned way. Yeah, 240 a litre here for 91. That's what we buy for our vehicle. That's what it was just a minute ago when I passed by. Last time we put anything in, it was 209. Kind of filled it up, and now that was like a week ago. I think it was like a week ago.
It was last week, last Wednesday. I filled up, and I got it for what was it, 238?
Holy shit!
Yeah, they're quick to put it up here for some reason.
Yeah,
now it's like 280. Yeah.
What, you got 280 there?
Yeah, for diesel. Premium unleaded, like 98. It's like 270 something. It's just under 280, and it's just like, you thieving bastards. The ethanol one was like 260 or 230. It was down low, and the other one was like 230.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's amazing how they can jack the prices instantly with no fuel truck coming in or anything like that. It's just, yep, we think something bad's going to happen, therefore clickety-click, price goes up. I think that's unreal how they can do that.
Yeah, well, the government warned them, but they're not going to do anything about it. I mean, they said that if there's any, shenanigans, with the pricing of fuel, you'll be, they've warned these companies will fine you $100 million, right?
Yeah, don't you just love it? If you misbehave, we're going to fine you a lot of money. And in the interim, oh, look, guys, the prices have gone up. And the GST on that is... It's like...
Right.
What was it years ago? When fuel prices were... what was it? 69 cents. Back then, the government was getting 38 of it. And that is before GST got put on. So it shows how dodgy it is. So back then, half of it was government fines and bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even warranted. I mean, like, there is no lack of supply, right, at the moment. And what they're charging us, like, extra for now, right, they bought before this whole thing.
About 3 months ago, yep.
Right. So they have not justified in charging us what they are at the moment. They're making a huge profit on what they spent on that fucking fuel. It's not justified.
Yeah, what did it work out? Years ago, when little Johnny Howler decided the GST was going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread, technically all funds, duties, levies, taxes and excises should have been removed, and the GST placed on. Fuel prices in Australia should have more than halved with the GST on.
Right.
And they didn't. They just went up higher. So it's disgusting.
Right. Yeah. And they announced earlier this year that the world has an excess supply. It says there's surplus of oil. Right. That we've got more than we need. Now suddenly, because 20% of the world's oil can't get through one strait, oh no, everybody freaking panic. And I question that percentage too, like I question it. Is it really 20%?
Yeah, that's right.
And there's no other way around. Oh no, you got to go a bit longer. Oh, diddums.
There's a way around it. Around.
Yeah, like going around an obstacle. Like there's someone in your way and you have to go around them.
Yeah, your street's blocked off, so you go around the other way.
Yeah, like how the Earth is round
on the flat road.
Okay, who was it that said it? Light? You
Yeah.
seem to be a ball-tard believer. What proofs of curvature have you got?
There's
So you
photos.
say so you say prove. What's going to be like your theory of justification, like epistemically?
Debate, bro.
Yeah, what is it? Because I hold to like I'm an epistemic empiricist, so I just say like we have photos.
So you're an
Just random
empiricist.
photos.
Excellent.
Yeah,
We've got
measurements.
measurements. So our measurements outweigh your photos.
Oh, really? What's going to be like the epistemic proof for that?
Well, what's going to be your epistemic proof that it doesn't? If someone
You
comes
made
to
the
me and
positive,
says,
but
if
I'm not
someone
required
comes
to
to me and said, yeah, how about you shut the fuck up for 5 seconds? If someone comes to says to me and says, here's a photo, and someone else standing right next to that same guy says, here's some actual measurements, I know which one I'm going to trust.
Yeah, but you made the positive claim, so the burden of proof is on you. It's not on him. So you.
What you're saying, Mr. Hazard, is you would like to peruse through our measurements. Is that what you're asking for?
Well, no. He was asking you for the epistemic reason.
You just asked me for the burden of fucking proof. Do you want to see the measurements, or are you going to kick rocks?
Jedi answered. It was answered. Measurement is the epistemic standard.
It was in reference to what Light said. Light asked you for the epistemic evidence.
Yeah, and it was given. Measurement.
It was given. Are your ears painted on, son?
No, it wasn't. You said that, no, you provide evidence, and you said the burden of proof.
No, I said measurement like 5 times. I said measurement. Maybe you want to speak through the answer and think that you didn't hear it. I said measurement 5 times.
So, like I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. He's not negating
Oh, is this? Sorry, you're going to be an absolute wanker? Or shall we start again and have a reasonable conversation without being a little prick? Do you think we can do that? Stop being passive aggressive like your mum taught you.
How about we leave Hazard on park? Hey, Light, pull up for a second. Light, how about we start again? You obviously sound like a ball-tard believer. What proofs of curvature have you got?
Yeah, we have photos.
Photos from
Please present them in the side chat.
I don't have image perms.
Photos of what from where?
We have photos like from space and shit, and like the Earth around.
Okay, so how would I validate these pictures?
You would validate it through like empirical sense data.
Cool. So those pictures show the surface of the Earth to be curved. That means I should be able to measure that curved surface over distance, doesn't it? If that's what the picture shows, I should be able to verify that's true by measuring that curvature, right?
What would be the argument for that?
There's curvature in the picture. I should be able to measure it.
Yeah, no, you're kind of like just restating the premise. I'm asking what the evidence for that premise would be.
What? Sorry, the evidence for the premise. What are you talking about, Sunshine? You've given me a picture. Dude, let's start at the beginning. Don't interrupt me. You've given a picture where the surface of the Earth is curved. That means I should be able to observe and measure that curvature if it exists. Do you agree with that?
Necessarily.
So it's flat
did you say not necessarily? Your microphone shit. Did you say not necessarily or necessarily? Which one?
I said not necessarily.
Okay, so if your picture shows an identifying factor like a curved surface, then if that was reality, I should be able to observe that curved surface and definitely measure that curved surface if that picture was a true representation of reality, right?
No, I don't think that's the case at all.
All right, then I'm going to go and finish the rest of my coffee. You're obviously not here to learn anything. You're obviously a prick.
No, we can just give examples of this with sense data.
He gave you an example. You chose not to listen to it. You said to us, photos from Spacetard. You've got photos. In your photos, does it show Earth as a spherical item? Yes or no?
Yeah. Obviously.
Excellent.
That's what I said.
So if it shows Earth as a spherical item, we should be able to measure this sphericity.
I understand the premise. Like you repeating isn't going to understand it anymore, right? What I'm doing.
So much serenity.
What?
Haven't you heard that before, Jedi?
No, not that one.
Out of the movie The Castle. Oh man, you've really got to get into the Aussie movies. Oh, shit. So this clown's going to come in here and blabble on about photos from space, therefore that's my proof of curvature. Well, if that's your proof, Light, what's going to happen when someone like yourself goes out into reality instead of stroking his ego in some politics debating channel, like where it sounds like where you two are from? When you go out into the real world, you should be able to measure for said curvature that's in the photos. You agree with this? We all agree with this, because that's common sense. Now, what's going to happen when you don't measure any curvature and photos that you haven't taken show curvature? That's a bit of a conflict. Are you going to sit there and question your epistemology? Or are you going to go, hang on a minute, I've measured this thing, let's go back and check and see if I've made any boo-boos? And then when you realise you haven't, you'll go, maybe these bastards have lied to us with these photos. Something to think about. And no, I'm not from Queensland. Unrocky.
Is that it? Have we come to a grinding halt now?
Unless you'd like to converse with either one of these two doorknobs, Jedi, I'm happy to unlock them for you, mate. Pick one.
Pick one. Choose one.
Oh, doorknob number 2, please.
Mr. Hazard, you've just been volunteered. Clickety-click, you're up.
Why are we getting muted? Can I ask that? Like, before I engage, that's a genuine question I'm having.
Oh, no. Mod's having a bad day. Now
We
you've had
haven't
your answer.
interrupted.
What's your question?
What's my question?
Yeah.
No, I just want proof the Earth is flat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if you could provide that, it would be nice. You have the floor. I'm here to learn. Let me hear.
What standard of evidence do you require?
Yeah, I'm a classical empiricist. So like, I hold to the position.
All
that
right.
I
So
can prove-
you require evidence that what you experience is true, because you're an
no,
empiricist.
that's modern empiricism. I'm a classical empiricism.
Yeah,
So
no, but you do. That's what you're basically asking for evidence that, or proof that what you experience is true, because that's all you experience objectively. It's all anybody experiences, right?
If you
So
mean
beyond, beyond the experience of a flat and motionless Earth, you want more proof, right?
Well, no, my epistemology holds that if it can be deduced through forms of induction, deduction, or abduction, I can grant concession to it if it meets those variables.
Right. So beyond your natural experience of living on a flat and motionless Earth, you want more evidence, correct?
Well, I mean, I have no substantial evidence that it is flat motionless.
Right, except your experience of it being so.
Yeah, but like,
Right.
okay, that's not evidence.
Right? That's not evidence.
Right.
Experiencing the Earth as flat in motion is not evidence of its flat and motionlessness.
Well, no, because if I'm because you ever been on a ride like those rides at like a
So what is
like
it
an
evidence
amusement
of?
park?
What is it? What is the experience of? What is experiencing Earth as flat and motionless evidence of then? What is it evidence of?
Well, just because it may feel flat and motionless doesn't inherently entail that. Because like there's been
He's
multiple
asking you
rides-
what it's evidence of, dude. Please stop jumping over the question.
Again,
He's
I'm
asking
not
you what
the-
it's
I'm not-
evidence.
I'm not the one
Again, you're
trying-
jumping. This isn't going to work well. Please just answer the question. What's it evidence
There,
of?
I'm not the one trying to prove it isn't flat. You're saying
Just
So
fucking ask
why are
your
you not answering the question?
dude.
because the burden of proof isn't on you. I'm asking
Yeah.
you to.
I know, you
Excellent.
just asked
The
a
burden
reasonable
of proof is on T-Dub. He's asked a question for clarification, and you seem to be sidestepping that. Why?
Bro, don't let your cortisol spike. You'll go bald at an early
Oh, this
age.
is
Calm
weird.
down.
Mr. Hazard, He's just asked you a reasonable
Sorry, man.
question for clarity.
I don't think he did.
I do. Being
Well, he
as the
didn't
Earth
ask to hear
appears
his
to
own
you
fucking
flat and
voice.
hold on. Being as the Earth appears to you flat and stationary, would that be evidence that the Earth is flat and stationary?
Well, no, because there are other variables that can mean.
Fuck me, I can't. Is it too early in the morning for me or something? Or did all the idiots decide to come in? It's like, why? Can you not admit that this is obviously evidence that the Earth is flat and stationary, being it's your experience? No, that's not evidence that the Earth is flat and stationary, even though it is my experience. What the fuck's going on?
Because
it's
there are
dumbass.
variables that can trick.
Hey, Mr. Hazard, if you're going to talk about variables, you're going to put yourself in a burden of proof class that you're not going to be able to dig out of. So I'm going to ask you a very basic question before you flip out. In your lifetime, aside from your mobile phone, your computer, or your television, have you ever witnessed the curvature of Earth?
No.
Fuck you.
Excellent. So how the fuck did you come to an assumption that it was curved? You idiot.
In the same way I haven't seen the Eiffel Tower, but I've seen it on my phone, so therefore I believe it. Just because you may not.
So you can travel to France and you can witness the Eiffel Tower. Where have you travelled to witness the curvature of Earth, my friend?
But I've never traveled, so therefore, by your standard, I don't believe
well, that's your problem.
Well, no, but that's
Are you saying you can't? Are you saying there's someone physically tying you down, stopping you from going to France?
Why am I getting interrupted? Let me speak. Well,
Because you're a fucking debate bro clown. You're not here to learn anything. You're a bigot. You're a fucking doorknob. You think you're clever because you can come in here with your little boyfriend and ask about the epistemology of some fuckwit shit that we don't care about. Here's the general fact. The Earth is measured as flat. That's why there's flat earthers. That, fuck me dead, is why we're all in here. If you don't like the fact that it's been measured in a particular way, don't cry to me. I'm not going to give you milk and cookies and a fucking cuddle. And I doubt anyone else in here will either. If you just want to go and measure it for yourself, go out and do it. We'd actually appreciate if you did that. Show us where we went wrong. But your debate bro tactics ain't going to change the fact of how it's measured. I'm sorry. Deal with it.
Fuck you.
Ow, I just burnt my tongue by personally experiencing my coffee's hot. But I guess my personal experience is not evidence that my coffee's hot, even though my tongue is burnt. It's an interesting world, isn't it?
And because it didn't happen to me, I still believe it because someone else proved it.
Hmm.
Yeah, I can't see these two clowns lasting much longer in the side chat. T-Dub's going to run out of excitement pretty soon. Now, what do we have? One of them sounded like Mark, or a disciple of, and the other one sounded like that other debate idiot from over at Politics, the one that chuckles, that cracks up laughing whenever he thinks he's clever.
I mean, really, like, all he had to say was, well, it's definitely evidence that your experience is of that, right? But he may want to make the case that in some instances what we're experiencing may not be exactly what we think it is that we're experiencing, right? Due to his quote variables, right? We could have got into some sort of discussion about that, but he just couldn't even be honest about like the experience and answering what is it evidence of then, you know?
They're just debate bros, T-Dub. All they want to do is to be up on the art of debating. They don't give a rat's ass about the subject matter. They will drop into any room and just debate for the sake of debating. It's about one-upping people. Oh, what's your epistemological, logical bullshit on racism, veganism, religion, flat earth? All they have to do is insert whatever their favourite word is at the end of that exact same sentence, and most people will be sitting there going, we don't fucking care. Fuck off to another room.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about the jargon rather than the actual
exactly. Yep.
Of the arguments.
Oh, you're being appealed to, T-Dub in the side chat. Mr. Hazard, my brother, T-Dub. I didn't even get a chance to finish my sentence. I got interrupted. He feels hard done by, dude.
Okay. Maybe we should give him another chance.
All right, who's going to talk to him? Bag's not it.
Oh, hold on. There we go. Fucking mute hard.
Looks like you're it, T-Dub. Jedi's sipping coffees. I've tagged myself out.
Like I was saying, there's a point Light made in side chat. Just because of what we empirically experience doesn't inherently tell it's true. Like, for example, if we take psychedelics, we may experience things through empirical reality.
Are you on psychedelics now?
Could be.
That Matrix behind the microphone.
Could be. I could be. I'm an epistemological nihilist. I don't think there's any way to truly substantiate existence. Like, because we don't truly know if we're ever actually on any form of psychedelics. Therefore, we don't know if what we're experiencing empirically can truly in itself be known.
Right. So you can't be sure that the Earth is a globe then?
No, we can be sure of that because it's a metaphysical reality, not exclusively an empirical reality.
The globe is a metaphysical reality?
Yeah, it exists in the abstract. So, I'm a Platonist. I believe in Platonic forms. I believe all forms of empirical reality come from a greater form of metaphysical reality that we can comprehend through rationality.
Right. So what? There's no such thing as objective reality?
No, I think there is a such thing as objective reality. I just don't think you can comprehend it on an empirical level.
So we don't experience objective reality, or we do?
If you mean experience in the empirical sense, as in through the five senses, no, we don't. At least we don't know if we can, because we don't know if what we're experiencing is true or not.
So there's a part of reality that we don't get to know about?
As in we cannot truly know if it is true. Yeah, so like we can't know if if this box I'm touching, for example, is actually a box, because I don't know if I'm tripping on psychedelics right now.
Yeah, he doesn't know that he knows that he doesn't know what he knows because he doesn't know if he knows what he doesn't know.
So what he said is true, at least on an empirical level. So I mean, on an empirical
does
level,
that leave you in a position where you're incapable of proving that the Earth is a sphere, or understanding that any proof that's presented to you of the Earth being flat?
I mean, on an empirical level, no, but on a metaphysical level, yes. So, I think there's proof of the Platonic form of the Earth.
Right, so yeah, I'm not interested in this brain in a jar.
Actually, it's not brain in a jar. It's brain in a metaphysical reality. Get it
brain
right.
in a jar. Brain in a jar.
No, because a jar is empirical. I don't believe we can comprehend anything empirically.
So how are you going to validate your claim then?
Is one of the most insanely idiotic
because we can comprehend things.
Yeah, that is
A jar is empirical, but I can't prove its existence empirically. Is that what he said?
Yeah. Notice how as soon as he mentioned that we couldn't prove any of this shit and Earth was metaphysical, the other one fucked off. Because his epistemology got burnt the very second his stupid friend said that. See, they're just debate bros. That's all it is.
As soon as somebody says epistemology, my brain just turns off. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake. Fucking, it's just a trigger word for me now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Clipcord, he's a jar without the brain.
I did like that. They peeled a jar without the brain fallacy. That's gold. Nice one, Clippy.
Matt is back.
Welcome back, Matt.
Maybe you're referring to another Matt, but I was never here.
Fancy that. This Matt sounds like Lat.
He does. He also has an anime profile picture, just like Lat's.
Hi, Matt. Did you know the Earth was flat?
Oh, I didn't know that.
You're both poets.
I mean, do you guys seriously believe that?
Is Matt's microphone shit, or was it me?
Seems alright.
Okay,
little
must be
muffled.
me then.
He's a bit muffled. Like, he's not super clear, but it sounds like he's hiding in his bedroom, under his sheets, head under the pillow so mum doesn't hear him. But that's
No,
another
I'm just
story.
using my AirPods, and they're pretty old.
Fair enough.
Let me just turn you on my end then, mate. It's probably me. But yeah, it's good to see you, Matt. And like I said, did you know the Earth was flat? I can't remember what you said because I didn't hear you, dude.
What I said was, no, I don't believe the Earth is flat.
Okay. Wouldn't you agree, though, that it is your lived-in experience that you experience the Earth to be flat and stationary?
What do you mean?
You experience the Earth without turning on the TV to be flat and stationary.
I mean, in a sense, sure. I mean, but part of my experience also shows me that the Earth is not flat. For example, what's the word? The horizon, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can clearly see boats disappearing over the horizon, for example, which I've seen with my own eyes. I mean, it's not only that. My biggest problem with the flat Earth theory or whatever is, how is it possible that all of these governments would keep up this conspiracy of the Earth being flat? How would they spread the propaganda of the Earth being round? How is that even feasible?
Okay. If I can't answer that question to your satisfaction, does that mean that the Earth is now a globe and can't be flat because I can't answer that question?
Not necessarily, but there's also a plethora of evidence for the Earth being round.
Okay. So I'm not going to be able to talk about motives and keeping secrets and this type of thing. The only thing I can do is point you and show you how the surface of the Earth is measured flat. I get your first thing about boats, though, right? I think this is where most of us all started. Kind of common folklore. If you look out to sea and watch a boat go away, it will disappear from the bottom up over the horizon because the Earth's a curved surface. Okay, so I can test that then, because if I'm standing at a certain height, then there'll be a prediction based on the mathematics of a sphere as to how far away that horizon will be, and we'll give a prediction of how far it will be before that boat starts to disappear. Like, if I'm at the beach, I'm 6 foot tall, the horizon is 3 miles away. At 3 miles away, the boat's going to start disappearing over the curvature of the Earth. This is where we all started. Now, when we get technology out, when we're 6 foot tall, that boat doesn't disappear until 10 miles away, until 15 miles away, until 20 miles away. So what we demonstrate is the horizon is just optical, because if we improve or change the optic, the distance to the horizon changes. So the horizon isn't the curve of the Earth. If it was, it wouldn't matter the technology that I used. The curvature of the Earth would be there, like the top of a hill or a top of a mountain. The distance to it wouldn't change because I changed the technology. No, of course not. I'd just be able to see it more clearly. So when we try to observe what you said, that horizon blocking that boat, that changes. The distance to the horizon fluctuates because of the technology. So, yeah, it's not that, dude. Misconception, completely agree with you. I believe the same thing. It's not true, though.
Yeah, I don't really understand your argument because, I mean, this has been tested many, many times, and it's usually they come to the same conclusion, right?
Okay.
You would
so
think
you want...
so.
Sorry, T-Dog.
I was just going to say you would think so, but it turns out that's not the case. Go on, Jeff.
Sorry, guys, just trying to find something. Visual aids usually help better. So I'm just trying to find a decent visual aid at the moment.
Right, yeah, I did post, somebody has also posted some long distance observations, laser tests, etc. Matrix has done it. I posted a visual of the turbines, the wind turbines, Dr. John D. There you go. That's what you're after? Or do you want the whole triangle with the line of sight to the horizon?
Bless you. You're all awesome. Dude,
There you go.
can you see the side chat? Can you see the side chat, my friend? I've just posted an image for you.
JD, can you say?
Matt, I'm speaking to Matt. 2 seconds, my friend. Matt, can you see the side chat?
Yeah, I can see it.
Sorry.
Awesome stuff. So this is what I'm trying to explain to you. If the Earth was a sphere, then the horizon is at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's maths, right? Based on the radius of a sphere, if you're standing at altitude, then the horizon's going to change depending on the altitude that you're standing. If you're 1 foot, it's 1.225 miles away. If you're 6 foot, it's 2.8 miles away. If you're 8 foot, it's 3.76 miles away, or whatever it is. The more you increase your altitude, the further the distance to the horizon. Do you understand that, right? Cool. So the observation that I posted is an observation that's taken from 8 foot above the surface of the water. If the Earth was a sphere with that radius of 3,959 miles, then the horizon distance is going to be 3.46 miles. To cause the physical obstruction for the boat to go over so you can't see the bottom of the boat, what I'm pointing out is, in this image with the oil rigs, we know the distance to the oil rigs. That means we can make an estimation as to how far the horizon is away. The oil rigs, I think, are like 7 and 9 miles away, if memory serves correctly, 9.6 or 8, something like that. So we can say if it's in front of the oil rigs, it's less than 8 miles. If it's beyond the oil rigs, it's more than 10 miles. If the Earth was a sphere, it should be at 3.46 miles away, which means it should be well in front of the oil rigs. It should be obstructing the oil rigs. We shouldn't be able to see the bottom of the oil rigs like within your example, right? So when we go to test this, what we observe is there's no physical obstruction where the mathematics says it should be at 3.46 miles. The horizon is observed with technology to be at least 10 miles away. It could be more. Now, this is just one example. We've got hundreds. of the horizon not being the geometric curvature of the Earth for boats to go over. The reason why boats appear to disappear from the bottom up is a multitude of factors. One could be the perception that you have as the observer, your low, shallow angle across the surface. And two, the meteorological conditions. Could be very warm out to sea. You could have a lot of moisture in the sea. This can cause light to move around a little bit. Sometimes it can cause the boat to look like it's sinking. This is a meteorological term. Right? Atmospheric refraction causes sinking.
I mean, the meteorological conditions, I think that's how you pronounce it, those conditions, right, aren't going to be the same for every experiment. So obviously, since it's not constant, that can't be a adequate, explanation, right?
Yeah, we're just pointing out the horizon's not physical, it moves around. Yep. Meteorological conditions can cause things to be obstructed from the bottom up, as in the term that I was just going to give you. Wow. As in the term that I was just going to give you is completely defined as a complete unobstructed view to the object. But because of the meteorological conditions, the object appears to be sinking into the floor. It's not actually sinking into the floor, and it isn't actually obstructed by anything. That's just the meteorological conditions. So when you say the boat looks like it's sinking, I can just go to the astronomical meteorological conditions and say, well, it fits that identity then. Well, what pointing out to you is the horizon's not physical, dude. Like the top of a mountain or the top of a hill for a boat or a car or anything to go over and down the other side. The horizon moves.
Yeah, I mean, you gave me this formula, but that's what I'm not really understanding. There's probably, I'm just assuming, but there's probably other factors that I'm not getting, right?
Well, this is just a pure mathematical formula based on the radius of the Earth and eye height of an observer. Okay.
Can you restate it? Maybe.
Say that again.
Can you restate the formula so I can do my own research?
Certainly. 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet.
Observer's
so eye height in feet. So if you're 6 foot, square root of 6 times 1.225. If you're 1 foot, square root of 1 times 1.225.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that gives you the distance to the horizon based on the radius of the Earth. The prediction of where the boat should start disappearing over that curve. It's just a mathematical function. If the horizon's not there, then it's not physical obstruction. It's something else. That's what we're pointing out. It's not physical obstruction, it's something else. Because the boat can be 20 miles away and you could be a 6 foot observer and you shouldn't even be able to see the boat. But anyway, this is where we start observations. Go on, T-Dub.
Just want to point out that we're posting supporting text in the side chat. Like citations and things from universities.
Thanks, gentlemen.
I mean, I'm looking over here and how about because this is wouldn't this argument be assuming that the light that's coming from the boat is going to be traveling straight to our eyes in a straight line? Doesn't the argument assume this?
For all intents and sorry, T-Dub. No, you please do. I don't want to be the only one that talks today.
I just wanted to point out that's what's being claimed when you're saying that you can't see the bottom of a ship.
Yeah, I mean, my point is, though, that light does not travel in perfectly straight lines.
Right. So, yeah. So that will be the appeal, right? So what's happening when you can't see the bottom of a ship then? Is that also the result of light not traveling in straight lines?
So I'm just saying this right. I was just having a bit of a think then, Matt. Sorry. So you're telling me your proof of curvature is light not travelling in straight lines, but the last guys were in here telling us that Eratosthenes used the fact that light did travel in straight lines.
No, what I'm saying is light's refraction is a factor. Like light. What I'm saying is light does not always travel in perfectly straight lines, right? There's going to be refraction is going to be a factor.
Yeah, of course.
But the problem with your argument is it doesn't factor for that. So in your scenario,
Actually, just because you've asked ever so nicely, I'm going to post up a little video for you where they do factor refraction into, sorry, a bit of a twitch, into the equation. So just hold on. Oops, wrong one. I need that thing. And I need that video right there. This also comes with a 120-page PDF. And launch.
Right.
Yes, there we go. In the side chat. For your convenience, young Matt.
It's fairly lengthy, so you probably want to, you could choose to mute up now, deafen you, and then go watch it, or put it aside and watch it at your own leisure another time, or just say you're going to watch it and then don't end up watching it. That's your choice. Thing is, right, like Jedi was going to say, we can measure that, right? So let's say that we grant you, we draw you another chance card, right? Okay, you got light refraction. We've already drawn the chance card on the fact that you think the Earth's curving, right? Based on the visuals of the bottom of a ship not being, visible, right, at distance. Now you're saying that there's this other variable on top of it that we've got to account for as well, right? Refraction. So what we now have to do is analyze how would light behave in air of varying density, right? And the way that it's been claimed to be distributed, right, above the surface, right, and changing and having different conditions throughout the day, right, day to day, having different conditions. How would the light behave in such a medium, right? And can we test the medium to see that it has those conditions necessary for the light to behave in a manner which would result in things like laser tests coming back as measuring no curvature, or being able to see an object in full view when it should be at least partially hidden by or fully hidden by the curvature of the Earth, or let's say not seeing a horizon in its geometric position, right?
Yeah, sorry, can you repeat that?
So what we could, because you've invoked light not behaving, uniformly and traveling in straight lines within the medium of the air, the atmosphere, right, over the surface of the Earth, right, resulting in imagery where we might see an object where it should be obstructed by curvature but it's not, or where a laser hits its target when it shouldn't, or where we see a horizon not in its geometric position. Correct?
Okay, yeah.
Right, so we have to analyze whether the conditions actually exist in order to be able to cause the light to behave in that manner.
Yeah.
Right. So let's look at that. Like, what is the what is the academic stance on the way light behaves in the air? Is it capable of behaving in such a manner that would allow us to see horizon distances in orders of magnitude further than the geometry would allow for?
Are you saying that you want evidence for light in air, refracting in the air, right? You're asking for evidence
to such an extreme that it would make the globe appear flat.
I mean, I haven't done much research on this. I can get back to you if you like.
Right. So, sorry, I know, Jedi, you're probably wanting to get in because I know that you said that we can measure it, right? So I was just wondering, do you want to continue on from there?
That's fine, dude. I was thinking about an analogy including Usain Bolt, but I can't quite put it together yet. So give me a minute. You carry on. It's the idea that light refracts, right? We all agree that light refracts. It moves, it deviates from a straight line. We all agree that Usain Bolt can run really, really fast. Now, just because we agree that light refracts and Usain Bolt can run really, really fast doesn't mean that Usain Bolt is going to break the sound barrier and refraction is going to curve things around so you can see the back of your head. There's a limitation to these things. Usain Bolt might be fast, but he can only run so fast. Light can only refract under certain conditions, and even if those certain conditions are met, it's not actually that much.
But we would say it's enough to cause the horizon to look flat, basically.
Well, the horizon always looks flat. What we're talking about is if we give, and what T-Dub's pointing out is the academic understanding of the behaviour of light. If we were to give you that understood refractive value, we're going to change the distance to the horizon from the observation that I gave you at 3.46 miles to, it's still not even going to reach 4 miles, dude. I can give you maybe about 11%. I could probably even give you 50%, but that's still not going to give you a horizon until 4.5. Even with the refractive values that we can give you that are agreed by academia, that's not going to change the distance to the horizon by orders of magnitude. It should be at 3.46 miles. It's obviously beyond 10. The best I can give you is a geometric horizon, including refraction of at least 4 miles. That's it.
I mean, I don't need you to give me anything. I would want like real epistemic evidence for that. You know.
Yeah. Okay. So we understand that light has different frequencies: blue, yellow, green, red. We understand that they have different wavelength, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So we understand they have a different refractive index, right?
Yes.
So we can measure, for example, using, let's say, 3 different wavelengths of light, the refraction value over distance. Right? We can use, say, blue, we can use, say, green, we can use, infrared. Infrared being the lowest refractive index value. It's probably the last colour that we see, because that's why the sun looks red on the sunset, because all of the other light's gone out. It's been diffracted and diffused into the atmosphere. We see the red. So when we measure with different wavelengths of light, what we measure is a flat Earth and a deviation of light, which isn't that much, in good atmospheric conditions, which is primarily the observations that we're trying to make. Good, clear days, as far as we can see. Now, when we're talking about good, clear days, we're talking about not a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, relatively even temperatures between the water and the air conditions just above the surface of the water. When we have these conditions, when we observe, for example, in the infrared spectrum, we see for miles and miles and miles and miles. We don't see the curvature of the Earth when we try to mitigate for things like refraction, like just observing in the infrared spectrum. But we do measure it as well with lasers. I can find some laser tests if you wish, and there are loads that have been put in the side chat. I think there's one that was done in Hawaii, University of Maryland, I think it was, alongside the American military, because, lasers are used by militaries all over the world today. Early warning systems, targeting systems. Now they even blow each other up with them. So, yeah, I think I've got one of those laser tests. I'll see if I can find it for you. Okay, so in the side chat, University of Dayton, sorry. I think Maryland's in there, I think. 100
No, I can look over this, but since clearly I haven't done my research on this, why don't we move to another topic? Something that
that is perfectly fine and reasonable, mate. I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, it does get a little bit heavy sometimes. Put them in your pocket, mate, and you can talk about whatever you want. Appreciate that.
Because earlier I was talking to you and you didn't really give me a clear answer. Why? What? Like, how do you understand the feasibility of the flat Earth? Like, because from what I'm understanding, right, it's like you believe that like every government, every like a lot of scientists, they're all hiding the fact that the Earth is flat from like normal people. My first question would be, why would they want to do that? Why would they put resources?
I don't think the majority of people are lying, dude. I think the majority of people are just like you and me, right? They believe what they got taught at school. They work within this paradigm. They go to work for governments, and the fact that they believe the paradigm of the Earth being a sphere doesn't mean that they're intentionally hiding it from you. They just believe the same thing that you do. They got no reason to question it, right?
I mean, okay, then let's just talk about NASA, because I'm sure you believe NASA is very implicit in this, right? In the conspiracy, right?
Again, the vast majority of people that are working for NASA are working inside the paradigm. But I'm not trying to gatekeep, dude. I think I know where you're trying to get.
I mean, but the thing is, NASA...
Let's put it like this: the majority of people are just working with inside the paradigm, but there might be some people who know the truth of the matter. Let's say, is that what you're trying to get to?
The truth that they don't know the truth that they're saying that they know.
No, what I'm trying to say is, right, with NASA, the ones who are working with, space and, they're taking photos all the time. They're launching satellites. They're clearly working. They understand that the Earth is round. They believe the Earth is a sphere, right? Are you saying, one, they're lying, two, they're somehow getting like CGI images?
Well,
I mean, like that's very unlikely. It seems very unlikely,
Sorry, hold tight. It seems very unlikely that an information and surveillance agency are not going to have a bent on the truth.
No, I'm saying the same workers, right, they're completely clueless that the Earth is truly flat, right? The same workers who are sending ships, sending satellites into space, right? The ones who are, getting photos from outer space, right? Those same researchers are being lied to by, I don't know, their superiors, right? That's what you're positing. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Let's go down this track. Yeah, so we're working in the hierarchy. Majority of people within the don't know, but those at the top do. Okay. That's like most structures of organized.
No, but my problem is the researchers, the engineers, they're the ones, like, they're getting the photos. They're getting are
they photos? Are they claimed to be photos, like raw images, or have they been processed?
I mean, they do, but then yes, NASA gets raw images from space all the time, of course.
No, it doesn't. Not raw. What do you mean by raw images? Like lots of like Kodak cameras up in the sky?
I mean, yeah, from satellites, of course.
From satellites, okay, right. You know the blue marble, the picture of the Earth that we all got on our iPhones. Do you remember that picture?
Yeah, I know what you're gonna say. It's like edited or something, right? That doesn't really mean anything.
It's not, dude. It's just the way that it was put together. All right, that's all I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you about any fishy business or any conspiracy. Right. The guy called Robert Simmons tells you how he puts the image together. And because the satellites that take this image aren't far enough away from the Earth, they're low Earth orbiting satellites, right? So they circle and circle and circle and circle. And every time they pass over the Earth, they take a picture of the Earth that continually runs, right? Snap, 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 snap. Now, these straight line paths, when he gets all of that data, what he does, because the Earth's a sphere, is he transmits that data that he got and stitches it round the sphere. That's what he does, because the satellites aren't far enough away to take a picture of the entirety of the... So the blue marble isn't a picture of the Earth from far away in space. It's lots and lots of low Earth orbiting satellites taking ground pictures of the Earth, and then our friends in the computer lab just stitch the imagery around the ball. That's just the way it's made.
That's not the only image of the Earth we have, though. I'm not arguing for the blue mark.
Okay, but
Right,
you understand why I point that one example out, right? Let's just start going through the idea that everything that we get from these people is a true image. Well, let's knock that one down. That one's not, even though it's said to be. We can go through the other ones if you want. It's fine.
No, I'm not talking about like I can even grant you that every single public image of the Earth we have is like Photoshop. I can even grant you that. I'm granting that NASA is in a conspiracy or whatever. What I'm trying to say is that the engineers, right, who get the photos from outer space, right, the original photos, right, the photos of apparently the flat Earth. You're telling me that these engineers, these like workers, they still believe the Earth is sphere. The Earth is a sphere. Like they're not being lied to or anything. I mean, sorry, they are being lied to, and they believe that the Earth is a sphere. But the same people are getting images from outer space that the Earth is also round. So
Sorry,
like what I'm
okay. So
do you
the
understand what I'm trying to say?
majority of images they get from space are from low Earth orbiting satellites, and they're not far away from. The rest of these people are using telescopes and looking away from the Earth, not at the Earth. Now, I appreciate what you're trying to conjure together, but you'd have to give me a bloody good example of it, dude.
I mean, what I would say is I'm sure there's a couple of satellites that are far enough away from the Earth. If I remember, got the name. I think it's like the Hubble something. Hold on, Hubble telescope.
Which get run through computer programs and come out the other side. Now, I mean, within this, hold on, I'm trying to help. So within this, we've got somebody who has the end product of the computer program. Well, he's not going to know, but maybe the person who started the computer program does know. I'm trying to give you that there are some people out there that probably do know the truth of the matter.
Like my biggest problem with this is, how would this would literally be the world's like the best kept secret in the history of humanity. Like it's very very like unlikely. It seems very unlikely to me. You know what I mean? It just seems like obviously if the Earth was truly flat and they've been lying to us for generations, someone would come out. Someone in a high place, like a high place, like someone with notoriety or like someone with power would come out and say,
like an astronaut or something.
Yeah, someone like that. But that's never happened.
3 astronauts that have come out and said, no one's been to space. The Earth looks flat. I can't remember the other quote. But these wouldn't be American astronauts. These would be European, Polish, and Russian astronauts. Probably haven't heard about those, have you? Because they're not on the 6 o'clock news. Because you're not going to get a saviour, dude. But there are people that have said to have been astronauts that still say that the Earth is flat and that they haven't. NASA, specifically with regards to the moon landing, if we want to talk about the Russians, have definitely said that they don't believe that America has gone to space. Definitely not to the moon.
Okay, so you believe the moon landing is faked as well?
No, I'm just pointing out that there are people that would fit your credentials that point fingers and say, no, it didn't happen. So what do we do now?
Can you give me their names, maybe?
Yeah, sure. Give me 2 minutes, man. I'll go and find the documents from the Russian government. Hold on.
Is it just like documents from the Russian government? Does it have like?
There's got a couple of interviews in there. There's a couple of interviews in there with a member of the American CIA. But give me a minute, dude.
Was it Jedi? Was it Yuri? Someone?
They're all called Yuri, dude.
Oh, sorry. I should smack myself, eh?
But please carry on talking, guys. It's going to take me a couple of minutes to fish this stuff out.
Also, I have another question. Do you believe the moon is like it exists, right? It's a thing in space, right?
It's a thing in the sky, not in the space.
Okay, sure. You believe the moon is round, right?
It's crescent shaped.
Are you serious?
Okay, the moon looks like it's round.
Okay, so no, like it's not whether it looks like. Is it round or is it like flat?
Right. Okay. I don't know. It looks round, but I've not been there to confirm it.
Sure, but okay, do you believe the moon landing was faked?
Notice how a lot of your sentences have started off with "Do you believe?" Why is that, young Matt? Just out of curiosity.
Because I want to understand what you believe, so I can build up from there. I don't want to.
How's this? Instead of asking us what we believe, because some people still believe in Santa Claus, how about you ask us what we know and what we can verify and what we can prove?
Well, I don't want to force us. I don't want to assume anything, right? When I'm arguing with you, I don't want to assume anything. So I want to know what you.
If we don't
I want to know what you believe.
One thing that's really cool about high-end flat earthers, if you ask them a question and they don't know the answer, they're not going to baffle you with bullshit or try to out-trick you being a debate bro. They will probably say, I don't know. It's amazing when you hear it, and it will fuck you up, but I do apologise, but a lot of people aren't ready for it. But yeah, if you ask questions and they don't know the answers, you'll probably get a I don't know. But just throwing that in there, man.
Okay. Do you know if the Earth is? I mean, not the Earth. The moon is like a round, like a ball.
I don't know. It appears to be circular. I don't know if it's a sphere. I don't know if it's a projection. I don't know if it's plasma. I don't know if there's a man that lives on there. No fucking idea. But we do see the moon, so we get a lot of people coming in saying, do you believe in the moon? Flat earthers don't believe in the moon. The moon is up in the sky. We see it most days or nights.
That's not my argument. That's very disingenuous. My argument would be
No, I didn't say it was your argument, but you want to sit in here and listen to the people that come in and tell us that flat earthers don't believe in.
Yeah. Oh, you cut off.
That's funny. But we get a lot of people telling us that flat earthers don't believe in the.
No, you keep cutting out.
Am I not allowed to say the word moon? We get a lot of flat earthers that tell us, not flat earthers, a lot of people drop in and tell us that flat earthers don't believe in the moon.
I mean, my argument, let me just lay it out. The other planets, right? The other 9 planets are not 9. I forgot the exact number, but the other planets are round. Why is the Earth only flat? Why is the Earth unique?
Basically. Because we've measured the Earth. We haven't measured the other ones yet. When we get to them, we'll tell you what they are.
The Earth doesn't fit into a category of those things in the sky, dude. If it did, then we would measure the curvature of the Earth. We don't. It measures to be flat. So the Earth can't fit into the category of those things in the sky.
Oh, so you wouldn't say that they're the same, like they're not planets? Like that you wouldn't say those are planets?
Yeah. We don't think the Earth is even like. Some people say that we think that the Earth is a disk, like the third disk from the Sun, and the other planets are spheres or disks as well. Doesn't matter, but the same type of cosmology exists. It doesn't, from our point of view. The Earth is flat and stationary underneath the sky, so the Sun, Moon, and stars are above the Earth. Don't know how big the Earth is. Definitely don't know its shape, but it's definitely underneath the sky. And I do apologise, mate. I'm trying to find this stuff for you. It's just taking me a while. I will get there, though. Well, it's not hearsay and anecdotes, dude. I think you've got an interview.
The
with these
video
people.
before, the first video. I was just skipping through it.
Yeah, no. I'm just trying to find relevant stuff as to astronauts, what they've said, how possible things can be manipulated from like the fourth wall perspective, and I'm still trying to find this one particular thing, but I will find it in a moment. I'm actually coming across loads of stuff I haven't seen for a while as well. Right, I can't find this fucking interview anywhere. I'm sorry, Matt, if you're waiting for me to find it, dude. What I'll do,
No, it's
mate,
all good.
is I'll send you a friend request. I'll try and find it, and I will send it to you as soon as I get it, dude. It's just a fascinating interview with. I think it's got 3 interviews within the entire documentary: a Russian cosmonaut, somebody speaking from the Russian government, and someone else I can't remember. But yeah, just speaking antithetical to the idea that the Earth's a sphere. But I'll drag those out, mate, and when I find them, I will give them to you. Do apologise, dude.
So I was looking at one of the videos. Do you believe Buzz Aldrin was like one of these people?
What do you mean by one of these people, dude? One of these people who lied?
No, one of the astronauts who came out and said the Earth was flat.
No. Buzz Aldrin, though, is an interesting character. I think he's given a few interviews where I don't know whether he's getting
the video right
or
here
something.
It says Buzz Aldrin interview by Aaron Rannon. Did we go? Right.
Yeah.
So are you implying he says the Earth is flat in that interview?
No, he's not implying that the Earth is flat. He's implying he didn't go to the moon.
Okay.
There was another interview out there with Buzz Aldrin. T-double Matrix can help me find it. The one where he's speaking with a little girl or something, and he says, "We didn't go to the moon, and that's the way it is. Well, we can't go back because we never went," or something like that. But like I said, he's old and senile.
I mean, there's also many other interviews saying the opposite. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. And I guess if we're going to be pointing out people who have potentially lied, I think these guys are potentially up there. Right? These people who are said to have gone to the moon. Now, there's not many of them. There's a handful of people. I think it's like about 12 all in all. Might be a few more, but definitely more than have been in low Earth orbit. So if anybody's lying, I point a finger at these people, Buzz Aldrin and his friends.
Right, but it couldn't just be those people. There's got to be more people. The people who are working with them on the ground as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So my problem is that, the moon landing, what was it probably 40, 50 years ago by now, right?
55 years ago.
Yeah, that's about right. So it was one of the biggest events in American history, right? It was all over the news. It was and the amount of people that were needed to stage this, let's say it was I'm assuming it's a lie, right? I'm granting it's a lie. The amount of people that are needed to stage this is it's a lot, right? And it's still, and we're assuming it's a kept secret. So
a lot.
How come they haven't? How come not a single person hasn't come out and said that the Earth is that we faked the moon landing or we didn't go to the moon? You know what I mean? Because if they did, let's say they did, they would gain a bunch of fame. They would have a lot of incentives to come out with proof and expose it. Yeah.
Let's dial it back a little bit when you said a lot. So we're working on the premise that this is fake, and there are people in the know and other people that aren't in the know. So we've got what 3 astronauts so far in the first one. Let's just go by that. We can add the other ones later. How many other people do we need? We said a lot.
Many.
Is that 50? 500? Is that 5,000? What's that?
I would say everyone who worked on the Apollo 11 moon landing, the engineers.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. Right. So, for example, everybody in the control room.
More than that, it's not just those in the control room.
Sorry, including everybody in the control room.
Yeah, including everyone in the control room. Sure.
Okay, so everybody in the control room knows that what they're doing is, even though they've been trained for the last 2 years previously without the actual event taking place, as if the event was taking place. They're training for the real scenario. All they're getting is numbers and things on a computer screen. Each desk is highly compartmentalized. If you've got 200 people in the control room, you've probably got every system worked on by 1 or 2 people, and that's all they're doing. So for 2 years, they've trained for this event that from their point of view is acting like it's real and no different from the event when it takes place, apart from there's a little bit more media around it and there's the television with the people on it. That's the only difference.
It's not just acting though, because in this case they actually made it.
Before we run off down the path, what I'm pointing out to you is not everybody in that control room needs to know fuck all apart from what they're getting on their computer. That's all I've had for 2 years. It's no different to the actual event. So that person in the computer in the control room doesn't need to know. That'd be important as well.
You're telling me before the landing they were already like
training?
Sure, they could be.
Yeah,
they could be training in a sense, but
yeah, in a control room for what was actually going to be happening when they went to the moon. Yeah, that's exactly what they were doing, dude.
Sure, but this is more complicated than that, right? Once, I don't believe, I don't think that them training, like what they were doing while they were training, and when the moon landing happened, I don't think it's the exact same.
Okay, how's it different?
Because there's going to be much more factors included. They're actually communicating with that. They're actually going to be communicating with astronauts. The rockets,
so in the training scenario, they were communicating with place.
The rocket is literally like on the moon. I mean, I know you don't believe that, but what they understand is that the rocket is on the moon and is already on the moon. And they're communicating with astronauts.
That's what the computer tells them. And it has been telling them the same thing in different scenarios for the last 2 years, let's say. All they've done is trained on a computer. The simulation is the same as the real event.
Also, I wouldn't just say it's like maybe a couple of hundred people. Like I would say everyone involved in the mission, right? Everyone involved in in that, not everyone in NASA, but like a lot of the people, because it was a big event. There was many people that the government invested a lot of money to this project, right?
All right.
I would say at least half of them, and totally it would be about like maybe 500,000, right? Not
500,000,
100. Yeah, I mean we're talking
500,000
about
people.
Yes, we're talking. Hold on, we're talking about.
Dude, I was going to give you like what 500 maybe max.
No, I'm not.
I'm not really have to. Oh, dude, people that really have to know. Everybody else is just being sold the story on news, whether it's on radio or TV. But
I'm just talking about the people who knew about the event before, like the media did, right? Those people.
500.
Yes, I would say that because the government invested billions and billions of dollars to the project. They hired many engineers, scientists, like technicians, the people on the ground, right? There was like I don't know the exact amount of people who were like on the rocket, right? But there's also them, the people who prepared them, right? All of these people, I would say at least half of them.
People who zipped them up in their suits.
I would say at least half of these people would have to be implicit into the conspiracy, right?
Okay, so there's a number of people that are complicit.
You cut out. I don't know if you.
There's a number of people that are complicit.
I would say about half of them would have to be. And if, let's say half of 500, this is just an estimate. We wouldn't really know, but half of 500,000, right?
We wouldn't really know, but there's a number of people that are keeping a secret. And you're arguing that one of them must have come out and said the truth.
Yeah, because think about it, at least half of them, 250,000, right? 250,000.
You've never served in the military or anything before?
No.
Okay, but you understand how that shit works, dude, right? You understand what officials... So, for example, we have in England... You know what a non-disclosure agreement is?
Yeah.
Cool.
Are you saying all of these people went through this and they all like kept the agreements? They didn't break it?
Whatever number it is, let's not dwell too much on the number. You've got people who have already agreed. Right? These people have been bought in. It's not you just have interviewed people in and off the street. Right? And you don't give them background checks. And they're not the same group or organisation of you. And he's a liability. Right? And not going to do that in the first instance. Right? They're not going to employ liabilities. Second of all, when you've got official secrets, so on, and not investments, but incentives, whatever those incentives are, then you're going to keep your secret. Third of all, lots of people die all of the time for suspicious circumstances. Now, I'm not suggesting really that these people are being killed off, but you don't have to look very far to find people who've been killed off because of the secrets that they hold. We live in the real world, right?
No, I mean, we're kind of straying from my point. My point is that even if they agree to these non-disclosure agreements or whatever, it wouldn't really matter because what they gain from revealing the truth would be much more than what they would lose, right? Think about it. If one person, hold on,
what they would gain?
Yeah.
What?
the fame.
What's this subjective opinion about what they'd gain in your morality, in their morality? It's not making sense. How do you know?
No, what I'm saying is the fame, the glory, the
fame and the glory,
monetary gain they could get.
The shame.
That would That would only be if they didn't have like they didn't have like they couldn't substantiate their claims.
What are they gonna do, dude?
No, let's say they could, because it's very feasible. They could come out with some kind of proof. And
okay, so they've got a suitcase, dude. I'm working with you. They've got a suitcase, and inside the suitcase, proof. Where do they go?
I guess the media.
Okay. Oh dear me! How old are you, dude?
Me, I'm 18.
Okay. How many companies or how many organisations own the world's media?
Okay, that was just one example, but many of them, sure, but I wouldn't say every single media outlet is owned by some shadow organization. Some of them are.
Okay, which ones aren't?
You know that, right?
Which ones aren't?
I don't know. There's plenty.
NBC,
off the top of
ABC, BBC, ITV.
Okay, clearly not. Those are the biggest ones.
So
right?
So all of the mainstream news outlets, papers, and on television, the mainstream ones, they're all owned, right? You're not going to run off to Sky. You're not going to run off to ABC.
Okay, so you're telling me that, like, let's say in my scenario that they did come out with evidence, you're telling me they would be censored, right? Is that your argument?
Yeah, censorship happens, yes.
Okay, and this censorship's happening.
If you're going to go, let's put it like this: if there's a filter out there that controls what people know, we'll call that the mainstream media, and you have control of mainstream media because you want to control the information that's put out to the public. If a piece of information comes along to the mainstream media that is antithetical to your position, you're either going to let it out and ridicule it, or you're not going to let it. Now, Flat Earth was let out and ridiculed back in 2014, and they got ahead of the game.
Hold on. So what I'm saying is, right, even if these media organizations are being controlled by the government or whatever organization, this organization is still made up of people who are implicit in the truth. They know that they're lying to the masses, right? Why wouldn't these people, right, the people who are censoring this whistleblower, why wouldn't these people come out with the truth? Because if you keep adding layers, right?
Would you?
But
would you?
Would I?
Your career, and if you came across this information from a media organisation, would you be so brave and so bold, of high moral fibre and upstanding, that you would take that piece of information? And
maybe I wouldn't, right? Maybe I wouldn't, but we're talking about like thousands and thousands of people. I'm sure one person would see something out of telling the truth, and they would. It doesn't matter if I would or not.
How would they? What would they do? What would they do? Are we talking about the main broadcaster who's got the script on the TV, or the person who writes the article in the newspaper has to go through the editor? How does this information get put out into public view if it doesn't go through a filter?
I don't know. They could write a book. They could go on an interview. There's many other ways.
Loads of people have written books, dude. Loads of people have written books, dude.
Okay, they could go on a live interview. I don't know. This is. I feel like
people have done live interviews, dude. You just haven't seen them. They come and go really, really quickly. Blink and you miss them. These things do exist.
No, what I'm saying is, even so, right? They could find a way. Like, I feel like this is very
aliens.
Bad critique. You know what I mean?
Okay. I want to work with you, dude. Right? A common idea is like aliens, right?
Okay.
Now, aliens have been known about for ages. NASA and the US military and other militaries around the world been keeping this secret
personally, I don't
about
believe in
aliens.
aliens, but that's kind of
Okay, but it doesn't matter whether you believe in it or not.
Yeah,
this is what's being propagated on the media, isn't it?
Like what, aliens? The existence of aliens? What do you mean?
Yeah, the disclosure. I don't know if you're not paying attention to the news, dude. But whether you believe it or not, there are definitely documents out there and high officials in government, for example, who are pushing for these things. Conversations are happening behind closed doors and open forums with regards to alien disclosure. Now, let's take this as something that's been going on for 40, 50 years, for example. Now, surely somebody would have come out and told us before, right?
I don't know what you mean by are you saying these people are like, are they saying that the aliens don't exist? They do. I'm not exactly.
No, sorry, dude. And so the prevailing idea is that aliens do exist, kept secret from us from back in the 1940s and 50s, like Roswell. Okay. Now, whistleblowers over the last 50 years. Now, the idea that aliens existed, and even from your point of view, believe in aliens. Okay, that's fine. It's not a problem, dude. But lots of people ridiculed this idea back in the 50s and 60s and 70s and so on, and even in the 80s. Right? But slowly over time, it's become more accepted. Now, in the mainstream media, over the last 10 years, the disclosure of these obvious aliens and so on is, being worked through different governments and so on. So eventually they'll tell us. So the idea of, surely somebody would come out in the 50s and 60s and told us the truth back then if this thing was true. Sometimes these things take years and years and decades to come out, dude, because they're not beneficial to what's going on at the time.
Okay, so what do you mean for sure they would come out? Because what I would say is,
you're talking about whistleblowers, right? And surely if somebody knew the truth, they would come out and say so, right?
The truth of what?
Whether it's flat Earth, not going to the moon, bloody aliens. I'm just using aliens as the example.
Right. Sure, they would surely come out, sure.
Okay. And we would have all believed in aliens back in the 60s, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, it was a popular idea.
Why not necessarily?
It still is now. I mean, it's still a popular idea among.
Why not necessarily? Why would we, the people, not believe this? Not necessarily.
No, what I'm saying, because many people believed it, many people didn't. It was debated.
Yeah, because it's fucking subjective, isn't it? You can tell people till you're blue in the face something, dude. You can tell people blue in the face something, but they won't believe you because of their subjective stance.
Not just that, you don't have proof. It's impossible. Unless you have proof of aliens being real or not, you can't really prove them.
What do you mean by proof? Pictures?
I mean, not just pictures. There's a lot of ways you could come to it. But yeah, sure. Because pictures can easily be faked. I'm talking about back then, right? And then the 60s, the 70s, the 80s.
Yeah, pictures were fake back then. Picture quality wasn't that good. It was quite grainy, so it was easier to fake pictures back then because it was so fucking grainy.
And also, the amount of people who were claiming aliens this, aliens that. It's
people are going to come from certain points of view, dude. They're going to have a belief.
No, what I'm saying is the amount of claims for alien sightings, right? It's ridiculous. They can't all be true, obviously. So,
from your subjective standpoint,
no, most of them are just by
dismissing it. I'm not dismissing it. I'm just pointing it out.
Okay, sure, but my point is, you still wouldn't have evidence, right? You still wouldn't have evidence, and I haven't seen a whistleblower from a position of power or whatever that came out saying aliens are real or aliens are a psyop or something. I haven't seen someone come out
because it would be quite detrimental to their position, especially a politician.
Or it could just be that there is no.
Please, politicians, right? politicians, are not necessarily going to come out and say something that is going to lose them votes, are they?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So it's not going to be politicians.
Okay. Sorry. That's not my point, though. It's not always going to be politicians, but what I'm trying to say is, right, why we haven't seen a whistleblower for like on the subject of aliens, right? Is because maybe there isn't like
they don't exist.
No, not that. Maybe there isn't like maybe the government isn't like dictating whether like spreading in the media, controlling in the media whether aliens exist, propagating whether aliens exist or not, right? In the media. Maybe they're not doing that. Maybe it's naturally just coming out. You know what I mean?
Okay. Do you think the government have your best interests at heart all the time?
Not all the time, no.
Okay.
I'm sure they have. I'm sure they value like stability, right? But I don't think they have my interest in heart, right?
Yeah, of course. So then you understand that they're probably not going to tell you the entire. We take reporting on conflicts around the world. What you get told on the news.
Cut out.
Sorry, we'll take reporting on conflicts around the world, right? And you understand that what's propagated on the news isn't necessarily the truth of the situation. It's got a bias to it, for example.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay. So you accept that from a certain point of view, what you are told isn't true anyway.
I mean, just because something's biased doesn't mean it's false, right? It could be biased to a view, but I wouldn't say it's just false all straight up.
Okay. You know what propaganda is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's propaganda do?
What does propaganda do?
No, sorry, that was dude. My English accent. What is propaganda?
Basically, like, it's probably a bad definition, but like false information to get you to believe a narrative.
It doesn't necessarily need to be overblown.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be false.
Yeah, we'll take that. Yeah, so false information. So we understand that false information exists, right? I'm going to try and get there really quickly, dude, because it will take me forever. What I'm trying to point out is a subjective grey area that we all have, right? Where we look at people in authority, let's use the government as an example, we will admit to ourselves, yeah, they do lie to a certain extent, but they wouldn't lie about this, or they wouldn't lie that much. You understand what I'm pointing out? That's always subjective, right?
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, sure. I said okay.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Dee. So when you turn around to surely somebody would have come out, or surely it would be on the. That would be a subjective moral stance on your position, right?
I don't really see what this has to do with morality, but I would. But no, I don't think it's subjective, because what I'm saying is it's unfeasible for these people, for so many people, to know this truth and not come out. Because I'm sure you know that lies are very, very. My point, like what I'm saying is, I'm sure you know that lies are. Why would they? Like, let me try to explain. Right, I'm sure you know that lies are very, very hard to keep. Like, especially when there's many people who know it. Right, and in this case, like you're talking about government, so it's got to be like tens of thousands of people. Why would tens of thousands of
Where did you get tens of thousands of people? I've just spent the last 20 minutes destroying the government. Why is it now tens of thousands of people in the government?
You just said the government. You just said the government, no?
No.
Is the government just like a couple dozen people? Like, I'm confused.
Our elected politicians that are lucky to stay for the amount of time. Don't know.
Yeah,
these people just go along for the ride. This was right at the beginning of dude.
You're cutting out. I'm sorry.
Oh shit, dude! If I'm cutting out, give me a second. I'll go sort it out. Right, I am sorry, Matt. Do apologise for that. Hopefully, I'm coming through clearer now.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Oh, wow, awesome. So yeah, we're washing around in the mud at the moment, dude. I want to be really clear with what we're trying to point out, or what your point of view is against my point of view. So you're saying quite clearly that someone would have come out and said, because there would have had to have been thousands of people involved, for example, in keeping the secret of the moon landings being fake from the entire public. My point of my standpoint is not actually that many people that need to know, and they're not necessarily going to come out because it's not going to be their benefit to do so, because one, they've already agreed, and two, it will be detrimental to their future career or possible family life, especially when they've signed things like non-disclosure agreements and so on. So I don't think people would come out. And even if they did come out, they've got a lot of filters to get through before this information is mainstream. Most people, when they're confronted with alternative ideas that are against the common narrative, will dismiss it out of hand anyway. I just want to keep it clear, dude.
Okay, so on the point of there not being many people that need to know, I don't know how you come to that number, because clearly, like, we've seen, like in the, what's it called, the Apollo missions, right? And like the constant photos and satellites that NASA sends, right? In those two cases, it can't just be a couple of people or like some people who are need to know. In both of these cases, there has to be plenty of people who know that the Earth is flat, because what they're doing clearly has to do with whether the Earth is flat or round, or whether they've landed on the moon landing. They've landed on the moon, right? So in both cases, especially on the moon landing, the American government invested billions and billions of dollars for it. They hired many people, and many people worked for years and years, and they accomplished something, right? So in that case, it can't just be like a couple of hundred people. It has to be thousands and thousands of people. That's why I gave you that number. I don't know the exact number, but I think it would be close to like 500,000 or something. And when it comes to NASA workers, like every day, right?
Okay, so you understand compartmentalization and departmentalization, right? So the person, for example, who's making this in this room doesn't know what the other person in the other room is making, right?
Sure, that's true. Cool. But
so when we've got an organizational structure like NASA who are bringing in contractors to do things, you must understand that these contractors, although they see and are told the end goal, right, at the top of the spectrum, we're going to the moon, they've got absolutely nothing to do with all of the organization higher up the structure. They're just making the sprocket. They're just making the reflector. Right, they're all compartmentalized. Okay. So these people who are compartmentalized, they know fuck all apart from the thing that they're doing.
Okay, so that's true, but I would say that that the people who are, like hiring these contractors, the people who are need to know, right? Those people are still not just a couple of people, like a couple handful of people. It'll still be a lot of people, right? Because these are the people who are like coming up with the conspiracy, faking the photos, because there was like faking the recording, planning all of this, the logistics. That's all them. So I would still say it's still a lot of people.
Well, let's say the logistics, right? Now, we can all, let's say, if we've got an end goal, we can all theoretically go through the process of what's going to be needed to achieve that end goal. And we can sit down in rooms with calculators and stuff and calculate that shit. We could even calculate or, for example, come up with how we're going to get there. Now, just because we can all sit down in rooms figuring out how we're going to get there and how much everything's going to weigh and cost, and how much fuel, for example, that we're going to need when we put these calculations together, doesn't actually mean that the actual end result is taking place. We've just got lots of people sitting in rooms doing calculations based on the idea that this is what we're going to do. They think that they're doing it. They're doing the calculations. Okay, that's not proof that they're doing it. They don't need to know, is what I'm pointing out. They're just working from within the paradigm. Like the majority of people, they're just working within their specific niche. The guy who's making the wheel, the person who's coming up with the calculations of how much fuel is going to be needed.
Sure, but they would still know whether it happened or not, because they're the people. Because they were there when they apparently landed on the moon, right?
They were there when the rocket took off.
Not in the rocket. My bad. I meant like in the NASA building or whatever. They were there. They were, I assume, working on it, right? And then I assume they were there when they finally landed on the moon, right? So I'm sure they would.
Hold on. So we've all done our calculations, right? We've all figured out how much fuel and how long it's going to take and blah, blah, blah. And there's the rocket that we've all calculated and built and engineered. There's the rocket. And then we all watched the rocket go away. Then we turned the television on.
I mean, it's not just that. They were still communicating with their astronauts.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'll back chat. The rocket takes off. We watch the rocket go away. We can hear people. And then we turn the TV on. And then we can hear the people and see them on the TV.
Okay.
That's the chain of events, right? From this guy who's done the calculations, he watches the rocket goes away and then turns on the TV and can hear and see it in a 7-second delay. On a recorded TV screen with another camera.
Sure, but like, I don't really get your point.
At the moment, dude, he's just like everybody else. He's just believing that the rocket's gone to where the TV says. Now, that's a magician's trick.
Mm-hmm.
He's got no way of verifying that they're actually on the moon, right? He just turns on the TV and he goes through the actions that everybody else has practiced for the last 2 years. And they're all nodding their heads going, yep, this looks real because we've been practicing this for 2 years and I figured out how much fuel they're going to need to get there. So everybody's nodding their head.
Correct.
It's a stage show, dude.
Okay,
your chain of events stops at man watching rocket go away and then trusting what's on TV. You can't include him in this vast conspiracy of people who know the truth. The majority of people that have worked in this are like this guy.
Okay, I can concede that. Sure, maybe the people who were doing the logistics, the calculations for the trip, right? Maybe they weren't need to know. But I'm sure there's still a group of people who are planning all of this, right? There's still a lot of planning. They're still faking the videos. They're faking the recordings. There's a recording of the landing, I'm pretty sure. They're faking a lot of things.
These are all people that I would presume that have agreed that this is what they're going to do because that's why they're in the room with the other trusted people manipulating the information because they've agreed to tell the lie. You're trying to get to that someone would come out and tell the truth.
Right. But I'm saying
these people have sat in a room and agreed that this is what they're going to do.
My point is, it doesn't matter.
Benefit that they've agreed that they're going to do this for their benefit.
My point is, it doesn't matter if they agree or not because that's not how secrets work. Secrets come out all the time. Just because someone agreed at this time that they
secrets
would not
come out all the time.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, so about over what time scale? Right, straight away, 10 years later, 30 years later, 40 years later.
It comes out eventually, usually.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah, I
might let you get, dude. I might let you get away with eventually, but not always. And let's remember, people die. Some people take secrets to their grave. I guarantee you, the majority of people, for example, that were alive in 1969, are probably fucking dead.
That's true. But my point is, with the amount of people who know about this information, you would expect the information to already have come out to the public. Someone would have talked. Someone would have Someone would have said something.
Why? Why would you expect?
Because like secrets aren't easy to keep with multiple people. Someone
So the
someone
only
will
explanation
recognize.
you have for why is wishful thinking.
Let me explain. Someone will recognize that they could gain some kind of benefit from telling the truth. That they would, and they would go and tell the truth. Like I don't see how this. I don't see how you get out of this.
What about the people that have? Are you going to pay attention to them?
Have what?
Said something.
And like what have they said? I haven't heard of them.
Like the team of astronauts that was supposed to go before Buzz and Neil, right? They died because one of them decided to put a disclaimer out before the mission was supposed to go.
And how do you know he died? They died because of that.
Because it happened.
Okay, just because they died doesn't mean that they died because of what the disclaimer.
Do you know what a lemon is? Do you know what a lemon is? When you call something a lemon?
When you call something a lemon? Like the
like a car, like a car or a plane or something like that.
Yeah, like
This
you
is
go to a lemon lot, right? A lemon lot. It's a lot full of lemons, but it's not actually lemons, it's cars.
No,
Okay, back in the day, we would say, hey, that car is a lemon, right? Meaning there's something really wrong with it. Don't buy it. If you want to buy it, you go ahead, but it's a shit car. Okay? Well, he posted a lemon on the vehicle during a photo shoot. And then the photos went to the public. Shortly after that, him and the whole crew were overbaked with oxygen.
Okay. I mean, again, you're assuming it's because of what they said.
Yeah.
I would disagree. I would say it could have been for many reasons. Maybe it was an accident. You don't know.
What about how NASA has a lot of people who kill themselves?
Maybe they're depressed. You don't know. I mean, you're assuming it's because of some conclusion. I mean, some conspiracy.
I was
like,
all right. If you went to the moon, for example, if like you were Neil Armstrong, right, and you went to the moon, do you think you'd live off that for the rest of your fucking life? It'd be like parties and girls and shit like that, right? You'd be like one of the most famous people in the world. You're the first man to step on the moon. That would be like party time for you, right? Would you go and sell used cars?
Would I go and sell used cars?
Yeah.
I mean, if I wasn't passionate for it, no. Like if I didn't want to do it, no, why would I?
It's just interesting when you look at these guys that went to the moon. Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and who's the guy that everybody forgets about who didn't actually land on the moon? He just circled around and above, whatever his bloody name was.
Right.
One of them's like just disappeared. Decided to move away from being the astronaut and the guy that went on the moon and just sell used cars. The other one became an alcoholic. These people haven't really had much notoriety and gone on to do anything else really after they left NASA.
About the second one, I mean, him being an alcoholic has really nothing to do with. It can be.
No, of course not. Yeah, and people
but the first one, maybe the first guy just really liked selling cars. You don't know. I don't think that.
Yeah, of course. And you can be subject to the individual. He might not have, really been that enthralled about space. He just, happenstance and went there and didn't really mean much to him. I get that. Have you looked at the interviews of these people when they came back from space?
No, I haven't.
Right, let me see if I can find you one. Because from my experience, these aren't people that have just accomplished the most amazing thing that man's ever accomplished, right? And they've done something on all of our behalf. These people who are they're trying not to. Hey, it's just my subjective opinion, but they're trying not to lie. They're knowing that they're being interviewed and all the eyes are on them and they better not slip up. Right? The contradictions that the people have had within each other's stories is kind of weird when you look at it. But I'm rambling.
I just feel like you can't really psychoanalyze them. You don't know how they react to, stimuli. People react in different ways. You know what I mean?
Experts have, experts in body language have done analysis on those and came to the conclusion that there's a lot of deception. Okay, but we have direct confessions from people on their deathbed. Yeah, so if you have a look in the side chat, right, there's actually someone that worked at NASA that explained how they on his deathbed to his son told everything that happened, everything that he knew about, and he went over.
That's just anecdotal. That's just an anecdote, though. I don't. It could just be hearsay. I don't have to accept that.
All confessions. You're talking about confessions. All confessions.
That's not a confession.
You could. What do you mean? That's not a confession. Though.
That's someone explaining what they heard of a of this
to someone on their deathbed. They've kept this secret and they're confessing to someone the truth.
Yeah, and he gave him all of the. Though. No, it is because he gave him all of the details that the son could have never known about. He went into details about things that only the person that worked at NASA, right? Talking about specific situations, specific hangers, exactly how they did it, going into extreme detail.
Is it the son who came out with it?
Yeah, he confessed to his son. He's the one that gave his son the information that the son could have never known any of this because the son didn't have.
Right.
You need to watch. You need to look. Hey, stop talking. Stop talking. Calm down, dude. Right. So there's a video in the side chat. So it's all in the video. There's other NASA whistleblowers that also have direct confessions as well. I can post other NASA whistleblowers, but that doesn't mean that they're lying about flat Earth. Okay, even the astronauts don't necessarily have to have been lying about flat Earth if they didn't go to space. Just lying about space, that's completely different. But surely you've heard of other huge projects like the Manhattan Project. There's thousands and 120,000 people working on that. They say only just over 100 really knew what was going on. And then there's other huge military operations like the D-Day Deception Plan, Operation Fortitude, for example. Tens of thousands of troops got tricked. Fake equipment was being built. The entire phantom armies were created. That was tens of thousands of people, right? And only a very small handful of people actually knew what was really going on with that. The list goes on and on and on and on. Like Operation Overlord.
Look, my point is that the person on his deathbed, right? They didn't tell us anything. Like, we're not hearing it from them. We're hearing it from someone else telling us about that story.
He's telling you information that nobody could.
And accept the things that are being told to you.
What?
Because if I give you an Artemis astronaut saying that Artemis is going to be the first ones to go to the moon, after we've given you so much examples of people saying, no, they didn't go to the moon. No, we didn't go to the moon. We faked it. Would it then take Artemis to say, yeah, we're going to be the first ones to go to the moon? Would that satisfy you? Or are you still going to be on your feelings and say, no?
I don't see what these multiple examples are. They're just a couple of videos that you said that I haven't checked them out yet. I will.
You haven't even watched, and you just hand wave dismissing them when you haven't even.
No, I'm not hand waving any of them. You gave me one example. Hold on.
Oh, look, it's anecdote. Oh, my feelings. I don't feel like that would go that way.
No, my point is, you gave me one example of a story of a guy on his deathbed confessing to his son. If that story came directly from him, then yes, that would be a confession. But it didn't, so it's not a confession.
Dude, it's second hand, but it's a confession to the person that you are receiving the information. If I was his son, my father would have confessed this to me on his deathbed because it would have been a secret he kept. You understand what the word confess means, right?
And hold on, unless I misheard him, the whole story came from a NASA
astronaut who confessed to his son. Now it's second-hand information from his son. The information being the confession made by his father on his deathbed. Now we've got a problem because it's second-hand and anecdotal. I'll grant you that.
Okay.
Hey Matt, have you heard of Sesame AI?
No, I haven't.
Dude, you sound identical to their. It's like it's an amazing chatbot that you can talk to, and it has just completely realistic conversations. You sound identical to it and talk identical to it. If you wanted to have a conversation with yourself, you could click that sesame.com link and click on Miles and talk to yourself.
I'm offended. I'm offended.
Dude, I swear, I'm still sus that you're this guy when talking to a chatbot right now.
I'll check it out.
I might stop talking to people on the internet if that's fucking true.
I used to have this thing hooked up to my virtual microphone so I could just have this guy just talk. It happened a few times with other people in our channels, and nobody knew that it was an AI. You know, there were people having like hour-long conversations with this Miles guy, and
that's terrifying.
Some people were saying it's an AI, and other people were like, it's not an AI. There's no way it's an AI. Like, this guy's just trolling or whatever. But it's super realistic. It's crazy. It's trained to sound as much like a human as possible. It stops talking when you're talking. It doesn't sound like an AI. It really sounds like you're having a conversation with a person. I wish I could run it through my mic right now, but that stopped working. I got to reinstall it.
It stops talking when you're talking, did you say?
Oh yeah, like it doesn't just keep talking. Like if you are talking, it'll like if you interrupt it or something, it'll just stop talking and it'll just have a completely natural conversation.
I need to adjust that.
This was quite. Yeah, so we know it's not you, Matt. Miles. But look, there's tons of people that have been NASA whistleblowers that worked for NASA, and even some of the astronauts have said some pretty suspect things themselves. But that doesn't mean they're lying about flat Earth. Okay, I think if you wanted to claim that someone at NASA knows the Earth's flat and is lying about it, I'd like a list of names.
No, that's not my point. We were talking about the moon landing and whether they knew it was fake or not, because they're kind of related, but obviously you can know that the moon landing is fake and that the Earth is, not round, right?
Apollo. That had nothing to do. That had nothing to do necessarily with like trying to convince the world that Earth's a globe. They were just trying to convince the world that they were capable of doing something that they really couldn't do, which was go to the moon, right? But
yeah, that's where we disagree.
Apollo 11 got busted faking Earth shots from high altitude when they were supposed to be halfway to the moon. On the day that they were supposed to be halfway to the moon, they were supposed to be halfway between the Earth and the moon. They got busted. There was a piece of leaked footage dated to that day that they were halfway to the moon, allegedly, and that they were simply in high altitude, right, at high altitude in some sort of aircraft, faking Earth shots from inside a cabin of some sort through a window. Totally faking it. Busted on film.
Wait, in what way were they faking it?
In a clear, clearly in the shot.
Wait, I don't understand. In what way were they faking it? They were
they darkened the interior of the cabin, whatever craft they were in. They darkened the interior, right? Sure. Now outside the window, the entirety of the window was just covered in earth. Like so, you'd see a bit of land, blue sky, some clouds, right? Blue ocean, sorry, some clouds, right? And then so what they did was they blackened out the interior of the cabin they were in, and it was around. It was like a circle window, right? And so they got this insert and they started cutting it off so it looked like it was the Earth in space, like because they've darkened the interior. So around the window, right, is blackness. Ooh. And the window is just completely filled with Earth, right? And so that looks like a ball in space, right? And then they gave it a little insert so that it looked like it had a Terminator line. And then, yeah, and that's... Well, what else were they doing if they weren't doing that in the footage?
Okay, I've never heard of that story. Can you tell me where you got it from? Cause...
Yeah, you need to watch A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon by Bart Sobral. And he's a glober, right? He's a glober, and he challenges the moon landing. And other things, but yeah.
I mean, like,
he just recently debated. He just recently debated. Well, it was supposed to be a debate. It was a joke, but he was on some podcast and he debated one of the surviving Apollo astronauts.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, that astronaut got blindsided big time.
Look, my
man. I think it's possible that there could have been a group of people that agreed upon some, patriotic goal and faked space for that patriotic goal.
In what way would it be patriotic? I don't again. See how patriotic.
Pro-America. Yeah, that's what I mean by patriotic, right? There's a reason that's gonna put America first, and they're okay with doing.
Hold on, in what way does?
But no, I'm
lying about
asking you,
space.
do you think that it's possible that a group of people could agree for some patriotic goal to lie to the public?
Yeah, I think it's possible.
Okay, that's exactly what the Apollo missions would be.
But what I would say is, considering the amount of people that were in on it, I don't think it's possible that the secret would have stayed secret.
Okay, 40 people are the only people actually
where are you getting that number from?
I'm throwing the number out of my ass, dude. Come on, follow along. 40 people, right? 20 of them are sitting inside the room pretending to be the screen watchers and looking at numbers and talking to them on the radio. And then it would be, I don't know, the 3 astronauts who are pretending to be the ones in the capsule in outer space. And then there's like a handful of people in the background acting as a camera crew, the sound people, somebody who's on the radio telling them, orchestrating how they're supposed to talk on the radio whenever they actually give the final cut to the public, right? 40 people. Do you think 40 people could agree to lie to the public?
My problem is that the number's too small. It would have been way more people.
Excellent. So justify a larger number for. You said, what about all these people that must be in on it? How many people were you considering?
Thousands of people at the very least.
Yeah,
thousands. So how did you come to such a conclusion?
Because there would have to have been many, many people, right? Because
there would have to be many, many people. Too many cooks spoil the broth.
No,
Hold on.
Let me finish.
Sorry.
Considering
the
how big
Manhattan
the project
was given as an example earlier. You remember the Manhattan Project, right?
No.
Okay. So the atomic bomb.
Yeah.
Okay. So thousands and thousands of people worked on this. Only 100 people knew the truth.
Okay.
The Manhattan Project. You should Google it, right? So making the atomic bomb had to be kept a secret. Sorry, DJ. Carry on, mate.
Oh, no, I was just saying it was over 120,000. You carry on, please.
No, 120,000 people involved in the project, but only 100 people knew. Mm-hmm. That's just a. Everybody knows about this example. It's a common known example, right? And it's a really good example for this one.
But the problem is,
over 120,000 people worked on this, right?
Yeah,
but it's the atomic bomb, and everyone's got to keep it secret. So only 100 people really know the truth because it's got to be kept a secret.
Right, but like I'm reading over right now because I haven't really heard of this before. They were using like a really, really extreme form of compartmentalization. You know that, right? And even then, they still had many people who were who spilled some of the secrets who were investigated by them. So even through even by their system, even by their compartment, by their by their need to know policy, even by that, there were still people who were blabbing.
Yeah, sometimes they tell their wives when they shouldn't. Sometimes they speak a little bit, but they're always monitored. This is how you know that they spoke to their wives, right? And the secret got out because they were monitored. So at the time,
because they're
it didn't get out.
investigated, right?
Yeah, but at the time it didn't.
What do you mean they did?
It didn't get found out at the time. They has to investigate it.
No, what I'm saying
we were talking about time scales earlier, weren't we? Sometimes it takes a long time for a secret to come out. As long as it's afterwards, it's fine.
No, what I'm saying is there would have to have been like, I mean, in this case that there was a lot of people, like over like about 1,500 people who were talking, who were spilling secrets, and it's not necessarily always to their wife. You can't really know that.
Did those 1,500 know everything about the project?
They know what not everything, but they know what they were given.
That's the point. That's why the numbers of the knowers is extremely low. So that if Blabbermouth decides he wants to talk to somebody, he's not spilling all the beans. He's only spilling the portion of beans that he's been given. You can control and then counter intelligence whatever spilled information you have to the public.
Right.
Okay.
I understand that, so but why I'm saying
it is absolutely necessary, baseless assertion necessary for thousands of people to be in on it.
Okay, first off, you're assuming that it's the same exact level of secrecy, that they had the same exact level of secrecy, and that they were using the same methods. They were investigating they were investigating the people who did. Maybe they did speak, right? You're assuming everything is the same. Like, what I'm saying is it's not analogous. Like, this wouldn't be analogous, is what I'm saying. They're different scenarios with different factors.
The focal point of the conversation right now is actually compartmentalization of information. That's the focal point. The comparison between the two projects is brought together because of the compartmentalization to get you to understand what it is that we're saying, as use of destroying your claim that it's necessary for being thousands of people in on it, when it's actually really only requires a small number of people in comparison.
Okay, my point would be that in the case of the Manhattan Project, right, it was very highly compartmentalized. You'd have to assume that
so it's NASA
was exact same
with its contractors. You pointed this out earlier. External contractors, but they just do the bit that they need to do. It's compartmentalization, departmentalization. These structures exist within the military, for example, don't they?
Sure, but even if that's true, what I'm saying is it's not necessarily to the same level. Also, the contractors.
Sorry, your subjective opinion about what this level is now, based on an event that happened 55 years ago.
It's not just my subjective opinion. Do you know that? First off, we don't even know if we don't even know definitively.
A lot.
Hold on, we don't even know definitively if it was faked or not. I mean, you guys say that there's evidence that it was.
Oh yes,
right?
Oh sorry. Oh my God. Yes, we do know it was definitively faked.
You believe that because of some evidence that you believe exists, right? So what I'm saying is, hold on. What I'm saying is, we don't even know that. We don't know whether they had this compartmentalization or not. We don't even know. We don't know anything about the inner workings.
All businesses do. Don't pretend they don't. Let's have a look at SpaceX, for example. Do you think the guy that stacks the toilet rolls knows what Elon Musk's last lot of signed paperwork is? And on the flip side, do you think Elon Musk knows where the guy stores the dunny roll? Like, come on, bro. If you don't believe there's compartmentalization in a large corporation, you've got your ears and eyes painted on.
That wasn't my claim. That wasn't what I said. What I said is, how do you know that they were at the same level? right? The other example. How would you know it's at the same level?
What NASA?
Because
Yes, NASA and
with this new technology.
They didn't even put the shit together. They contracted out all the equipment parts like to other companies and shit, which was then sent. That was all machined and stuff from from private places and then sent to another company, another agency. It wasn't even NASA. They'd assemble some of the shit, right, and then send it on through to NASA. I don't think NASA was even responsible for any assembly. That's why they went. Right? That's why they weren't really investigated. They weren't really investigated when Gus Grissom and crew died. Right, the manufacturing and assembling places, they were investigated thoroughly, but NASA sort of just got off the hook with that.
Look, even then, these are just the contractors. Like you could say that they're like the majority of the people, right, who were aware of the project before it was leaked to the public, to the media, to the public, right? Even then, these are just the contractors. So yeah, I would say they're not on a need-to-know basis. I would agree, but even then, there are still people who are hiring these contractors who do know that the moon landing is meant to be faked. There's still there's still these people, and what I'm saying is, it's very unlikely for them to have kept the secret up until now.
Yeah, and then you get you've got the ground control room, right? Crew, right? And they're monitoring, what's being, what's happening and everything. Monitoring all the systems of the spacecraft and all that. And do you know what the director of NASA said about that? I don't know if you've been told already, but he's on record saying that they couldn't tell the difference between the simulations, right, and what they were told was the real thing. It was basically the same thing from their point of view, right? In the control room, monitoring all the computers and all the systems, right? It was no different to a simulation. So they wouldn't have even known. So they could have just been told, like, this is the real thing, and it could have just been a simulation just like before. They wouldn't even know.
Like, even then, there would still be more people who wouldn't know. There would still be other people who wouldn't know. And my point is,
like the astronauts that got busted faking Earth shots from high altitude.
Not just the astronauts, the people who faked. Hold on, the people who faked the recordings, the people who faked the pictures, the people who were right. There is the astronauts, of course.
Like people who agree to keep the secret and who know the
there's
truth.
the ones who planned all of this, right? Because this is an crazy conspiracy.
They planned
fooled
it.
Like billions of. Hold on, fooled like basically the whole world.
They're not going to tell you if they planned it.
What do you mean?
Well, if I pointed this out like 3 times earlier. If you're pointing to the people who know the truth, that have agreed to keep the secret and are getting the benefits of telling the lie, you're appealing to these people to come out and tell us the truth.
Yes, because hold on. Because
he says yes confidently.
The benefits. Hold on.
So basically, you're hoping a wanker who's lying is going to tell the truth.
He's going to have some
what I'm saying is the benefits they get from telling the truth would supersede.
You're going to, dude. I like you.
Yes.
Sorry. The benefits. What benefits? The benefit to them wouldn't exist because they'd have told the truth when they're lying. They want us to believe the lie. So why would they come out and tell the truth? Do you think they're going to have some kind of moment of consciousness, like, I can't do this, I feel really bad, I should tell someone?
Considering, hold on.
Because he already hand-waved dismissed the deathbed confession. Okay?
Considering the amount of people that are involved.
Internal, I'm about to die and see God, liars can't go into heaven. I have to tell the truth. That's not good enough. That's anecdotal.
It wouldn't be anecdotal, it would be confession.
Further with this guy is useless. He's stuck in his feelings.
Look, my point earlier with the confession thing was, it's not a it's not like it is a confession. Sorry, but it's not. like a first-hand. It's not a first-hand account, right? It's second-hand, and it's not by the same person. That's why I was casting doubt on it. It's not just because of my feelings. It's expected, right?
Feelings. Because if you were actually interested in wanting to know any inkling of truth, and you were actually willing to receive information, you would already be, hey, give me more, give me more. Instead, what you get the confession, and you immediately shut it down. You haven't even watched it. You don't even know what's going on in the video. You're just
told me. Hold on, you already told me. You told me what I needed to know. You told me that it was secondhand. It's a secondhand account.
It's a secondhand account, so let's just throw it in the bin. Fuck it.
I didn't say let's throw it in a bin. I'm just saying that it doesn't hold as much ground compared to the evidence that the
Well, the issue you've got, Matt, something to think about. You've just thrown our second-hand account information in the bin. What first-hand account information do you have?
Of what? Of the moon landing?
Of any of your claims? Earth curvature, moon landing, what you had for breakfast?
For the moon landing, there's plenty. It's like
first-hand.
Yes, first-hand interviews by the people who were on the moon, the people who
that you're going to present to us. It becomes second-hand when it comes from you. You didn't think about that, did you?
Matt, this is the footage.
No, that's not the same, though.
Have a look in the side chat, Matt. This is the footage that you're defending, dude. Look at it. Just
hold on. Okay, I'll look
put on
at
the
it.
glasses, Matt.
He made a blunder though, because he said that I'm the one. I'm simply presenting.
You dismissed our second-hand, quote-unquote, information. So what first-hand information do you have,
dude?
Yeah,
dude,
you
it
can't
wasn't
present it as
second-hand
first
because
hand.
you gave it to.
No, you can't. You can't present it as first-hand information. They can. If they came in here, they could declare that that's first-hand experience.
If I sent you an interview or a video,
that was
would that be second-hand to you?
First-hand experience, not yours.
That would be a first-hand account, no?
It would be their, dude. Listen, that would be their first-hand account, not yours.
Yes, I know.
So the information from you would be. It's not your first-hand information,
of course,
is it?
It's not my first-hand. Yes, it's not.
Cool. So for it to be your first-hand information, you would have had to have done what he did, wouldn't you?
Of course, I don't. Maybe I just misspoke.
Okay, so it's not your first-hand information.
Right. Sorry, maybe.
So the question was, interviews. Sorry to interrupt. I apologise. The question was, what is your first-hand information? Understand that you can't go and get somebody else's information. Yours.
Well, of course, because I wasn't on the. I'm not an astronaut. I wasn't involved in that. Of course.
He gets it. He gets it finally. You weren't there. It's not your first-hand information. Everything is second-hand information, even though you can say that this guy on this TV screen gave an interview about his experience.
The question
is your first-hand experience. You don't have any about the moon. Okay. What about the Earth?
I mean, I live on it, so of course.
Cool.
I would have some experience. I don't have
first-hand experience of the Earth.
In a sense, but I wouldn't have all the knowledge of the Earth. I wouldn't know the exact measurements or the roundness or the flatness of the Earth just because I live on it. My experience doesn't necessarily dictate that.
No, because your experience is that it's flat and stationary.
Again, I would dispute that. No.
Okay.
So
I mean, there's many. Hold on.
So, Matt, where outside of your mobile phone, your television, or computer have you experienced curvature? Yet again, relying on second-hand information. Ouch.
Me, myself, okay, I guess you could say, but there's plenty of people like, what's it called?
Not after other people. We asked you. If we want the other people, we'll call them in.
We're talking about, okay, if you're talking...
We're talking about you.
Sure.
Where have you experienced curvature outside of your mobile phone, your computer, or your television?
Sure, because I haven't went out to measure the curvature of the Earth. I haven't done experiments.
So you haven't experienced the curvature?
No, I haven't. I didn't say that. I haven't done experiments on it.
No, I didn't ask if you'd done experiments. I asked if you'd experienced the curvature. So you have not then? It's
No,
really
of
easy to
course not,
say.
because
We're not
no.
going to be offended if you say no, I haven't.
Yeah, I just said that no, because we wouldn't.
We don't need the because. Just yes or no. That'll be good.
Okay, sure, no.
Sorry.
And like, what's your point?
We would. Sorry, Matt. We wouldn't see the Earth's curvature. You said we wouldn't see the Earth's curvature.
No, I said we wouldn't experience it. That's what I said.
Sorry, that's why I asked. We wouldn't experience the Earth's curvature.
Yeah, but like at least I wouldn't in my everyday life.
Okay, so why does the boat disappear from the bottom up?
Again, I mean that's just going back to the previous argument that I already said that.
Yeah. But
I haven't done much.
Sorry, dude. Right? You're saying that you don't experience it. You wouldn't expect to. But we started this conversation with, "There's the curvature of the Earth in front of the boat. I can't see the boat because it's blocked by the curvature of the Earth that I can see in front of the boat." So
I still believe that. I still believe that the horizon, that would be the experiencing the curvature of the Earth. But you gave some interesting arguments that I haven't done enough research on, so I'll come back to you on that.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm just, with respect, pointing out the contradiction. Many people say this. I probably said this myself when I was younger. The Earth is so big, right? We wouldn't expect to see the curvature. But why can't I see the bottom of the boat? The curve of the Earth is in the way. Right? There's a contradiction there, right? We can even point out to, well, when the sun sets, the sun is setting behind the curvature of the Earth. The curvature of the Earth is in the way as we rotate backwards, right? That's the curve of the Earth in the way.
No, but I didn't say. I didn't say I would like. I said experience. Wouldn't you say there's a difference between like experiencing whether the Earth is round or flat and seeing it? Wouldn't you say there's a distinction?
Sorry, experience. I experience a lot of things. Are you saying we don't experience things with our eyes?
Right. I
guess we experience things with our eyes, dude.
Right.
We're making a claim right at the beginning, right? That we experience the ability not to see the boat because we experience the curvature of the Earth is in the way when we come from the paradigm. The Earth is a ball getting in the way of the sun at sunset. That's our experience.
Okay. Sure, I would say. I guess that would be a contradiction. Then I would rephrase my statement. Then you can experience what the Earth being spherical when you see the horizon, right? When you see about disappearing over the horizon. But again, that just goes to the previous argument, right?
Yeah. So we take that away because although we believe that that's our experience that's only on a sphere, we demonstrate it's obviously counter to that. But I'm just pointing out the contradiction, dude, with all due respect, not being personal about it.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Anyways, do you want to go back to the previous topic?
Just quickly, Matt, I want you to just really, really quickly defend the footage.
Okay, what about it?
Just say it looks realistic. It doesn't look fake.
I mean, the second one looks pretty real. I don't know about the first and the third one.
What about the last one? Like that one?
The last one? And what, you're telling me this is straight officially from NASA?
Yeah, all of this footage here is all directly from NASA, from the Apollo missions.
Yeah, it just looks like a really crappy video. I wouldn't say it's explicitly fake.
All right. Cool.
No, I'm just being honest. That's what I believe.
Yeah. Look, so usually, I can show this to people, and I'm not showing it to prove anything. I'm just gauging how deep people are in the source, so to speak.
Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken. I mean, it does look like it's kind of like zooming in the last video, there's like a zoom in.
Yeah. So most people, when I show this footage to most people, they just piss themselves laughing and they argue with me that there's absolutely no way in the world that this obviously fake footage could possibly be from. And then they demand that I get them the source links and that kind of grab source
And
links.
you do?
Yeah, of course.
And then
Yeah, and then I'll try to change it usually, or they'll say,
I mean, like
that's great.
the one with like the rainbow effect. It could just be a camera effect or something. The light. I don't know.
Sure.
Could be a lot of things. I don't know, man.
I know. To me personally, right? It looks ridiculously fake, but that's just my opinion. Okay, but this is the thing. If we actually go out and empirically test in the real world, we have validated that there's no curvature over distances where there should be huge amounts of curvature, where there 100% without question must be that large amount of curvature between the 2 points, and validated over and over again that it's not there, and there's no evidence that it is there. So whatever's happening with NASA, whatever's happening up in the sky, that kind of thing, it's probably better to actually empirically test the surface of the Earth. And that way we could work out that whatever's happening is happening above a surface that measures to be flat. For example, if you go to any 20-mile body of water anywhere on the Earth, according to the size of the globe and the way that they tell us gravity works, that 20-mile distance must be curving about 266 foot over that. Anywhere on the Earth, any body of water, 20 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we go to, say, a 20-mile body of water, we could set up a camera just above the surface of the water, and we can zoom in across the entire body of water and see zero curvature and see the shoreline, see the bank 20 miles away on the other side. And then we can say, okay, that's crazy. All right, the curvature's clearly not there. And then we could get up. Yeah. So in between point A and point B, yeah, you have to zoom in because you can't see things that small with the naked eye. All right, have a look in the side chat at this little diagram. This is to give you some context of how much curvature there is over that distance. Okay, so can you see that diagram? Observer A, observer B, and then you've got a 133 foot high hill in between them. Now, obviously, observer A and observer B can't see each other because there's a giant hill in between them, 133 foot high at the center. So there's no way zooming in, right? Observer A can't just zoom in and then all of a sudden you can see observer B. Because
and you're telling me that it was like if there's a 20 mile body of water, it has the same effect, is what you're telling me.
Yeah. Here's another diagram. So you can look this up yourself. And over 20 miles, there's 266 feet of curvature. So you're going to have a big hump, basically, in between you of curvature, of physical curvature caused as a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth.
Why would it be
130?
Why would it be a hump that goes up? I don't get that.
Well, it's not to scale. This is just to give you it's a hump. If you were to draw a line from your eyes to the person at point B's eyes, right? It would cut through the Earth, and then there would be a hump in between the two of you, and that would be 133 foot high center.
Okay.
Yeah, just based off the radius value of the Earth, could draw the chord through the from point A to point B. So when we go out to a 20-mile lake, there's zero curvature, but that curvature would have to be there if the right. The Earth's a globe. So have a look at this. So here is an actual example that I'm putting in the side chat where this is a 21-mile distance at the Great Salt Lake Utah. Okay, 21 miles. Over that distance, there should be 293 foot of curvature. 293 foot. That's like a skyscraper, 30-story skyscraper. So some videos are about to pop up in the side chat.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of crappy for some reason. Right, there it is. Okay, so that's the Google Maps location. So this is all from a high definition video that shows the entire thing. This is just some clips that we took out of the video. Okay, so he sets his camera up at 5 foot high on a tripod, and he's zooming across to the shoreline on the other side of the lake. So I'm going to put a picture of the camera set up. Okay, so he's just set the tripod at the edge of the lake with the legs in the water. There it is, right there. That's the camera setup.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got a friend over on the other side of the lake, so we can get a close-up look of what it looks like over there. So that's just uploading now. So over on the shoreline on the other side of the lake, you're going to see how high the bank is, and then you're going to see some landmarks, right? Like a big giant smokestack. It's about to pop up in a second. Right, so this is what it looks like over on the other side of the lake, 21 miles away. Now, have a look at the footage, right? So this footage, these screenshots are from 21 miles away. So he does it during the day, and then he stays there, and he does it again during the night as well, because there's lights over on the other side of the lake. So you can see that it's even clearer at night. There's less haze. So from 21 miles away, we can see that there's no sign of that geometric horizon that should be there if the Earth's a globe. And there's no sign of any obstruction. It's just flat water over 21 miles distance, and there's 293 foot of curvature missing. Just to give you an analogy, if the Titanic was parked, right, the Titanic's about 175 feet high. Right, so if the Titanic was parked where the cameraman is, and then the Titanic was to sail across to the other side of the lake, when the Titanic got to 2.7 miles, it would reach the horizon, the geometric horizon, and then the bottom of the Titanic should start to disappear as it keeps going. All right, once it gets halfway across this distance at 10 miles, the bottom 66 feet of the Titanic should be obstructed, and then by the time it gets to the other side of the lake, the entire Titanic would be completely hidden behind the other globe. Right, you wouldn't be able to zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. And then after this, they actually shot a laser across the surface of the water and hit their target on the other side as well. So when we go out and do these tests, we can't find any curvature. And it's something that needs to be considered, because this is empirical evidence. This is something that anyone can go and test for themselves. And when people go and test it, they don't find any curvature. We've got people that have gone out trying to debunk flat Earth using laboratory equipment, like Dr. John Dee, who's a PhD. And he tried to find the curvature, and he was forced to become a flat earther in the process. So this is the kind of stuff that we're trying to show people, that there's no curvature out there when we actually test it. So rather than going back and forth about whether NASA faked this or that, right, we can just test the surface.
I don't know. I mean, I've heard of people doing their own tests. I mean, wasn't there this one story where, I'm sure you've heard of it, like this organization or like this group of flat earthers, they tried to prove the earth was flat, then like they proved the opposite, basically. I'm sure you've heard of that, right?
Yeah. So that's a Netflix show called Behind the Curve, where they found that like the dumbest flat earther, his name's Jaron, like this stoner guy. Okay, here's some diagrams from that, by the way, in the side chat. Right, so they were going to use a laser, and they were going to cut some little holes out in some cardboard and shoot the laser through them and see if they could see the laser. I think it was 4 miles away or something like that. But Jaron like broke the laser or something like that. So they're like, okay, because we've got all of this production set up, everyone's here, what can we do? So there's like, oh, we've got a flashlight. We can try to shine the flashlight through the holes. They set it up at nighttime. It's like 52 seconds worth of footage. Most of the footage is just close-ups of Jaron's dopey-looking face, right? Because it's just a mockumentary at the end of the day. So it's a really shitty test. If you look into it, it doesn't add up. It's really crappy. But
are you sure
Flat Earth is where
the story came from?
100%. Yeah. Like people come in every day asking about this. Okay, so it's a Netflix series called Behind the Curve. It was supposed to be an unbiased look at flat Earth, globe Earth. And apparently originally it started out as that, but halfway through the process, the producer got triggered at the flat earthers. and decided to turn it into more of a mockumentary, more of a hit piece against flat Earth. You watch it, it's nothing but a mockumentary video about flat earthers. And this test
like,
here,
why can't you just replicate it but use a laser?
so we replicated it. That's exactly what I was about to get to. So this particular torch test, okay, this was done, it was set up at nighttime. There's no footage of the scene. There's no footage of the setup. Okay, it's just a few little 52 seconds worth of footage. It's really crappy. Okay, so we actually went out to a 13.7 mile lake during the daytime, filmed the whole thing in high definition, set up a flashlight, a high-powered flashlight on one side of the lake, and then 13.7 miles away on the other side of the lake, they set up a camera, right, just 5 feet up above the surface. And there's one guy standing on one side of the lake, and you can clearly see the flashlight beam. And then he says, okay, put your hand over the flashlight so we can confirm that that's the light we're seeing. So you see him on the video, he puts his hand in front of the flashlight. Great, the flashlight disappears in the camera. And then they lower the height of the flashlight down to 9 inches above the water, and you can still see it. Right, so over this 13.7 mile distance, there's way over 100 feet of curvature. So there's no way you should be able to see the flashlight, right? Because the curvature rate's 8 inches per mile squared. So if you're only doing it over, say, 3 or 4 miles, there's only a small amount of curvature. But if you're doing it over 10 miles, over 15 miles, it's exponential because you're squaring it. So all of a sudden there's a huge amount of curvature. Like there should be a 10-story building obstructing the flashlight beam from being able to be seen by the camera. I'll just put a few screenshots of that in the side chat, right? This is all from a video. They also they do a laser test as well after the flashlight test. And you can see the laser as well perfectly. So just quickly, I'm just scrolling down in my folder because I did take some screenshots from the video.
I took your screenshots from the video and then took a calculation from Google asking it what the radius value would be for that observation, and I put it all in a GIF. So the GIF is, it's already in the side chat.
Oh, nice. All right, well, I'll add these screenshots to it as well. Right, this is the location, 13.7 miles. This is the setup here, and they actually measure it as well. 5.5 feet high. And here is the guy with the flashlight and the camera. It's just a side by side. So this guy's flashlight can be seen by the camera on the left-hand side. And then he says, okay, put your hand over the camera. And then he puts his hand over the camera, and then all of a sudden the light disappears. Obviously, there's a lot more footage of it in the actual video. And then they set up a laser beam as well, and they do the same thing with a laser beam. Here's some footage from the laser being seen. And here's the calculation. So basically, the flashlight should have been obstructed, and the laser should have been obstructed behind 78 foot curvature, which is like an 8-story building, huge amount. And then what they did was they actually kept lowering the flashlight down until they got it 9 inches, because they were seeing, how low can we get it before we can't see it anymore, right? And they were able to get it down just above the surface of the water. Picture of it. Okay, so 107 feet of missing curvature here. So if you actually have a look at the behind the curve footage, it doesn't compare to what we're showing you here. It's just junk. It's a mockumentary. And apparently what happened, there was a lawsuit after Behind the Curve as well, because they said, okay, they just edited the footage in a way that made it look like the flat earthers debunked themselves. He said that didn't happen. And he said even the globe earthers and the flat earthers walked away from that test saying that didn't prove anything. That was a failed test. And then they clipped it, they edited it right at the end of the film when Jaren says interesting. Apparently he didn't even say that. Right, that's some clip from 4 hours earlier where he said something else. He was saying interesting about something different. And they just made it, they edited it. They did a great job editing it in a way that made the flat earthers look silly. It was a well-executed mockumentary to ridicule flat earthers. But it wasn't good tests. right? Even this test that I've showed you in the side chat, this is nothing compared to some of the other tests done by
a lot of
engineers.
post-production.
Yeah, a lot of post-production. Exactly.
I guess. I mean, this is very interesting. I'll look more into it. This is like very new to me, right? Usually,
Yeah.
I like. Obviously, to me, I just from what I know, from what I understand, the horizon was just the curvature of the Earth, right? This I haven't.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I haven't
Well,
really
that's
looked
what they
deep
say.
enough into this, so I'll come back to you on this. But
Yeah.
for
So-
me, the
so
way
in
I always
reality-
rationalized, right? The way I've always rationalized, like or like pushed or like ignored or dismissed the flat Earth theory, right? The way I've always come to that is it seems implausible for this secret, right? It's not even the moon landing, right? It's the flat Earth theory. It's implausible for this conspiracy to be kept for like 50s, not even like hundreds of years, like 100 years, right? Because we've known the Earth is, we've known the Earth is round for a long time, and even if you dispute that through many like calculations, through experiments, right, that people have done,
Do you believe that they actually exist?
Hold on, I'll come back to that, but also like all of the scientists, right, that just through like
They're
the
not-
like most
they're not
most
lying,
of the published journals, right, all of them, they come to the same conclusion that the Earth is clearly flat. And even if you say these are all lies, like I can grant that. Let's say they're all lies, right? My
Well,
point is we've known
hold on.
this fact, right?
Let me give you my
Okay, go
response to that really quickly. I don't think, this is my personal opinion, I don't think that there's a grand conspiracy amongst all these scientists. I think that most people are just teaching you what they were taught and what they genuinely believe. They're teaching you a mathematical model of the Earth that they're told they don't experience it because they're so small, the Earth's so big, blah blah blah. But the Earth's a globe, and when they're teaching that to people, they're not necessarily lying. They're just repeating information. That's what you get rewarded for, and that's how you get your degrees. You get very good at memorizing and regurgitating textbooks. And if you look into the history of the globe, it didn't start because people went out and proved that the Earth's a globe, right? It's an interesting topic if you actually look into how did the globe Earth become something that was sort of brought into the mainstream that people started to believe.
It's been the mainstream for thousands of years.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't. If
No,
you
it
look
has,
into the
it has.
mainstream history of it, no, it hasn't. It was, so you haven't studied the history of it. We have. Okay? So the first person that was said to have, that the Earth's a globe, right, that's credited with saying that the Earth is a globe is Pythagoras. Okay? There was some ancient Greeks in the BC, okay, who have very, very questionable stories according to the mainstream historians, right? Whether they even existed as we're told at all, but let's say they did. A very small amount of people of the ancient Greeks actually thought the Earth was a globe. Okay, everyone still thought the Earth was flat for 1,000 years.
Not necessarily.
after
Many
that.
of them, hold on, many of them had many different theories. It's not just flat or round, right? Pythagoras, if he like you said, if he existed, I mean, I think it's pretty clear he existed. But let's say you're right, he did. He believed the Earth was round, sure. There's also some others
why, though?
of his camp who did. There's also right.
Do you
the
know
people who
why
believed it was flat,
Do you
but
know
there's
why
also
he
other
believed
theories.
it's round? Do you know why he suggested that it's round? If he even look, there's no proof that he said or did any of these things or even existed.
Sure.
As we're told. But let's say he did. Let's say that the mathematical historians are wrong about him being made up and that he did exist. Okay, he was a mystic cult leader. I don't know if you've looked into the cult of Pythagoras, the Pythagoreans. Now, they worshipped numbers and they worshipped shapes. Okay, and they thought that the most divine shape was a sphere and that the Earth must be a sphere because the most divine shape is a sphere. And why would the creator create something that's not perfect? So the Earth,
I
by
don't
that
think
philosophical
it was a cult
reasoning,
by
Sorry?
today's standards. I know what you're talking about. He was a philosopher first and foremost, and he was also a mathematician, right?
No,
and I wouldn't say
no.
right. What?
Okay, so there's a there's mathematical historians that have videos, right, where they explain all about Pythagorean cult and how the Greeks like to make up these mythical figures like Pythagoras. And he goes into the detail, right? This guy is specifically a mathematical historian, so he studies ancient mathematics. And he explains how everything that you get taught about Pythagoras is absolute nonsense. Even him coming up with the Pythagorean theorem is impossible. He said that that's not possible. They had a completely different concept of numbers and mathematics. He said there's absolutely no way in the world and no evidence that he ever came up with that or did anything that he's credited with coming up with back then. And he goes over how the Pythagorean cult, if you have a look into what they believed, the Pythagorean cult, okay, they believed crazy things, right? They had all of these crazy rituals, and they had all of these crazy beliefs where they thought that they thought the universe was a musical instrument. That
my point was, I didn't disagree with you. My point was that basically, I wouldn't say it was a cult by how we understand that word today. It's more so his philosophy, right? His philosophy was, he valued numbers. He believed that they're like the source of everything, something like that. I remember reading on this. It was his flaw. I wouldn't say
right, but everything. So the mathematical historians say everything that you get taught at school and university about Pythagoras is absolute nonsense.
Okay, then why should I listen to him? He's just He's just a random guy, right?
He's a mathematical historian, so you can look up.
Okay, where did
yeah.
Where did he get his education from? Because he's telling us that all the universities are lying. So everyone's lying except Cambridge.
No. So what you get taught at school, he explains about what you get taught at school about Pythagoras doesn't have any empirical evidence whatsoever. Right? Pythagoras is taught like he's some type of gentle math teacher in modern classroom. Okay, but if you actually study what their cult was about, it functioned more like an esoteric society, right? Not a scientific school. They had crazy beliefs, they had rituals, they had behaviors that were really strange, and
the ancient historians classify.
They
worked like that. Some of them believed. Sorry,
well, they classified.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Look, they're classified as a religious, mythical cult or mystical cult, right? Not a community of rational thinkers.
I would say
Pythagoreans believed. Well, just quickly, the Pythagoreans believed that Pythagoras had supernatural powers. Okay, that he had all of these past lives. Where in one of them he used to be a bird. He was the son of Hermes. They thought that he had the power to speak with animals. They thought that he had a thigh that was made of gold. Like they literally thought that, according to the mainstream records.
They're pagans.
I'm not sure if it was paganism specifically. I don't remember the technical terms for what they specifically believed in, but I do have it.
Hellenism, I'm pretty sure it's called, right?
Yeah, like they thought that even that Pythagoras could be in two places at the same time. It's not an empirical group. It's mysticism, and they thought that
the whole Greek philosophy itself at that time, most of them were paganists or Hellenists, right? And they're just like they come up with theories for their explanation of the world. I don't remember his name, but one of the philosophers believed that basically the underlying principle of the world is water. One of them believed in like the four elements. I'm pretty sure the whole culture of Greek philosophy was trying to explain existence, right?
Right. So they believed in crazy things, though. They believed that planets emitted musical tones.
Of course, they're just philosophizing. They can't really empirically prove any of that. Of course.
Cool.
Yeah. So they had a bunch of crazy rituals, crazy beliefs. They thought things that are completely illogical. Okay, and it was later on that people adopted the philosophical reasoning of Pythagoras. Right? These people took things like the celestial sphere, right, that was created by ancient cultures that believed that the Earth was, and then they took their own mystic beliefs about spheres having the perfect shape, and they took this imaginary celestial sphere, which was just a convenient way of mapping the sky, not because the sky is a sphere. And then Pythagoras took that and said, oh, well, as above, so below, right? The Earth must be a sphere because spheres are perfect. and then we have this celestial sphere, right? Like,
well, why couldn't
I don't know if you've looked
why
at
couldn't he
Pythagoras's.
Why couldn't that all just be his philosophy? I wouldn't say it's necessarily like.
Well, this is what fueled later thinkers like Plato and Aristotle. And
hold on, in what way did that fuel them? Because they did not really talk about. I don't remember. I've read Aristotle. I've read some of Plato. I don't remember them talking about like the shape of the earth. So I don't see how this fueled any of
these
his
are the
ideas.
first people that are. These are the people that they'll tell you came up with the globe theory.
Yeah,
Plato and Aristotle had nothing to do with the globe theory.
If you Google who measured the Earth, what's the result you get?
I know who you're talking about. I forgot his name.
Eratosthenes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, another made-up figure that there's absolutely no records of him doing any of the things that he's credited with.
Look, Erasthenes, or I don't know how you say his name. How do you know he's made up?
Eratosthenes, because there's no evidence that he's not made up. Okay, so that he doesn't have any first-hand work, right? There's nothing that he wrote down that's surviving in history at all. Okay, and there's no evidence, there's no empirical evidence whatsoever that he did anything that he's credited with, just like Pythagoras, and he wasn't even spoken about or mentioned for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years after he allegedly died.
Of course, hold on. My problem with that is that your standard for historical evidence is way too high, because we're talking like 2,000 years ago or so, right? 2,000 or so years ago. How would we have any surviving first-hand accounts of his existence? That's like close to impossible. We barely have first-hand.
So you're going to accept that you don't have first-hand evidence from Eratosthenes, but you dismiss a confession from an old man who was an astronaut confessing that he lied to the American public to his son, who then gave it to the public. Oh, that's second-hand information. Dismiss that.
I didn't necessarily dismiss that. I just threw shade on it. And again, what I'm telling you is, what I'm telling you is, you don't understand how, how historians collect evidence from like ancient antiquity, right? You don't understand.
There isn't any evidence.
Obviously,
there isn't any evidence that he ever did this test that he's credited with. There's none, like zero.
But there's not even. You just said that there was a record of his existence, like hundreds of years after his death.
I said there's no record of it.
No, after his death, right? You said after his death. Think about 300 years ago. Okay, 300 years ago was a long time ago. Now, 300 years later, someone told a story about a guy named Eratosthenes that did this and that. True.
Okay, where did he get that information? Hold on, let me finish. Okay, where did he get that information? Okay, and then there's no evidence.
Though. That's like the best we have.
Hold on, let me finish talking and then respond. Okay, so even if you look into the person that spoke about Eratosthenes 300 years later and try to research where did he get the information from, there's absolutely no information about where he got the information, right? They have to speculate. They're like, maybe it was handed down as word of mouth. Okay, they have no idea at all. So even mathematical historians say, look, these are just stories, and it seems like the Greeks like to make up these types of mythical figures that did this and that, but there's no first-hand evidence. There's no, right? So you can tell me stories about things in the past, right? And there's no evidence to back that story up for it to be real. So it's
my point is, right?
What's your? I don't know what your point is.
So that's to be expected. We're talking about ancient figures.
Cool. So you could just make
thousands and thousands of years ago.
Oh, really? So how do you know he existed? What evidence do you have that he existed?
Because you just gave a record, even if it was 300 years ago.
What record?
That's still evidence.
Someone said someone existed. Someone just said he existed. So
hold on. Considering that it was 2,000 years ago, that's the best we have. Like.
Really?
You don't hold on.
There's evidence of other people. There's first-hand evidence of other people that lived at the same time that Eratosthenes lived, right? But not for Eratosthenes.
Also, that's just
they constructed his map His map of the world came from a reinterpretation of a poem by a later poet, philosopher.
Yeah, look, so anyway, at the end of the day, let's just say that Eratosthenes did do this test. Okay, he didn't validate anything at all. Right? He wasn't even trying to test if the Earth was a globe or flat. Okay, this is what he allegedly did. Okay, so he pre-assumed that the Earth is a globe. Okay, then he pre-assumed that sun rays come in perfectly parallel. The sun's so far away it would make the sun rays from the sun come in completely parallel to Earth. And then he, based off those two assumptions, he just measured that there's a shadow on a stick. Okay, and then he did some mathematics based off those pre-assumptions. He said, okay, the Earth is X size, right? It's got a radius of 40,000 kilometers.
No?
It compared to what? He's the source of the information. That's what people reference when they say that that's where the radius value comes from. It's not like anyone goes out and confirms that that radius is accurate. Like I showed you in the tests that we've gone out and done, that radius doesn't check out when we measure it in reality. And if you can find anyone at all throughout all of history that has gone out and validated that radius to be correct, then go right ahead. It doesn't exist. But you need to find that out for yourself by doing your own research, because we've done that. Okay, and many of us have gone out and actually done tests ourselves. And you could do the same thing if you wanted to at some stage, but there's so many that have been done. I suggest that you look into them. The ones I showed you are just a few basic 5-minute examples just to show you. There's a crazy amount of tests that have been done. We've had teams of field engineers going out with $30,000 lasers, shooting them over 40-kilometer distances, and they have papers and everything showing all of their testing. So, look, if you think that someone confirmed that Eratosthenes was correct, right, then go find that evidence and we'll go over it in good faith, right, and analyze it step by step and come to a logical conclusion. But there isn't any, because when people go out in reality, the Earth doesn't present itself as this globe, right? The globe exists as a theoretical, mathematical concept thought up by alleged mystical cult leaders. Right, and
again,
it was
I
a spherical coordinate system.
I don't think that's the origin of globe Earth, right? There's
yeah, it is. Look. Let me read this out really quickly.
I don't know where you're getting that from.
Okay, you need to do your research, because I've done my research.
Okay, where did you get? Okay, give me your research, because because the idea of the globe Earth has been a thing for thousands of years. That's my point.
Yeah,
right?
So I told you the first person ever.
How do you know it's Pythagoras?
Okay, so according to so I don't necessarily believe the mainstream narrative, that the mainstream history, but according to the mainstream history, there was a guy named Pythagoras who was the first person ever credited with suggesting that the Earth could be a globe. Okay, the first person to document it was Plato, who got his information allegedly through Pythagoras' teachings, right, through the Pythagoreans. Then came along this Eratosthenes character. All right, and if you put together the timeline, you'll see how the globe came to be. It takes a lot of research. I can only tell you what I've done in research right now, but I can tell you that long before anyone even suggested that the Earth was a globe at all, the ancient astronomers had the celestial sphere. Okay, and if you look into how they took the celestial sphere and reinterpreted it as a terrestrial sphere, you'll find out that that's what the globe is. That's what the globe came from. A coordinate system, an imaginary coordinate system used to map out the stars, reverse engineered into a terrestrial coordinate system, which is the spherical coordinate system that we still use to this.
Okay, you just, like, my point is, like, you claimed a lot of things. Mm-hmm. I just would like to know where you got this evidence from, right?
Which piece of evidence would you like clarification?
Basically, the origin of the spherical Earth, right?
Yeah, I thought everybody kind of knew that. Started off long ago with a bunch of ancient Greeks. We'll get up to Copernicus and Galileo in a few centuries, but at the moment it's ancient Greeks. We might get to a character called Al-Biruni, if anybody remembers him, but ultimately there's a time frame and characters along that time frame. We're speaking about the early ones. We'll get to Albert Bruni, then we get to Copernicus and Huygens and Galileo and these people, and then we'll start speaking about NASA. But each step along the way, they're either working on a presupposition, well, they're always working on a presupposition, or trying to explain some phenomena based upon that presupposition. That presupposition being...
So is anyone. So is anyone.
Well, the presupposition that the Earth is a sphere. Everybody is working within that paradigm.
No, everyone is working with a presupposition. Everyone is working. Yeah, everyone has underlying axioms.
Dude, Aristophanes was just pointed out to you. He wasn't trying to figure out either way if the Earth was flat or a sphere. He thought the Earth was a sphere.
How do you know that, by the way? How do you know all this?
Because DJ just laid it out to you, and you can easily find this on, I don't know, Wikipedia if you want to. If you understood the math, you'd understand that it was quite easily baked within. If we want to go and look at other ancient cultures around the world that did, let's say, the same thing that Aristophanes, like the Chinese, their conclusion was the Earth was flat. If we're just talking about measuring the length of a shadow to calculate the angle at the top of the stick, when we're not underneath the light source anymore, it's quite obvious to see that this particular Greek was working from a presupposition. The Earth was a sphere in the distance to the sun and how big it was in the parallel light rays. Wasn't trying to figure out if it was one way or another.
Existence, even the experiment taking the experiment taking place.
It doesn't matter. I mean, for the sake of argument, at this point, whether he existed or not, this is the story that we are told. Now, we can do what he did. Now, I'm pointing out the Chinese did the same thing. Their conclusion was the Earth was flat. Do you know what he did?
Didn't he calculate the circumference of the Earth?
Yeah, he calculated, not measured, the circumference of his presupposition based on an angle of a shadow. Now, for example, you've got a light in your living room. If you put a stick underneath it, directly underneath it, it's not going to cast any shadow either side, is it? No. If you were to go to the other side of your room and put a stick in the floor, it would cast a shadow because of the angular relationship to the light source, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what he did. He was underneath the sun. Some stories say there was a stick that cast no shadow. Some stories say there was a well that he saw the reflection of the sun in. Okay. And then he went 500 miles, 800 kilometers, whatever the distance, to another city, not directly underneath the light source. And there was an obelisk, or he put a stick in the ground, and there was a shadow, and he measured that shadow, and he calculated the angle at the top of the stick where it met the imaginary hypotenuse. And based upon that, he calculated the circumference of the Earth. That's all that happened. Now, you can do the same thing in your living room, and if you apply the right math, you can turn your room into a sphere and know its circumference if you use the right math. Is your room now a sphere because you've calculated its circumference using this particular math? No.
No, but I don't think...
Not. It's obvious, right?
No, but I don't think that's how he calculated the circumference, right?
Sorry.
That's exactly what he did.
Sticks. That's exactly what he did. The distance between the sticks was 500 miles. He paid the guy apparently to pace it out. Now, whether this story is true or not, this is the situation of events. 2 sticks, or a well, and an obelisk, whichever, but literally a frigging triangle. 2 things on the floor and something in the sky casting shadows to things that are either under it or not. You can do the same thing in your living room. This is what he did. Unless you think he did something different, please regale us in what he did.
Okay, if but wouldn't like a light bulb and a stick directly under each other, and the sun and stick on the flat ground, right? Wouldn't wouldn't there be a difference? I wouldn't say that's the same exact thing.
No, because you can stand underneath the sun, let's say somewhere on the equator, like he did, on the tropic, and then not directly underneath the sun. This is what you observe when you observe the sun up in the sky. You point to it. You're either under it or you're not under it. Right? Like any other thing that's above you. Do you think the sun's like really big all of a sudden and would always be over everybody on the earth? Well, no, that's not obviously the case. We point up at angles to the sun. If we were to put a stick in the floor, we would get a shadow based upon the angle to the sun.
Sure. I mean, I have another question though. Right.
Okay.
Because like I would like to know like what like so earlier you were talking about like the Greek influences of like the globe Earth, right? You said Pythagoras is the first one who came up with the theory, correct?
I said that, and that's according to the mainstream. So if you look up anywhere who was the first person credited with suggesting that the Earth could be a globe, you're going to get Pythagoras. And the first person that documenting it is Plato in one of Plato's.
I'm looking at the journal you sent me. It's literally, it says like in the first paragraph, another widespread error is that Pythagoras was the first to declare that the Earth is round. This is
right. So even okay. So exactly. So but it's taught, right? It's taught at school. It's taught in the mainstream that was Pythagoras. Okay, but when people start studying it, when people start digging into it, like mathematical historians and that kind of thing,
I've never heard.
They find out that the mainstream information that people are being taught is actually false information. Okay, so that's why people like Pierce Hall from Cambridge University, who studies these types of people for a living, he said that what you get taught about Pythagoras is all bullshit. Okay, and he explains in detail why it's bullshit and how it could only be bullshit. He said maybe there was some guy named Pythagoras that lived somewhere in Greek at some stage, but there really isn't any evidence for the Pythagoras taught about. He said maybe there was someone called, and he jokes, he says Bob Pythagoras on some island somewhere, but he said we don't actually have any first-hand evidence of any of this stuff at all. Right, even the same thing with Eratosthenes, there's even less evidence for Eratosthenes. So I just put a study that was done by the Department of Psychology at the University of North Carolina at Wilmington. And it says right there, like over 2,000 years ago, Eratosthenes coupled a logical thought experiment with crude measurement to estimate the circumference of the Earth with what could be considered to be amazing accuracy. However, his observations would have led him to a very different conclusion if he had used a different set of presuppositions in interpreting his observations. Scientists should always remain aware of the fact that finding data which are consistent with a particular hypothesis does not rule out other possibilities. Okay, so like Jedi was telling you, the Chinese did the same thing. They made a different set of presuppositions, and they came to the conclusion that the Earth. And then under that, Bruno has... That
was my question. My question is, how do you believe that he influenced Aristotle and Plato? Because I've never heard of this before.
You've got to research it. I posted a journal, Antigone.
I'm reading
that out.
It, right?
So you need to read through that, but don't just read through that, because he's got a whole bunch of footnotes at the bottom, right, where he's getting all of he's posting sources for where he's getting the information from. So you need to go and start reading into that. This isn't something that you can learn in 5 minutes. You've got to go spend weeks looking into the mainstream information. So while I don't necessarily believe all of the mainstream information that we're getting told, this is what the mainstream is teaching people. Okay, they're teaching people that this is the timeline and this is how the globe Earth became something, right? None of them are teaching you that someone went out and empirically validated that the Earth is a globe, right? Even according to the mainstream history journals and things like that, they'll tell you. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, the astrophysicist, right? He'll tell you that Eratosthenes doesn't prove anything because he just made assumptions. And Jedi was just explaining to you that you could have a room in your house with obviously a flat floor, and if you put one stick directly under the light bulb, it's not going to have a shadow. And then you can put another stick on the other side of the room and it's going to have a shadow. Let's say it has a 7.2 degree shadow, like Eratosthenes. Okay, then you can assume that you're standing on a sphere and assume that the rays from that light bulb are coming in parallel. and you can work out the circumference of your flat floor. That's how flawed it is. And then you could go to a lake. Then you could go to a lake and measure complete flatness over 20 miles distance and say, oh shit, well, that can't possibly be a globe then, because that curvature would have to be there. 100% would have to be there if the Earth's a globe.
Sure, I mean, their theories could be flawed, but my question was, how do you know Plato and Aristotle were influenced by Pythagoras? That's my question.
It could all be bullshit, but according to the mainstream historians, according to the history books, that's the way it happened, right? It could all be bullshit.
I don't think so.
Oh, really? Have you researched it?
Okay, so yeah, give us the evidence that you're going to suggest that DJ's wrong.
No, I'm not saying he's wrong. You just haven't given me the evidence, you know?
No, hold on. It's just trying to give you the mainstream narrative, dude. I thought this wasn't not really debated or argued. Only that DJ's going into like quite a bit of detail for your benefit.
No, because from what I've read from Plato, he's never given his views on the topic of the Earth being round or flat or square. I don't know.
That's awesome. But do we have to stick on this? Like it's the sticking point of the argument? Whether he existed or not, or these people did or not, this is the prevailing narrative from where it came from. According to the story, Aristophanes did this. Well, what he did doesn't prove fuck all. You understand that, right?
I mean, it wasn't really, my question wasn't directed to the argument. I was just curious about.
I'm appealing to you not to get stuck in the mud on this. Because really, you said we've known this for thousands of years, according to the narrative. And the narrative starts here with some Greeks, and Aristophanes did this, and this doesn't prove fuck all. So, doesn't appear to be this far back in history. Maybe someone else did something. Right? You said this had been proven. So far, it hasn't.
Sure. I guess, I mean, I haven't, I'm not sure about the, your argument against Aristophanes' experiment. I'm not sure about that. I'll do more research on that. But let's say I grant it. Sure. Maybe he did improve the Earth's circumference. Sure. But again, I mean, it's been the mainstream for thousands of, at least since then, it's been the mainstream.
No, it hasn't. You don't know what you're talking about.
Intellectuals, right?
No, you do not know what you're talking about. You clearly haven't researched it. Right? And if you had researched it, you wouldn't be saying that. Right? This isn't information coming from flat earthers. This is just us parroting the mainstream history to you, who obviously haven't studied it. So I don't know why once people start being intellectually dishonest and not admitting when they haven't researched something, right? People here are going to start getting the shits with you, dude.
I've admitted it many times.
Okay, so why did you just say that it's been the mainstream narrative for thousands? When it basically objectively hasn't been
I meant since Aristophanes. That's what I meant.
No, it hasn't been since Eratosthenes. It has not been. You don't know the history. You haven't looked into the history. They were the first people to propose it, allegedly. Okay, but it didn't catch on, right? A huge amount of time went on after that where people believed that the Earth was flat, right? For 1,000 years or something like that. A huge amount of time after that. Okay, it wasn't until 500-600 years ago when it started to become more of a mainstream.
Eratosthenes wasn't invented until around the 1980s. So there you go, Glover.
So we're up to 500 years ago.
I mean,
we're going to start talking about Copernicus and Galileo now.
What about them?
Well, this is the narrative of thousands of years of people always knowing the Earth was a sphere, and the Greeks had an idea amongst themselves so far, and DJ's pointing out that this idea didn't catch on until 2,000 years or so later. about 500 years ago, we'll start talking about these people who started developing
I don't know.
telescopes
I'm
like
sure there's
Galileo.
people. I'm sure there were people before that and after Eratosthenes. I'd have to do the research again, but I'm sure there were people. Like you skipped.
So,
Hold on, you
dude,
skipped
please,
1500 years.
please. You're sure, or do you know?
I don't know. Of course,
Okay. So you hope.
it's not hope. I'm just sure.
It really is. If you don't know and you're sure, then you fucking hope there's someone out there.
I mean,
like I said, right? And I want to be respectful, and I hope I have been, right? For the past 10, 11 years, we, DJ, T-Dub, me, everybody in this room, Triangles and all of us, we've studied this. We know the story. Right, we're going to jump from the Greeks to a guy called Al-Biruni, if anybody paid attention to the story, and then we go on to the more modern people, Galileo, Copernicus, Huygens, these guys. Because when we Google who found out the Earth was a sphere, this is the timeline. It's gone over thousands of years, but not everybody believed it. Not everybody believed it up until really about 100 years ago, maybe more about 50, 60, 70 years ago. Right? Flat Earth was still being taught in schools 100 years ago, dude. It wasn't up until about 300 years ago that the Chinese were told that the Earth was a sphere by Catholic ministries. Ministers that went over there, right? Because China's a very closed-off country. They believed the Earth was flat for thousands of years until we went along and told them it wasn't. So the history. So we're just laying out the history for you, dude.
Okay.
Now, when we try to validate these things, like what Al-Biruni did, what Eratosthenes did, what Galileo and all of these other people did, we understand that all of these people were not proving the Earth was a sphere. They were working on the presupposition the Earth was a sphere or trying to explain phenomena from that presupposition. Right? It's just an idea that lots of people had. It comes from theology, basically. It's not proven to be true. It's just a comfy idea. So when we look back at history, we're told a story. Can we validate that story to be true? No, because when we try to measure the surface of the Earth, we measure it to be flat, not curved. Doesn't matter what the story is the Earth is a sphere, so we should measure the curvature of the Earth. We don't.
Yeah, you cut out.
Yeah, I'm sure I did. I'll sort that out. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't hear.
You cut out as well.
Cut out. Well, maybe it's your internet.
Yeah, maybe it is, actually.
It actually cut out for me as well.
Mic check.
Well, at least we learned today. That we got a lot of people that were told about by his story, and that they've been made up. They came around in the 1980s to make people think you live on a ball. Isn't that wonderful? Now you've got that one. You can knock that one off the table. You don't have to worry about that one anymore.
Who's to say it's from the 1980s? Well, where did that come from?
But I never heard about it before then.
So you're telling me, was it Eratosthenes? He never existed? It was all made up during the 1980s?
It's easy to remember. It's error, toss the knees. Error, toss the knees. So error, break his knees.
We understand it's really hard to hear this type of information, especially for a lad your age, 18 years old, who's believed what everybody else has believed.
Right. Look, let me tell you, to be honest, I have a lot of beliefs that are extremely in the minority. Like, I'm not opposed to believing in things that the majority don't believe, right? To me, this just seems irrational, if I'm being completely honest. Like, I don't have any emotional dog in this race. Like, I don't really. If you could definitively prove to me that the Earth is round, the Earth is flat, I would, hands down, I would believe you, because I do believe in the honest pursuit for truth.
Okay, well, DJ did that to you about half hour ago. He measured the surface of the Earth. He showed you the measurements of the surface of the Earth. That's an empirical standard. If you want to know the shape of an object, you observe it and measure it.
Yeah, I know. We talked about that.
My friend, and this is why I appealed, my friend. This is why I appealed to you just a moment ago, right? We respect that you're young, that you're 18 years old, blah 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 blah. All right, you're just repeating stories, right? We've known for 1,000 years, you said. That's just you repeating something that you believe. You haven't tested any of these things, and why would you really? Because you've got the confidence that the narrative that we've all been taught is true. Why would they lie? We understand that. But when you try to verify these claims, all of them, and you've got a lot, when you try to verify them, you can't. And when you try to prove the Earth is curved, it's not. It's measured flat. Water is horizontal upon the surface when contained and at rest. And if 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, then it's flat, right?
Look, we talked about that earlier. I did, again, I told you I didn't do enough research on this. I'll come back to you on it. But from what I'm looking up, from what I'm seeing online, it just seems to me like it's a lot more nuanced than you're making it out to be, you know? Like there's
because lots of people would need to lie, was your other appeal earlier on, right? We were speaking about NASA for an hour and how many people it would take. All of these things, all of these arguments, dude, that you're going to rely on aren't really going to be based in empiricism. They're going to be based in your feelings, your subjective opinion.
I feel like that's kind of bad faith because you haven't really seen the arguments. You don't really know what I'm talking about, right?
Dude, you've been speaking about them. I don't believe that they would be able to get away with this. Was one of them.
Yeah, that was not based on my feelings. That's just.
It is most definitely based upon how you subjectively see the fucking world, mate.
No, it's factually secrets are. Hold on, the way, like, you know, how human nature is understood.
Sorry, are you going to tell us how you think the way the world works now?
No, I'm not telling you how I think the way the world works. This is evidence, right? Secrets are hard to keep between humans. Like, I don't know how you're disputing this.
Because it's all based upon your subjective interpretation of, one, the motivations of individuals and how you perceive them to do things or not, based upon how you see the world from your subjective worldview.
Hold on, it's not the motivation of just random individuals. It's how human nature is. We're talking about human nature.
Okay, people lie. There's human nature for you.
Of course, people lie
all the time.
Hold on. Secrets still are hard to keep between multiple people. That's my point.
Couldn't give a shit. People lie. And secrets might be hard to keep. Yeah, right, because the Earth is all fucking around you. And we're pointing it out, but you won't accept it because of your subjective worldview. Right? How do you not get this, dude?
Hold on. You keep saying it's because of my subjective worldview.
Yeah.
Hold on. How exactly is it subjective? I'm telling you, it's how human nature functions. I don't think you'd say human nature is subjective.
According to who?
According to who? So, okay, so would you dispute that? Hold on. Would you dispute?
No, don't ask me who's disputing. I'm asking according to who.
But hold on. So you're disputing that secrets are not hard to keep. Not hard to keep.
Is this according to you?
No, it's not just according to me. It's like you can.
Okay, so
you can look it up. Psychologists. Hold on, psychologists.
Who?
I can't give you a list off the top of my head.
I don't know. I can't give you a list. Do you hope that they're out there again?
Hold on. I can come back to you.
So would you have read these books before?
Which ones?
I don't know. The ones that back up your point of view.
I have read
Or you got
about
to
it,
go and
yes,
research
before.
and hope that they're fucking out there.
Well,
It's like, dude, I don't understand why these things are really hard for you to understand. You're just going to explain the world to us based on how you perceive the world, an 18-year-old boy. No disrespect to you being 18.
you keep saying, Ron, you keep bringing up subjectivity when I'm telling you it's human nature, not subjectivity.
Yeah, it's human nature.
Hey, Jedi, he's trying to tell you that he doesn't think, he knows that this is how it is and that we're just fools because he can't believe anything. So the way he's saying it to us is that no matter what, he's right and we're wrong. Is that right, kid?
No, what are you talking about?
Sure.
So we measure the earth flat, okay? And it's not measured to be curved. Is it flat or curved?
I heard, what's his name? Jedi told me about it. Like, he told me his. Someone has an echo, I think.
Yeah, it's me. I'm waiting for you to finish.
Okay, can you mute your mic while I respond? Okay, so he told me about your measurement of the Earth. What I said was, again, I haven't done much research on this. I'll come back to you. But from what I understand,
Yeah, hold on a second. We haven't done one test. Do you believe that?
Yes, sure. You could have done multiple. That doesn't.
Thousands say the Earth is flat. So you're saying that we measure it flat and NASA says it's flat. You don't want to see those documents, I'm sure. But because airplanes require a flat and stationary Earth to work. So if you knew anything about that, you'd go, oh shit, that really sucks because you can't land a plane on a spinning ball once you figure that out. So there's a lot of things at 18 years old you got to figure out now.
What? No, what I'm saying is you cut me off before I could respond. What I'm saying is there could be many factors that influence your tests, your experiments. That was my point, and I brought up one of them, which was the refraction of light. Because your argument, right? Your experiment assumes that light just goes in a straight line. That was my first. That was
No,
like
it
my
doesn't.
response to him.
Don't. No. Okay, so when did anyone present you what you just said then? It sounds like you're getting fed information, maybe in your DMs, or you've looked it up on AI or something. No one said that.
I was talking with Jedi. That's what he said.
Jedi doesn't say that light doesn't deviate at all, right? And that there can't be refractive effects. Yeah.
What I said was that one. Of course, it does. I didn't say what I said is that experiment assumes it, right? That experiment assumes it does.
Which one?
I'm not saying
Which
he
one
does
assumes
or he
it?
did.
Which one assumes it? Which one?
Let me check in the side chat.
See, this is now where you're going to have to use mental gymnastics. Once again, another topic, just like the history thing that you haven't done research, don't know anything about. You've just heard something somehow now all of a sudden that there's this thing called refraction.
That's what he told me.
There's just there's refraction, and somehow it makes all of the curvature just appear completely flat. And somehow it just magically makes giant hills just turn flat. And all of a sudden you can see through mountains because of this divine refraction. Such bullshit.
I mean, your strawmanning doesn't really mean anything.
No. I'm accurately laying out to anyone listening that you have no idea what you're talking about when you say refraction. And what you're proposing that it's doing is explaining these observations, and you're saying that we're able to flatten out hills, basically. Because refraction can just make a hill just all of a sudden just appear completely flat, right? It's a giant hill that's 130 feet high, just flat refraction. Just consistently everywhere. Every time that you go out and do a test, refraction just makes the Earth. But really, it's a globe.
No, I'm just saying the test doesn't account for it. That's my point.
Which one doesn't account for it? We've got plenty that account.
Most
of
okay,
them.
give me one that.
How many have you studied? How many of the tests? How many of the tests?
My point is.
Hold on a second.
Give me one that
how do you account for refraction? How do you accurately account for refraction? What's refraction? And then how do you accurately account for it?
One that is. Hold on. One that's actually. Because you cut me off. Let me finish. Right.
No, you just made
what
a bold
I would like
claim,
to see,
right? You said that there's what test accurately accounts for refraction. What's refraction, and how do you accurately account for refraction?
Hold on.
You're going to try to look it up on the spot, like while you're talking to me?
I was putting something in the chat. Anyways, what's refraction?
Yeah, what's refraction?
Light reflecting off of basically like.
No.
Okay, what would you say refraction is then?
Well, so what do you think it's light reflecting?
No.
Off. You said reflecting. Light reflecting.
No, what I said, what I meant to say is light basically bouncing off of another thing. Basically.
No,
that's how I understand it.
Okay, reflection and refraction completely different. So no, it's not what it is at all. It's my point here. You don't know what you're talking about at all. Point. Now, I would have to give you like a little on-the-spot lesson on refraction, so then you could be better at trying to argue about refraction, right? I don't know if you see the flaw in that.
The flaw?
Yeah, the flaw in, like, I would have to teach you your argument so you could use that argument against me.
Hey, either way, you did before you brought up how that
you don't even know what refraction is. Why are you talking about refraction when you don't even know how to define it and you just completely butchered the definition in one sentence? Like, you didn't even get it. It's not even close to being right at all. And then how would you account for it? Okay, you don't know what it is. So how would anyone accurately account for it, or name one test that's been done? Right, one observation.
I don't know. You gave me You gave me thousands. Hold on. You told me that there's this thousands of tests, right?
Yep.
What I'm asking is, I want a test, right? You can do whatever experiment, one that's actually, what's the word?
Yeah. So how about one that's negated the possibility that refraction could be an excuse for the observation? You can't accurately measure the exact amount of light refraction between point A and point B in a real world situation over a long distance. That's impossible for anyone. Okay, but you can understand how refraction works. You can understand the limits. You can understand what it does. Okay, and what meteorological conditions would have to be present for certain events.
Yeah, okay. So my question was,
listening or
what
not?
I'm asking is,
sounds like you're not listening.
No, I'm listening. I just
what I just tell you? You don't know what.
Hold on. What I was looking for what I was trying to say, right? What I was trying to say earlier was, can you give me one experiment that's actually peer reviewed by multiple people, right? Not just
God. See. Once again, you're just appealing to authority now. Now you're saying it has
it's not appealing to authority
for it to be true.
Hold on, it's not.
Peer reviewed is a flawed process according to peer review papers. Right? Peer reviewed is a flawed process. So what you're doing now is you're falling into the fallacies. So that's what you globe earthers do. Okay, because you don't know what you're talking about.
Now you're going to have to start. Now you hold on. Can you
peer review saying it has to be peer reviewed isn't appealing to authority.
It should be peer reviewed, right? Because we want it to.
Which peers?
So the errors could be aired out. That's the point of peer review.
Oh yeah,
if it's just one, if it's just one experiment by some random person that's completely unqualified,
no, it's
right?
not one experiment. Okay, see, that's another fallacy, right then.
Okay,
right then.
it's
now,
not
see,
one
this is what you're
experiment.
doing right now. You're just going from fallacy to fallacy because that's all we get from you guys.
Okay, listen, it could be
and we get fallacy.
Nonetheless, it could be thousands of experience, whatever. But if they're all by unqualified people who, like, they're not peer reviewed, we don't know if it's true or not. How can I trust this experiment? You know what I'm saying?
What is part of the peer review? What's part of the peer review process or the scientific process? Right. If we've got, for example, an experimental setup, part of an experimental setup is that it can be verified or falsified. That means you or somebody else can go and do it. You can peer review what has been done. So when we give you thousands of observations and laser tests, that's the peer review. Lots of people are going out and trying to falsify this because they can, but they can't falsify it because it's not falsifiable. Right? The Earth's measured flat. Those are the peers, dude. You're the peer. You seem to be relying on an authority for some reason.
It's not just for some reason. Wouldn't you agree that you would want these experiments to be peer reviewed so you could have like some legitimacy? You could have some legitimacy within scholarship.
Yeah, by somebody who had expertise in the field, like, for example, expertise in the tools that they were using. Right?
Not just that, just because they have expertise
but not
in the
just
tools,
that, but including that,
they need to be able to evaluate the conclusion, right?
Yeah, exactly. So people who are experts in the field, specifically the tools that they are using, right? We've got those as well. If that's the standard of people that you want, experts in their field, and then the peer review process, what do you think that he's going to like mail it off to the scientific union or something? No, the peers are me and you and everybody else. This is falsifiable information. You can do this. You can validate it or not.
My point is, like, your experiments, they're going to be like, they're basically are laughable to the scientific, to scholarship, unless they get peer reviewed. That's my point. Wouldn't you want it to be peer reviewed? Is my point.
Who cares? I'm the peer. I don't need somebody else to tell me not their heads.
People.
I would want to do this. That's the whole point of the scientific process, right? Not that this is a scientific experiment, but I'll give you it's a measurement. In all cases, you should be able to do the same thing. Right at the end of the scientific method, right? Verify and falsify. It's got to be falsifiable. This hypothesis needs to be able to be tested, right? It's got to be viable. You have to be able to do this, and I should be able to repeat what you've done over maybe different scales. Last step of the scientific method.
Look, I don't know. I mean, if you say so, I'll, like I said, I'll do more research on this because I haven't really heard much about. I haven't done much research on the experiments themselves. I've heard about it. I'm not really educated on the intricacies of it. I'll come back to you on this, but I mean, my point is, I just think it would be a good thing if it was peer reviewed by other journals because it'll legitimize your position. I mean, isn't that what you want? Your position to become mainstream?
Because you want to feel safe that everybody else agrees to it before you agree to it.
Not just for that. It wouldn't. Hold on. What?
Not just for that.
Hold on. Jedi. Isn't your whole point of arguing with Globers or whatever? Isn't your whole point to get to prove your to prove your claims and to spread them and to get the mainstream? It's not your whole point. Getting. Okay, what's your point then? Why even waste your time? Why waste your time researching and arguing?
Okay, dude, it's really subjective to the individual flat earther. Right, but to me, I just like having the conversations with regular people like you.
because if it wasn't for regular people like me pointing this out, you would have never questioned this, or you would have had a false understanding about what flat Earth is. The only reason I'm here is to combat the bullshit that's online about what flat earthers say. I'm a flat earther. I don't say 90% of the shit that's said online about the Earth being flat.
But you don't care about your position becoming mainstream. You don't care about it being taught in schools. You don't care.
I mean, look, it's irrelevant, really, at this stage, dude. Whether the government turn around and by national decree they say the Earth is flat, can give a fuck, right? It's not my intent. I'm not trying to change the world from that perspective. I'm trying to change the world from your perspective.
And wouldn't you say that getting it verified by scientists, by scholars, would not change the worldview on my...
Go and do this yourself. Stop relying on an authority to tell you what's right or wrong. Do it yourself.
Sure. I'm not disagreeing, but what I'm saying is it would help, right? Convincing other individuals if it was done by like qualified authorities. That's my point. I'm not saying that you could be. I'm not saying that like if it's not peer reviewed, it's useless or you're. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it would be better.
Yeah, it would help you and everybody else if the truth of the matter was completely told all of the time. Yeah, it would help. Yeah.
Then what's the problem with, because you I don't know if it was you specifically,
no, it's just
I've heard
what it's like 5% of the frigging argument. Right, really, in the grand scheme of things, what you're talking about and the majority of things that you've been talking about don't mean shit. With all due respect. Yeah, it would be helpful, I guess, if everybody told the truth that the Earth was measured flat and it was peer-reviewed and everybody nodded along, so you could wake up in the morning and feel better about it now because everybody else agrees. That's lovely.
Yeah, I mean, from what you got from your experiments, you came to the conclusion that the Earth is measured flat.
The measurements are what the measurements say. I just agree with the measurements. It's like, I know how tall I am because I measured myself.
It's not that simple. It's much more nuanced than that.
Hold on. We're talking about measurement. We can talk about different types of measurement, but I'm using a very simple one so we can all understand. Because at the end of the day, the measurement's the measurement.
What?
The measurement's the measurement, dude. I don't have to believe it. I don't have to agree with it. It just is what it is.
Okay, that's true. But my point was the evidence. Like, it's much more nuanced than simply measuring yourself with a tape. Right?
No,
it's much more complicated.
It's much more nuanced than measuring the surface of the Earth to see if it's flat or not.
No, compared to like measuring yourself, like measuring your height.
Oh, so I would use different tools.
Yes, and also your data will be different, and that data, how you interpret it, is how you come to the conclusion. No,
how I interpret the data.
Yes, because I'm also like my point. Like my earlier point is, how do you know that you're accounting for all the factors, right? Because there could be many other factors. Mm-hmm.
Because we measured them. I told you earlier.
I was just going to interject real quick, Matt. Nobody's been able to produce a curvature measurement for the globe either. That's the problem.
Nobody. What do you mean?
Can I be any clearer?
You're telling me nobody at all has ever?
Ever. Not in all of history, and we can prove it.
Okay, I mean, I find that to be like a big claim. I've heard of people doing exactly what you're saying. That's never happened before. So I don't know.
Well, we look into their claims and examine them, and we can point out flaws each and every time in the logic and methodology.
Right. Then they do the exact same. That's my point. They can do the exact same, and they do
actually.
What do you mean they don't? I mean, the whole point is the whole point, like there's many debates over this fact, because anyone could go out with a laser, 2 lasers, and then measure the distance, right? Anyone could do that. The whole point is over the logic, the methodology, and the conclusion of the experiment.
Yeah, we target the thing at distance that we shouldn't do if there was an Earth curve in the way. It's a targeting system.
The debate is over the conclusion, and what he's saying is that other people don't they don't pick out the flaws in your experiments. Is what he's saying, and I find that to be ridiculous.
That's true.
Because there wouldn't be any debate. There wouldn't be any.
There's no debate. That's another thing, Matt.
You think there is, or there should be?
There clearly is. I mean, this exact hold on. This exact debate has been debated on the internet
subject
for years. I don't know what you're talking about.
You think measurements are a debatable subject?
I think the methodology of the measurements are, yeah.
Okay, so what methodology?
Like how you measure it.
Okay, by what? Okay, so what tools do surveyors use to measure the land?
Not just what tools, how they use them, the factors that they account for. Maybe they're missing a tool. I don't know, but there's many factors for this, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's many factors. There's many factors for this. There's the limitation of the optic, there's the wavelength of light that's used, there's the distance, there's the meteorological conditions. Yep.
Okay, then
what tools do we use to measure on the surface of the Earth? I'm not interested about factors. I'm just asking you what tools we use.
What tools? I guess a light, some surface to put it on, right?
Yeah. So we predominantly use line of sight targeting tools.
Yeah.
These are called theodolites, lasers. There are other electromagnetic signal propagations that we can use. These come in the form of radio waves, for example. When we measure the surface of the Earth with tools, even with the factors that you talk about, we still measure the surface of the Earth to be flat.
Okay, so what I would say is, right, then it's because of your methodology. I'm not saying the tools are different. They would use, even the globe, the people who argue for the globe, right, they would use the same tools you're using, and they come to different conclusions, right? And you argue you argue against their experiment by pointing out the flaws in their methodology, their logic, their conclusion, right? Not the conclusion, sorry, their interpretation, right? Sure.
Yeah, and I know you haven't read it, dude, and obviously I wouldn't expect you to have done. Okay, I posted you a link earlier. It was the 149 kilometer air turbulent signal propagation test done in Hawaii, done by, I think it was University of Maryland, Kentucky, a few others, blah, 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 blah. Now, these aren't flat earthers. If you read within the document, they can't explain the shit that they are measuring because it doesn't fit with their model. As in, that laser's going too far.
Can you send the experiment again? Sorry.
Yeah, I'll post it again for you, buddy. Give me a moment.
Also, like earlier, the psychologist I gave, they're supporting my position of like lies being hard, secrets being hard to keep, basically.
Yeah, and that's why I asked you if you know what a psychopath is.
But that's completely unrelated, so I don't see.
What, people who lie continually.
Okay, so you're telling me
because
that all of these people...
they don't understand the consequences, or have no recollection or knowing of the consequences because they haven't got empathy.
Okay, so everyone who's a global...
What we're talking about, right, is psychology. Right, now that's a really, really deep subject. And if you're just going to rely on the fact that, well, the secret would have come out, dude, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, according to human psychology, at least, like, you know, your average healthy human being, not a psychopath. Are you telling me that every single, like, person who kept the secret is a psychopath, that's kind of ridiculous and improbable.
No, but but many people fall into many different types of categories, dude. It's not just as simple as saying, Bob. Sometimes regular, normal, healthy people find it hard to keep secrets.
Okay, again,
dude.
The way I would respond is simple. Do you know what Occam's razor is?
Yeah.
Okay, then according to Occam's razor, would you not agree that your assumption, your idea assumes too many things? It assumes they have these psychopathic tendencies or whatever.
No,
you're assuming that. Yes, you are.
No, not if you're going to bring Occam's razor into it, because the Earth appears flat and stationary. Therefore, I'm just going to take the least logical steps to reach the conclusion that it's as it appears to be. If we're going to use Occam's razor.
Well, you're misapplying it, obviously, because...
How's he misapplying it? It's got the least amount of logical jumps. We see flat, we assume flat, we measure flat. Please explain how you see flat, you measure flat, and you assume curve. Where did you get to the curve?
Hold on. He didn't say
you would have to insert another step.
No, he didn't assume. He didn't say anything about measurement.
You invoked Occam's razor, not us.
Right.
You have to insert an extra logical step. Therefore, Occam's razor defeats your own premise. Enjoy.
Okay, so he didn't say anything about measurements. We weren't talking about measurements.
You were talking about Occam's razor, the least amount of logical jumps to come to a conclusion. We have that. You have not.
From only observation.
Yeah.
From only observation, not including measurement, because you said measurement.
I didn't say measurement, dude. Stop jumping up and down on that. That's fine. That's awesome.
Okay, but what I'm saying is,
we observe the Earth to be flat and stationary. Now, how many logical jumps do I need to make before it's a sphere that moves?
We get that from the evidence, because we're talking about
that it looks flat and stationary.
Okay, we're talking about evidence, right? We're not talking about because he brought up measurements. Measurements is objective evidence. It's not just like logical. It's not the same. That's what I'm saying. If you're using objective evidence, then of course, but you're assuming
measurements are an empirical standard.
Yeah, an empirical standard. If you're using empirical evidence, then of course, by what you posited, the Earth would be flat. But what I'm saying is, not including empirical evidence, just from what we observe, you can't conclude the Earth is flat or round. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so what else do we need?
Empirical evidence.
Like what?
Like measurements or...
Okay, so we do need the measurements then. Okay, no, dude, so we do need the measurements then.
I never said we didn't. I've never said we didn't.
Okay, no, that's great. No, dude, please stop acting defensive. I'm just trying to reach an agreement with you. So we do need the measurements then. Oh, okay, that's cool. So we are barking up the right fucking tree when we try to measure the Earth. We don't need to start jumping to the stories of other people, because really it's observation and measurement would be the logical steps that we would take.
That's true, but my point was, right? Hold on. My earlier argument wasn't your measurement was about. It wasn't covering your measurement. It was about the feasibility of this conspiracy being kept. That was my original argument.
And that's and that is going to rely on a whole load of assumptions.
Not at all. Hold on. Okay. I brought up that keeping secrets is hard, right? I brought up
Occam's razor, dude.
You said that that's an assumption, I assume. Is that what you're saying?
No, dude. You brought up Occam's razor, right? Yeah. Okay. Now we should have just stopped. And why you're relying on the evidence of, well, it'd have been a really hard secret to keep. Now we're going to start running off and making a shitload of assumptions.
What assumptions have I made?
Dude, that people are going to
it's going to be hard for people to keep secrets.
That's not an assumption. That's human nature.
Okay.
And that's why I
okay,
gave you the
but now
journal.
we're going to start chucking other. Let's wander down this fucking avenue for a year, right? And we've done this, right? People have already got motivation to lie. Well, if they've already got the motivation to lie and they've nodded with all of their colleagues that they're going to keep this secret, then they're probably going to keep, like, dude, this is going to be a really boring conversation for you. We're going to be off into the fucking weeds where we shouldn't be if we were trying to apply Occam's razor.
Again, like, I don't think you're understanding my argument, right? Again, even if, right, they had some reason, I don't know what they would have. I don't know what they would like. I don't know what reason they would have. But let's say they did, right? Even if they had some reason, by human nature, it is hard for humans to keep secrets. And considering the amount of people that are involved, that are implicated in this conspiracy, the secret should, according to human nature, come out. And this is all like, this is not like subjective.
It is. We're telling you.
No, it's not. I gave you what a psychologist, right, published in their journal. I gave you
the interviews in the side chat.
I'm just that's cool, but that's completely unrelated. I'm talking about.
You're asking for fucking whistleblowers, and now you're saying it's unrelated when we give you the interviews in the side chat. Weird.
No, what I'm saying is, right, I'm giving you evidence for like secrets being extremely hard to keep, is what I'm saying.
Yes. Okay. But the Earth still
you were
measures
saying that was
flat.
subjective earlier. You were saying that was subjective.
Dude, that's nice and all, that people find it hard to keep secrets when they're healthy. Okay? But that doesn't change the fact that the Earth is measured flat. If you're trying to apply Occam's razor, then you should be going with an empirical standard, not groups of generalized people.
And like the whole point of my argument was that I wasn't talking about the measurement of the Earth or the so-called empirical evidence for the measurement of the Earth, right? I wasn't talking about.
So unless the point of your argument is going to go against the measurements of the Earth, you haven't really got much of a leg to stand on, son.
No, it's not going against the measurements of the Earth. It's just simply going against the
feasibility. Well, you've just admitted to us you haven't got much to stand on.
No, it's going against the feasibility.
Oh, there's no. Of this feasibility or not, it's measured as flat. Whether you disagree, agree, like it or not, it's still measured at that particular way. So unless you're going to provide us with measurements that are contrary to our measurements, you haven't really got much to stand on, son.
Yeah, I mean,
is it easier?
I already said that I'm not studied on that topic, and let's move on to something else.
Appeal to incredulity again. That's great.
Originally, that's what I said, right?
Hey, here's an idea. Why don't you go and do some research?
From a psychological point of view, it's easier to lie to somebody than it is to tell them that they've lied to you. If you want to talk about anchor bias and the first thing that you are told, then it's the hardest thing for you to let go of. If you want to talk about a psychological point of view, we can just point around the world at different cultures and traditions around the world, and the people that are born into these cultures and accept that culture to be true because that was the first fucking thing that they got taught. Interesting that the Earth being a sphere was probably one of the first things that you got taught, whether you realised it or not. It's called anchor biasing. If you want to go deep into psychology, dude, people find it hard sometimes to get rid of that anchor because it's firmly set into the ground, even though they're provided lots of information that is contrary to their position, they become stubborn. Now, you understand people are stubborn, don't you, Sunshine? Like, you want to talk about human psychology, dude, and you just appeal into, well, fucking hell, someone would have told the truth.
I appeal to the point that secrets are extremely hard to keep, and I don't know, like, are you disputing that?
Secrets are hard to keep.
Yes.
Okay.
According to human nature, yes.
According to human nature. So, secret organizations don't exist. Secrets themselves don't exist. In actual fact, we don't need the Freedom of Information Act, right? There are no official secrets acts. There's no beyond top secret. There are no secrets that are official. All right. I appreciate that you wasn't actually born yesterday, but man, you got a lot of growing up to do. And I mean that with the deepest respect, dude.
Okay, so you're not addressing my argument. I already told you that it's not because of I like none of this. Hold on, none of this is disputing that secret organizations exist or not. But what I'm saying is that this is too big of a secret to keep. That's how.
I know, and it's coming out all of the time.
That's hold on. That's like the main problem with most conspiracies, not just like this conspiracy. Like most conspiracy theories in the first place, they're so intricate, they're so complicated, right? To the point where, what do you mean it's different?
All right, so I understand when you're going to start using other conspiracy theories. We'll talk about maybe JFK, 9/11, blah 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 blah. Like loads of them, and I'll agree with you. These things are hard to prove because we're going to be talking about secrets and how did they get away with it and blah 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 blah. We're not going to be able to verify it one way or another. We're going to get caught in the mire. Now with the flat Earth, it's different because you can go and measure the surface of the Earth to see if it's curved or not. Now you can't do that with 9/11. You can't do that with JFK. But you can do that with the Earth. The Earth is all around you. You can measure it. In actual fact, it's your lived-in daily experience that the Earth is flat and stationary. You only believe in the story that you were told, and it's a very elaborate still man. And it appears to have gone back centuries. Okay, cool. So we should be able to measure the surface of the Earth to be curved then?
Yeah, people do that, and they do come to that conclusion.
Okay, cool. We'll stop right there. Who measures the surface of the Earth to be curved?
I'm sure many people do.
Who? All right, I'll stop you. Right, dude, please. We've done this. Will be the third time. Do you hope there's somebody out there, or do you know firsthand from experience because you've read the book or the documents or whatever that this you know, and you're just going to go and find something that you already know about? Be honest
people
now.
Do it. Hold on. People do it all the time, right?
Which people?
Hold on. Let me tell you, the formula for, calculating the curvature of the Earth is very public. People are aware of it, and people do use it, right?
Yeah, we are.
And they do too, and they come to different conclusions. That's where the debate.
Hold on. Who?
Globers. Okay, I'll use that term.
Globers come to different conclusions, right? So anti-flat earthers. No. The authority, like the scientists, not anti-flat earthers now, Sunshine. This is going to become a very bad standard of evidence, and you're going to fuck me off. The authority that you're relying on, we measure the surface of the Earth to be curved, you said. Well, show me those measurements by the authority, not by anti-flat earthers now.
Does it matter if they're anti-flat earthers or not? You would be anti-globers, no?
Yeah. Because you are going to be relying on authority, and all of a sudden you're going to drag yourself down into the flat Earth, globe Earth fucking mire. Dude, you are claiming that it's the authority. We measure. So I would assume surveyors, right, who actually measure on the surface of the Earth every day. Now, I'm going to give you one chance. Are you hoping these people exist, or do you know these people exist? If you know, I want the measurements in the side chat. If you don't, I want a fucking apology.
Hold on. I want to know why it can't be flat earthers. I don't understand that. Why not?
Doesn't matter. Just
What you're
answer
referring to, these guys resort to all kinds of stupid camera tricks and mathematical tricks. We call them out all the time. And we find out their tricks, okay? So listen, the measurements that you think exist actually don't. We've been looking for 10 years. We've talked to surveyors. Some of us even are surveyors. We know how the trick is done.
Okay, so my point is these people exist, and if you're saying, you know, their methodology, how they're doing their experiments is all messed up. They're lying. Sure, you can.
They're not lying. They're mistaken.
They're mistaken, sure, but they would say the same thing about you. That's my point.
Go and get
You're
one.
both doing the same experiments, no?
Go and get one.
Sorry.
Go and get one of these experiments that's done by a globe earther, anti-flat earther.
There's plenty on YouTube. You can just search it up.
Yeah, cool, dude. Do you
Just because
understand?
they say things doesn't make it true either.
Dude. Right. We thought, according to you, that the Earth was measured to have curvature by the scientists and the government and NASA
I
and
didn't say
these
that.
people.
I didn't say that.
So you
Accepted.
Right,
I didn't
do
say
you
that.
remember
Hold
earlier
on.
on where I told you were going to fuck me off?
I didn't say they're actively doing it like every day, like
Okay,
you do.
so we're going to rewind the live stream, right? We say the Earth is measured flat, and when you say that we measure the Earth to be curved, you were talking about people on YouTube, anti-flat earthers, not the scientists and NASA and the government and so on that we've been talking about for the last half hour. Not those people. You decided to bring the anti-flat earthers into the conversation.
It's not necessarily just anti-flat earthers. It can be anyone.
I'll tell you what.
I don't know. Hold on. I don't know why.
You're being really disingenuous.
Listen, I don't know why who they are matters.
Ego that's taken over, or whether your feelings are going to get hurt and you're trying to cope at the moment. Maybe you should take a minute or two.
Instead of psychoanalyzing me, why don't
I've
you
had
address
2
the
hours
argument?
with you.
Why don't you address the argument
Maybe
instead
you
of
should take a minute
psychoanalyzing
or
me?
two. Because this is what you've done.
Again, you don't know my psychology. You can't say anything about what I'm thinking.
This is not about psychology, Matt.
Focus on the argument.
Matt.
Yeah, I'm focusing on your argument, and your whole argument for the entire. Hold on, Matrix. The whole argument has been someone would have come out and told the truth, speaking from an authoritative point of view, not an anti-flat earther point of view, from an authority. We're talking about the whole paradigm of the Earth from a authoritative point of view. The government you keep bringing up, NASA you keep bringing up, lots of people you say would have to hold this lie, and somebody would have told the truth. It's been the whole premise of your argument for the last 2 hours. Now we get into the conversation about the Earth being measured, and you say that we measure the curvature of the Earth. I was assuming you meant by authorities. You brought up.
Doesn't matter who they are. Doesn't matter who they are.
Okay, so bring one then. Put it in the side chat. Let's go through it. I'm assuming that you've seen them before.
Sorry.
So I'm assuming that you've seen these before. These videos on YouTube. You've sat down for the hours and watched them. So go and get one that you've watched and put it in the side chat so we can go through it.
But I did put one experiment in the slide chat. It's not a video.
Okay, what is it? What's the experiment?
The Rainy Lake experiment.
The Rainy Lake experiment.
Oh boy.
Okay, walk us through.
Wow, let's get the Time Machine, Jedi. This is like 10 years old.
Yeah, walk us through it, man.
It's not even that bad. Why? It's just
That's fine. Just walk us through it.
They use the same methods you do. This time they actually took into account, refraction and everything. They use modern equipment. This is only 10 years ago. I don't know what new equipment has come out in that time, right? They use modern equipment, and they came to the conclusion that the Earth must be a globe.
Okay, so they use calculations.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so they backwards engineered their observations to fit that pre-assumed idea.
No, they just use calculations.
Yeah, because they say that we're going to take account for refraction. So therefore, what we'll do is we're going to bend the light until it fits the presupposition that the Earth is a sphere. Right?
Sorry, repeat that.
if they take into account refraction, right, then they're going to be backwards engineering the observation to fit that model. The Earth's a sphere, right?
They're accounting for
Hold
something
on.
that you did.
Let me point it out. The Earth's a sphere, and the light doesn't, and the observation and the laser doesn't appear to be doing the thing that it should be. So we're going to backwards engineer it until we can make it do what we need it to do.
That's not the same thing. They just accounted for a refraction, which is a real thing that happens.
Yeah. A refraction is a real thing that happens. We're not denying that. Usain Bolt can run really, really fast, but he's not going to break the 100 meters in 4 seconds, dude. Refraction does deviate light, but we're trying to figure out if it's going to deviate it that much. Now, if we're going to apply like a water blizzard in, say, Earth curve calculator, and we've got a refraction slider, what we can do is we can push that slider up or down until it fits our preconceived idea of what the world should be according to the model. Now, we've got no way of actually telling. Hold on, I haven't quite finished. We've got no actual way of telling whether the meteorological conditions for the refraction that we're invoking are actually in place. We're just going to play around with the slides until it fits.
Do you not see your double standards?
Okay, so what were the meteorological conditions on the day?
Sorry, who's to say that you're not doing the same? Because
I want to know the meteorological conditions on the day.
Hold on, let me finish.
Hey, Matt, how about you hold on? You're making a claim. Hey, Matt, yeah, I'll cut you off. I'll mute you. I'll do it the easy way. So start listening, son. You keep jumping here with all these claims, telling these guys they're wrong, and you've done no research. I'm going to ask you now to be exceptionally honest. Who the fuck is in your DMs?
No one's in my DMs.
Bullshit. I'm calling you a liar.
You call me a liar, no one's in my DMs.
What did you laugh for?
Because that's ridiculous. No one's in my DMs.
Matt, why am I asking for the meteorological conditions?
What do you mean?
Like
the conditions, the conditions for the terrestrial condition for refraction. Right. Why are you asking for it?
Yeah.
Why don't you look into the experiment? Why don't you read the experiment and see what they put?
Jed, I've got some media to share about this, and I can directly address his point. Matt,
thank you, mate. Please.
Look in the side chat. I'm posting a GIF from the Rainy Lake test. Okay, it's 49 megs. It's loading right now. I have one question for you, maybe two, actually. When this loads, I want you to point out where the horizon is and what are the refraction conditions for the day.
It's a black. Oh, never mind.
Oh, it looks like Clipcord also posted it in movie format. Where's the curvature of the Earth? How do you determine the curvature of the Earth from that?
How do you determine? What do you mean? This is just a blurry image. You can't see anything here.
Oh, this is from the Rainy Lake.
Where did you get it from? Let me see.
Well, this is from Walter Bisland's Rainy Lake test. That apparently you don't know anything about your own claim. So
no, I've just never
is somebody in your DMs trying to, give you things to talk to us about without you actually knowing what you're talking about?
Why would I waste my time that way? No one's in my DMs.
I don't know, but I'm seeing clearing miraging effects. I don't see the curvature of the Earth.
My point is, I've never seen that image before. I'm asking you where'd you get it from.
So that begs the question. Have you seen this before? The Rainy Lake experiment. You've seen it before, right?
Yeah, I'm reading it. Before today?
Before today.
Yeah. No, actually, if I'm being honest.
Thank you.
Yeah, right, we've been debunking this for years.
So, just quickly, did you just Google this or like on
because
YouTube?
You asked me for people who are doing the experiments using the same methods you do.
Yeah. That's fine. Again, please don't be defensive, right? I'm just pointing out that at the moment you've just gone away and just found something. Now, I appreciate you've gone away and found something. That's fine. But what you've gone away and found, you don't actually know that much about because today is the first time that you're actually looking into it, right?
Look, my point is, it doesn't matter That doesn't matter. My point is,
right, dude. A yes or no answer really would have sufficed. The fact that you're not giving me a yes or no answer makes me think that you're coping. Please,
no,
dude.
let me explain. Right, my point is, right, they're using the same argument. And I'm sorry, they're using the same formulas. They're doing the same experiment as you are. And what you said was, hold on, what you said was that they're just flubbing up the numbers, right? That's what you said.
Yeah. Okay. 5 minutes past the hour, Matt. Why did they put the horizon down there?
What? Yo, don't cut me off. Hold on, don't cut me off.
Listen, I'm cutting you off because you're yapping. Listen, I'm addressing your Rainy Lake experiment.
Before you cut me off.
You very smugly brought this up, okay? And I'm about to ruin you on it. Look at that horizon line. 5 minutes past the hour. Why did Bislins put that horizon line there?
Okay, so let me finish what I'm saying.
Yep,
why couldn't they say the exact same thing? Why couldn't
they're
they say
discussing your evidence, Matt? Maybe you should address Yoda.
What?
Instead of red herring again, they're discussing the evidence that you put forward. Perhaps you should talk to Yoda.
I'm showing you your double standard.
No, I haven't put forward any double standards. You're talking about something that's unnecessary. Please address the information that Yoda's put forward, which is addressing the information that you put forward.
Yeah, I'm not engaging in whataboutism. I'm engaging in an internal critique of the very claim itself. I'm checking for internal consistency of the Rainy Lake test, as if I was the one conducting it.
And why can't
I'm asking, why is this horizon line being put there?
Why can't people do the same thing where they do an internal critique, where they look into your experiments and point out flaws? People,
they try to, but you refute them every time.
They did, Matt. We're not stopping them. We're inviting them to do so.
You said there wasn't a debate. You said it's a.
Can we get back? Yeah, can we get back to your bang on number one top evidence for the globe here, or do you want to abandon this?
Abandon what?
Your number one bang on top evidence for the globe being the Rainy Lake test.
That's not my number one evidence for the globe.
Oh, then why?
It's just something I found.
Of all evidences you could have chosen, why did you select this one?
Because he asked for people doing the same experience as him. Experiments.
Yeah, why did you choose this one when it's so obviously broken, dude?
How do you know it's broken? That's what you're saying.
I'm walking through why it's broken with you.
And look, my point is, you're not understanding. My point is, people, right, on the opposite side, who are doing the same experiment, who are coming to different conclusions, right? You're saying they're wrong. They're saying you're wrong. I'm saying there's a debate.
No, right. So I'm pointing out why they're wrong, okay? There's a difference, right? I'm evaluating their claim.
So are they. What's the difference?
But listen, they have not been able to successfully refute our measurements.
That's just your claim. That's just your claim.
No, it's not my claim. I mean,
that's just
listen,
your claim.
If you can bring up a single example, we would happily go over it with you. All right? Now, I'm bringing up one of your examples of a globe measurement. And obviously, it's pretty borked. I mean, you have to admit here, okay? So, I mean, this invites all kinds of scrutiny. Why this one? Of all the ones you could have chosen, how come you didn't familiarize yourself with this at first? How come you're accepting so much about what you believe based off of hearsay when you haven't gone into any of this like we have? We're the ones that actually do the due diligence, bro.
I didn't mean to, hold on. I didn't mean to use this specific experiment as like proof or whatever. I brought it up because he asked for people who are doing the same experiment.
Yes, they come to different conclusions because they erred. And Yoda is pointing out that problem. You need to listen, son. Less yapping, more listening.
Yes, I understand.
Your jaw doesn't do the hearing.
These errors I'm pointing out to you are irrefutable. And I haven't even really started because there's much more to this observation that's in error and irrefutably so.
Okay, and why?
I don't think you have the patience to want to sit through it all, though, do you?
Why couldn't they say the same thing about your thousands of experiments?
They can if they wish.
Why couldn't they do the same?
Hey, Matt, can you hear me? Yes or no? Fuck me dead. I'm getting wound up. Can you hear me? Yes or no? It's a closed-ended question.
I can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. They can They are welcome to scrutinise our laser tests and then cry about refraction with their begging the question arguments. They are more than welcome to do so. And that leaves us the same opportunity. Thanks, Yoda.
We get them coming in all the time making bold claims without evidence, right? Of course, anybody can make a claim. Anybody can say anything they want and declare something to be true. All right, so the test comes out when you bear out how the claim, what evidence is backing the claim and how the claim is made, if it passes any logical sniff test. All right, and in every single case, we're able to demonstrate where the methodology fails based off of one or a combination of logical failures or methodological errors. Usually it's both. We've gone so far as to dig into how the globe was construed mathematically in the first place. If you go into Helmer's Higher Geodesy, F.R. Helmer was basically the godfather of geodetic surveying. He was a German surveyor and mathematician in the 1800s. He wrote a book called Higher Geodesy. It's referenced by all modern college textbooks today. You go into his methodology and he discusses how you use planar measurements first to obtain your measurements of the Earth flat. And then you select a mathematical model that represents what you think the globe could be. And then you apply adjustments to those measurements so that they can conform to the model. This is backfitting. Like if you were to do this in a scientific experiment, you'd be laughed out of your posse. Like your friends would disown you. You wouldn't be invited to bar crawls anymore. And you wouldn't get papers published and people wouldn't take your PhD seriously if you started backfitting data and got caught doing it. But that's exactly how the bedrock of modern geodesy is built. It's built off of backfitting data to conform to a model. Instead of building a model off of the data, it's completely ass backwards, dude.
I mean, wouldn't you say that you're doing the same? You have your flat Earth model and you're trying to
No, I'm not taking measurements and conforming them to the model. I'd take the measurements and say, there you go. Now, why do they choose a model? They choose a model because what they need to do is they need to conform to a coordinate reference system so that they can take their measurements and make them interoperable with everybody else using the same coordinate reference system. So yes, they're taking perfectly valid measurements and they're distorting them so that it can be used interoperably across systems like maps.
Mm-hmm.
Like
And
people think that latitude and longitude is something that's set in stone when it's not. There are multiple latitude and longitude coordinate gradicules that don't even agree with each other. So if I were to say my position is at 180 degrees west longitude and 45 degrees north latitude, the next question should be from somebody educated on this is, oh yeah, based off of which reference ellipsoid? Is it going to be WGS 84, which is most commonly used? Is it going to be based off of NAD 27? Is it the Clark or Airy ellipsoid, the Bessel ellipsoid? Which mathematical coordinate reference system is it? And that will determine how you adjust the real world distances accordingly to match those coordinates.
Okay.
Right? And so here's the other thing. You don't even have to use an ellipsoid, which is like a sphere, like a ball Earth coordinate reference grid. You can use a completely flat one too. And there are flat ones that are used. Out west, the state plane reference survey, state planar grids are used out west, like west of the Mississippi. And they're 90 degrees orthogonal and flat. The British National Grid System by the UK Ordnance Survey is a flat grid system, doesn't comport to the globe. These are all used for determining the legal metes and bounds of property lines for disputes, for high precision ordnance. If you want to land something on a target, you're going to use a flat plane grid. In fact, we've got papers from the United States Navy on how they can increase accuracy by ditching spherical coordinates of latitude and longitude and switching to a flat planar grid instead. I got a paper from 1997 going back to the late 90s on this, involving drones, unmanned drones, and improving their precision targeting by ditching the globe. So it's not just us saying these things. There's a preponderance of evidence otherwise. And yeah, one of our big questions is why hasn't the mainstream figured this out yet? It's because people are psychologically bound to this idea of outer space. People love space so much. It's been part of our culture in the West for so long. But at the end of the day, it's really the reification and creation of a Roman Catholic system, heliocentrism. And as somebody who's an Eastern Christian, I really have no love for Copernicus and all that crap. So,
what do you mean Eastern Christian?
Yeah, I'm Eastern Orthodox.
Oh, I'm Oriental Orthodox. What a coincidence.
Yeah, I saw.
Anyways.
Yeah, our modern cosmology was created by the Vatican, dude. And we can get into that, how they created the globe in order to predict Easter better using the stars. So
I mean, look.
I gotta go. Sorry, I have to go right now. I have to get ready.
So do you guys? Okay. Do you guys believe like my problem is, right? You believe the Earth is flat, right? So do you believe you could? Is there a wall like surrounding the Earth? Is like Antarctica wall, or is there like some invisible barrier? I don't know.
Yeah, no, neither do we.
So what do you believe then?
What out of the possibilities do I think is the more accurate?
I mean, wait, this one. Hold on, this one. You can't really say that because we can easily prove what's at the edge of the Earth. Because like let's assume, right, the Earth is a flat disk. You can, take a boat to the edge of the Earth, right? What do you see at the edge of the Earth? Is what I'm asking.
I don't know because I've never been there. If I was to accept your hypothetical being in a system, then I would just point in any direction horizontally to figure out where the edge of that horizontal system was. Yeah, but I've not been there, so I don't know.
Then what do you believe is the most accurate? Sure.
I don't know. I kind of juggle between a few ideas at the moment. I don't think it's an Antarctica ice wall. We'll throw that one off the table. A physical limitation to our gas pressure, maybe some kind of physical barrier that if I touched was physical and I couldn't pass through, maybe that. Maybe there was no more three-dimensional space to pass into, so literally the edge of reality. I don't know.
The edge of reality, and you don't. Okay, what's the what do you see in the night sky? The stars. What do you think?
Yeah, stars and stuff. Yeah, sun, moon, stars.
So you believe that stars exist and that they're not on the Earth, right?
Yeah, I see the stars in the sky. Yep.
So then space would have to exist, no?
Do you mean three-dimensional volume of space for physical things to reside in?
Of course, space exists. I'm talking about like outer space.
Oh, outer space, like a vacuum space for things like Jupiter, a giant ball of gas to exist in. No.
Okay, then where do the stars exist then? They're just like
I don't know, up in the sky somewhere. I wouldn't make a claim. Right, I'll keep it simple for you. We don't believe the narrative about the vacuum of space, but we can't give you an alternative because we don't know.
And all the other, all the astronauts and all the images and everything else is all just a lie.
Okay, so all of the astronauts, we've been through moon landings. If we got pictures of the Earth being a sphere, that shows a curved surface which we should measure.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to
get the hundreds and hundreds of
people lying.
It's not just
and
them,
stuff.
by the way. Hold on, it's not just them. We're talking about the existence of outer space, no? And there's been hundreds of astronauts who've been who've been to outer space.
No, hundreds of astronauts have been to low Earth orbit. A handful of people have gone beyond low Earth orbit to the moon. There's a big difference to high up in the sky and the vacuum of space.
I mean, yeah, of course you believe that, but we're assuming that at least they believe that they're in outer space, right? So these astronauts, they're in outer space. All of them, everything they've seen, they were lying,
ones?
or they were
Who?
the astronauts who were.
Sorry, hold on, because I want to be clear. Not the ones that are on the moon, the ones that are in the International Space Station.
Yeah, so those and the other. There's also
They're not
ones
far
who
enough
orbited
away.
the Earth, right?
Yeah. Okay, so they're not far enough away. They're only going to see 3% of the surface of the Earth at 250 miles.
There's also been astronauts who've orbited the Earth.
Yeah, that's going above the Earth.
Going around it, no?
What do you mean around?
At least that's what they believed happened, right?
Okay, so they've always got the Earth underneath them from that point of view, right?
From what point of view?
From their point of view, up in the International Space Station, the Earth is always underneath them, right? This 3% of the Earth that they can see.
I'm not talking about the astronauts in the ISS. I'm talking about just any astronaut who's been to outer space and who's orbited the Earth. Right now, specifically, I'm talking about people who've orbited the Earth.
You're making up shit, dude.
I'm not making anything up. What are you talking about?
You're making up what you're saying. You're saying, oh, hundreds and hundreds. You can't name one.
Yeah, I can. There's been plenty. You can search it up. It's free on Google.
Yep, I'm waiting.
What, like in the side chat?
So you believe the occupation of
all of this information that's free on Google
doesn't exist?
No, it's the idea that are you going to get to, well, the astronaut says that the Earth is a sphere.
No, that's not my point.
Is he lying?
Like I'm giving that's stupid. Obviously, I'm giving a hypothetical scenario, right? Like let's say that they went to outer space. Obviously, like what I'm saying is, are you saying all of these people are lying, or that's my question? Are you saying all of these astronauts, everyone who's been to so-called space,
I'm
they're
saying
all lying?
they're lying. I don't care what anybody else says. I say, yeah, they're all lying because space is fake.
Yeah, and my point is that's highly implausible because, like we talked about earlier,
I own a vacuum chamber, and I've already debunked outer space that you can't have gas pressure without a container. So I've already debunked outer space. So you're going to have to somehow bunk it back.
Okay, my point was, right, it's highly implausible for all these people to keep these secrets from you and lie to us.
No, that's very easy to do. It's a TV show.
It's not very easy to do. Some person, according to human nature, would come out with the truth. That's just how we operate.
You're here. Here we are. We're here. We're queer. Get used to it.
Every single time your arguments revert to this.
Yeah, because that's just my rationale. That's what I come to. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and all of us are sitting here going, what the fuck? You just keep reverting back to this argument, dude.
Because I haven't heard one good response from you guys.
Seriously.
In your subjective opinion that somebody somewhere would have told the truth along the line.
I already told you that can't be subjective. Okay, I mean, I'm kind of tired today. It's 4:30 a.m. The test on Wednesday. I got to study for. Can I, do you mind if you cut it off for now?
Dude, absolutely. You've been an absolute pleasure to talk to, man. You've been a good sport. Been a good combo. Welcome back anytime, dude.
We can continue this next time. Just add me for now.
Yeah, man. Yeah, look up. We'll see you around soon. You take care.
Hey, Matt, listen. Yo, you can listen. I said something in the chat. You can actually read that if you want. So, that's how it is. Oh, yeah, that's how it actually works.
Are you the binary guy?
Yeah, you can call me something else. You don't need to pronounce this. You can call me Tyler if you want.
Tyler, all right. So do you believe that mind control exists, and
since you've seen Brotherhood, right? You've seen Brotherhood. So what happened? listen to what I'm saying, okay? You saw Brotherhood, didn't you? So what happened in that? The entire kingdom was under the control. The entire military was actually created and controlled by an entity that was, beneath the ground. It was the entire country was nothing but a transmutation circle. Right. So all of them were under mind control, either under mind control or they were just tight-lipped because they're not allowed to divulge the secrets, right? So that was an illustration of how America works. So this was their plan all along. So that's how this works. NASA works the same way. It's a form of alchemy, mind control alchemy. That's what they're doing. Either they are mind control.
Hold on. In the show, none of them were like under mind control.
Well, they were actually. People were.
No, in the show
they were created.
That's not mind control. We're talking. Okay,
did you watch Brotherhood?
Yeah, we're talking about. Okay, we're talking about in that scenario, right? They were just keeping the secrets, right? The elite homunculi or whatever. They were keeping the secrets.
Matt, I said both. Some of them are under mind control. Some of them are keeping the secret. Both of them. The military just follows orders from the seniors the way they are told, right? They cannot do anything similar
because it's compartmentalized. The military, both in the show and in real life, of course.
So the point is, you're asking your question was how are they all lying? It's entirely implausible. No, it's not, because you literally saw a an anime in which it is actually illustrated how it actually works. You should understand.
Well, in the anime, it's only like a dozen people who know the truth. The rest are all being lied to.
Yeah, but the numbers are
real life. In real life, it's completely different. It's not the same.
Yeah, but MS Trace is smaller than America, right? The anime version, the characters are lesser in number, fewer in number, whereas in the real world, we have many countries, we have many people. America is huge. It was an illustration. It was literally a demonstration. Okay?
Yeah, but the more people who know the secret and are keeping it, the more likely the secret is to come out. And also time.
Yeah, it has come, Matt. It has come out. We are telling you, right? There are people who believe the Earth is flat, NASA is lying. So how many people? It's not like nobody knows. They know, but the ones who know, they are silenced and sidelined. You see, that's what is actually happening, and they are made fun of. So it's not, you see what's going on. It's not like.
I've never heard you guys did give many interviews or and but I've never seen someone who's actually they've had a position of power or they had a position of authority to know these secrets and they've come out with the truth. I've never seen someone.
Yeah, the ones who do, the ones who divulge, I mean, there are layers to this. The ones who divulge certain secrets, they get murdered or assassinated, or they don't get to that powerful place in the first place unless they actually take an oath to not divulge the secrets. That's how Freemasonry works. The first
oaths don't matter. My argument is oaths don't matter. They can make as many oaths as they want. That's just not how we operate as humans. The secret will the truth will eventually come out.
Yeah, you have a poor understanding of how secret societies work, despite the fact that you watched Brotherhood. That's actually surprising because if you don't, even if they get a hint that you're going to divulge something, you're going to get. Have you read the history of NASA? Do you know who founded it? It's not engineer. Yeah, Jack Parsons and all these guys. What were they into? Werner Braun. These were not space people. These were all agents, occultists. And yeah, Aleister Crowley, did you look into it? That's enough for you to understand what's really going on.
I don't know, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Warner, you mean Disney? The guy who made Disney?
Yeah.
What does
do you believe they actually went to the moon as well? I mean, that much is obvious at this point, right?
Yeah, of course.
So they went to the moon. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
Thank goodness. Well, then there's no point, right? You don't. It's it's right there in front of your eyes, and you still cannot see it. I think you need to rewatch Brotherhood. You don't see it properly. I'm pretty sure about that.
Show 5 times. It's peak fiction. Why are you bringing it up?
Because you still missed it. You don't see the symbolism right.
Anything, brother. This is fiction. We're talking about real life. We're not fiction.
Yeah, the real life stuff is, slyly and symbolically represented in fiction all the time.
The show, it's a fictional show that's clearly exaggerated.
It talks about alchemy, it talks about hidden history, it talks about everything. If you can see it properly,
alchemy doesn't exist. And what history are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, there you go. So there you go. Like the entire subject of chemistry came from alchemy. I don't know what you're talking about. Alchemy doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, alchemy existed. People did it, but it doesn't, like, it's not real. Like, you can't transmute one element to another. That's not possible.
They do that all the time. It's possible.
Okay, can you explain to me how you can transform, like, iron into gold? Can you do that? Can you show me how that's possible?
Lead into gold, it could be done.
Now you're just talking about magic. Now you're telling me magic is real. That's what you're telling me.
The fact that you're not able to see the truth despite all the evidence is available. The only explanation could be that.
Wait. What evidence is there that magic exists? Is this what you're telling me? That you can transform?
I'm telling you, the fact that you're not able to see through all of this despite all the evidences and all the people telling you and showing you, that means, there is some kind of magical spell upon you. That's the only way I can actually make sense of it. This is magic, and what NASA does is magic. They use alchemy, magic, and all these other things. Symbols.
Cool. What evidence do you have for this magic, this alchemy?
Actually, I don't feel he needs to provide any evidence, considering the fact that you've been here for more than 2.5 hours and you've provided absolutely nothing.
I didn't provide
you believe. Listen, Matt, the thing is, you stand from a point, you ask for evidence, but just look at the situation we are in. Like, you check on Google. What is the evidence that you went to the moon? What is the evidence? It's all fake videos and God knows what else. I mean,
how do you know they're fake videos? Right? Hold on, how do you know they're fake videos?
Because all you need to do is to have a look. It's not in space. It's in some fucking desert.
How do you know it is? It looks real enough to me. I mean, you're just assuming. They're just old. They could just be old cameras.
Did you look at the landers? Did you look at all these? It was getting live telecasted as well in 1969. Do you know that? Like, it's all fake. All you need to do is have a look. It looks like something an 8th grader made. That doesn't look like a lander that went to the moon, 260,000 miles away from the Earth, traveling all the way.
Okay. How do you know? No. That's not what I'm asking. How do you know what a ship that on the moon looks like? Because you're telling me it doesn't look like it looks fake. It doesn't look like a ship that goes
on the moon. Do you know, based on the globe Earth, do you know the temperature swings? Do you know the heat, radiation, and everything? Do you think that thing is going to survive for like 1 hour over there? That's made of fucking sticks and papers. That's what it looked like. If you look at that,
that's just what it looks like. But the engineering that went into it has accounted for the radiation, for the heat, and everything.
What?
Yes, they're NASA engineers. What do you think they're doing?
Wait a minute. Let me just show you something. If this is what... The only way I can make sense of your ignorance is, the fact that, you're under some kind of magical spell. That's all I can actually say. I cannot believe this. This is just utterly, like...
I could say the same, but, I'm respectful. I just believe that you guys are misled. It happens to everyone. It's okay.
It's not the point. That's not the point. It's not about being respectful. There's no point in being respectful when you're this. I don't want to say it. I'm just sick and tired of people believing in bullshit. No, I'm not a Christian, by the way. Don't get to it. Just because I don't believe that the Earth is a globe doesn't mean I'm Christian, Muslim, or whatever. I don't believe in Abrahamic religions either. But at the point that, gosh.
Well, I never said you were Christian. I don't know how that.
No, I'm just telling you. No, you didn't say that. I'm just telling you, just to get, just to make it clear. What is the name of this VC? God, I need to share something. Wait, where is it? What's the name of this?
Discord.
Wait, I cannot share. Disabled on this channel. It's disabled. Why is it disabled? I don't know.
Send it to me through DMs. I'll look at it.
All right.
Anyways, I'm going to go after this, all right?
Yeah, please do.
I mean, I don't know, bro. You're telling me magic is real, alchemy exists. You're telling me crazy things.
You saw the series 5 times. Why did you do that if you don't believe that there is something in it? You saw it like 5 times.
I like the show. I like the show, but that doesn't mean I believe that magic
there is something. you won't have, unless and until there is some level of relationship being established at some subconscious level, you won't be watching that show like 5 times. So for example, Game of Thrones, no one watches that 5 times or 10 times and it became one of the best television shows ever because they liked it and it's all fiction. No, it's not all fiction. It's way too relatable and way too true. There are truths hidden beneath, not all of it, but there are. You need to see through it.
So just hold on. Do you believe that if someone, for example, reads a book 5 times or watches a movie 5 times, that they believe that it's true, or they have some subconscious like belief in it? Is that what you believe? Is that what you're telling me?
That's not what I said. You're not listening. That's not what I said. I said there is some level of truth embedded beneath the narrative that remains hidden. And if you're smart enough, you can feel it. But if you're smart enough, you can read through it and understand what it is. But yeah, problem is in your case, I think you're just too stupid to see through it. Like, despite the fact that you saw it like 5 times, I saw it twice, and I can see through it.
Look, if you're talking about like the narratives and the subtext, then of course I've recognized that. If you're talking about like, I don't know, magic existing, that's obviously ridiculous. I don't know how anyone would come to that from just reading or watching a show.
That's not the only thing that I saw. I didn't say that just because I watched that show. I was giving you the example of that because you have this PFP of Edward Elric. That's why. For you to understand. And despite the fact that I gave all that, you were not able to understand what I was actually trying to say. It's not the only show. There are several things that I used to watch and I still watch. And I can see within those storylines, there are so many things that they're trying to say.
Dude, you're calling me stupid and you're telling me that like magic is real, you can transform metals into other metals, like all of this completely unsubstantiated. Hold on, all of this completely unproven, and
magic doesn't mean the magic that you see on television, not cartoon magic. There are ways. Magic, you know where the word magic came from? Do you know that? Do you know where the word actually came from? Can you tell me?
No, I don't.
Can you tell?
Why would I know that word name? What?
Yeah, it came into English from ancient Iran. There were people in ancient Persian Empire who were called magi's. Magi's used to, transform things and do things that no other people could. And that they were priests. They were actually priests, fire priests, Zoroastrian and Mithrite priests. That's where the word magic comes from, magi. Still, they are called magi. You can look it up. Since you believe Google so much, so it doesn't necessarily mean.
Look, even if I concede, because me as a Christian, right, I can accept that, maybe, right? My point is, as under science, under what we can empirically observe, magic's not possible.
You empirically observed that the Earth is a globe. Wait, you empirically observed that the moon landing is real? Is that what you empirically observed all these years? Are you telling me that the Earth is a globe?
You get it from empirical evidence. Yes.
What?
So you get it from empirical evidence, like the Earth being measured, like the Earth being measured, Matt, which you don't seem to provide anything of anyone else doing it.
So you come to the conclusion.
So you're just going to sit there and go, nah.
I didn't say that.
So tell us about your empirical evidence again.
So what I'm saying is, you use empirical evidence to come to the truth of whether the
we have. Except the problem is, you just keep sitting there saying, "Nah, I don't like your empirical evidence." That's what you keep doing, and you've been doing that for the last 2 hours.
No, see, your emotions are really getting to you.
No, your emotions are getting to you. I'm trying to remind you that you keep speaking of empirical evidence that you've put forward none of.
I'm perfectly calm. You're the one who's...
I don't care how calm you are. I'm asking you for you to provide the empirical evidence that you keep claiming. Yeah, if you're going to do that, I'm just going to fucking rile you. Right, I'm asking you, young Matt, to provide the empirical evidence you keep speaking of. You have not done this. It's empirical evidence, empirical evidence. I back up, I request, I'm all over. Empirical evidence. So where is it, mate? You seem to have not posted anything. The only thing you've come up with was the Rainy Lake experiment. That's it. So you preach empirical evidence, but yet you hide behind incredulity and to appeal to authority. Still.
But what do you need? I gave you, an experiment.
Which was failed. If you had even listened to Yoda for more than 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, and my point was,
you didn't make a point. How about this? Let's do it nice and easy. How about How about we grow a set of balls? Instead of you talking for 15 minutes, absolute bollocks, and then coming back and going, my point was, how about you grow a set of furries, Matt, make a claim, back it with data. Then we'll see how you go.
I gave you the experiment. What else do you need?
It failed. If you listen to Yoda, he explained how it went wrong. But you just sat there going, nah, making all these other bullshit excuses.
That's not what I said.
So start listening, son.
You haven't been listening. No, you haven't been listening.
I have been listening. I listened to Yoda hand your ass to you, and now you're trying to make another point. Stop that. You're not getting anywhere. My point is, you haven't provided any data to back up any claims. And you've done your best to avoid making fucking claims. So make a claim, back it with data.
Here's what I find funny, guys. During the Rainy Lake test, okay, you have an image where there's clearly atmospheric refraction effects going on, whatever you want to call those, right? You've got a stretching and squishing and lifting and sinking going on of the image. And Walter Bislins chose one frame to arbitrarily set the horizon line. And then from there, he tried to backfit refraction calculations to match a globe. If he had chosen a different frame, he would have had both different refraction calculations and possibly different measurements. You'd have had a different distance. You would have had a different refraction. He did not measure refraction. He did not measure curvature.
I mean, that's what his arguments, that's what his experiment said he did.
Yeah, and I show you what he did. Now, what's even funnier is we've got media, which we also presented, that he went, oops, I shouldn't have shown that, and removed from his website.
I don't know what you're talking about. Just show me that. That would be good too.
How about you send me a DM and I'll give you the entire story. And you know what? Yeah. You ask me like, well, what does it matter if they're anti-flat earthers? This is why it matters. Because they do deceptive shit like this, guys.
And yeah, sure, but wouldn't you say, I mean, can't you say that, they they can't say the same? Like, why can't they say the same thing?
Because I have not seen, well, first off, I haven't seen flat earth tests that are deceptive like this. But second off, so what if they can stay the same? How do you arbitrate the difference between the two? I mean, what you're basically laying now down on the table is that you have no way to arbitrate whether or not claims are true on either side of the discussion.
No, what I'm saying is that, right? One side, there's a continuous debate between both sides because both sides are doing the same experiments and they come to different conclusions. Maybe one side's methodology is wrong. Maybe the way they're doing the experiment is wrong, but they're using the same formulas, right? And that's where the debate is, right? That's my point, that there is a debate. But earlier...
So what formulas are they using that you've concluded are wrong?
Hold on.
If what you're saying is true and there is a debate, I'll grant it for the sake of discussion, then it means you have no way to arbitrate which side of the debate is true because both sides, by your claim, are doing the same things to each other. And you are the monkey in the middle going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
No, you totally can if you look through their points and then objectively
like what I'm doing with you, dude?
Yeah, no, like what you're doing is fine. Listen. No. What I'm saying is what you're doing is fine. You pointing out the flaws in their experiment. That's totally fine. That's good. That's what I'm saying.
And their
what I'm saying
deception.
is, no. What I'm saying is they can do the same, and I'm sure they do the same, right? So,
well, how sure are you? Can you show me an example?
Yeah, I don't have an example. I'm sorry.
Listen, what's funny is of all the examples you picked, you happen to choose one, and we knew exactly where to go with it, where to take it to show you the flaws and the deception. Do you have enough confidence now that you can pull another one off the internet to present? Do you think you'll get away with that too?
I mean, of course not. I haven't really.
I challenge you right now. Go find another one. Pick anything you can come across. And I don't even have to use Google or anything. I'm on my phone walking around a room, and I will be able to tear it apart within minutes.
Yeah, I'm sure because you've read and studied them, but I haven't. That's my point.
Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Could that be the difference? We know what we're talking about, and you don't.
My point is that I'm not going to just search up on Google some random experiment. My point is maybe
idea.
Whatever. Hold on. Maybe the Rainy Lake experiment is flawed. I don't know. Maybe this other one, this other one that I might pull up is false. I don't know. My point is that both sides critique both, like both sides of the.
You just said you don't know, Matt. Like I said, you have no way to arbitrate who is right and who is wrong by your
what
own
I'm saying is you arbitrate it by, again, looking at their experiments and looking through them and seeing what errors they made, right? That's how you do it.
Right. So we did that and you didn't.
Look, sure. But what I'm saying is they do the same. They can do the same. And that's how you. I don't know. Like
they haven't. Matt, they haven't, dude. They haven't. They haven't been able to. And it's not because that we're good or we're deceptive. It's because they're coming at this with a flawed foundation from the very beginning. We know how their globe was created, Matt.
Look, to me, it just seems that, you told me that you did thousands of experiments. And to me, it just seems that you are more, you do more research than they do. You're more interested in the debate than they are.
I appreciate the confidence.
That's what it seems to me.
Yeah. It seems to me like we know what we're talking about. And it seems to me like whenever this whataboutism comes up out of you, that you're telling the audience that you have no way to arbitrate who's right and who's wrong, and you just hope somebody out there has done it for you.
No, I'm just saying that they do the same because, you're using the same formulas, you're using the same experiments.
We use the same formulas because what we are testing is the globe's dimensions. We're testing whether or not those dimensions hold up to observable reality and measurements. And they don't. We'll take also maybe their claim of terrestrial refraction, which necessarily bakes in the globe's dimensions. And we'll test that too. And so we'll use the same formulas. We'll test it and it fails. Boom, done. Next.
And how does it fail?
Because not only it bakes in the curvature, which means it's begging the question, which means it's illogical from the outset. But for refraction to exist, there has to be one of the telltale signs is chromatic separation of wavelengths. Because refraction is wavelength dependent. This means the blues and the greens will separate from each other, and you should see signs of this when you're looking out on the horizon, but you don't. And just for giggles, we got people on our side who've taken high-end infrared optics on airplanes and zoomed in on the horizon. You can see 2 to 3 times beyond whatever claimed curvature of the Earth is. And the only limitation they have is the diffraction limit of their optic and the clarity of the horizon as it's fading into a neutral contrast.
Mm-hmm.
Can't claim refraction there, can you?
I don't know, man. I'll do more research and I'll come back. Right.
I'd appreciate that, man. We're honest here. We're impassionate, so Just come back with an open mind and a humble heart and see what happens.
Sure.
Guys, I'm still waiting for like the Glober version of Jay Tolan taking his infrared camera up in an airplane and zooming in on that crisp, clear, plain as day globe curvature horizon where it should be. I'm waiting for that day.
Pro tip: don't hold your breath, brother. Holy shit. Oh wow.
The other day I heard that they used long distance laser measurements across the English Channel for surveying it to build the channel. I'd heard that a long time ago once before, and it just reinvigorated me. I can't wait. I'm going to go dig into this and look. But we have the Eurotunnel plan maps, and they used a flat horizontal datum. Like they didn't appear to take any curvature into account by looking at their project data, both on the French and English side. I got a lot of like side projects I want to do. I want to dig some of that up. I want to dig up to some choice quotes from Helmer's Higher Geodesy. I've got both volumes in English, and I thumb through them every now and then and find all kinds of fun stuff to say, and I never get around to like copying and pasting and screenshotting it. What makes it interesting is how honest it is. And it was written at an age where people seem to be more honest about things. Late 1800s. Honest not in that they were acknowledging that the earth is indeed flat. No, it's not that. It's that they were honest about their process, not trying to veil it under a belief system. They're like, yeah, we measure Earth flat, but we have to, and then we curve it around a ball using math. What's wrong with that, guys? Everybody knows that Earth is round.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? I mean, is it really that old? That's another question. Now, we can talk about the shape of the Earth, the history that we are being told. That is another conundrum, right? I mean, what we are being told is not
Stop
really.
caring about Earth and care about Palestine and Gaza. Palestine, a lot of people dies, a lot of people get killed.
Probably not, bro.
Yeah, I care about that. They might be closing the Church of the Holy Sepulchre during Easter, and that'd be a shame.
Yeah, so back to the main topic, right? I mean, I don't think it's that old. I think it's much younger. It could be. What we have been, like you talked about Homer and Iliad and all these other things, right? Didn't you? I heard you say that. If I'm wrong, just correct me. So you're saying that back then people...
Homer, a German mathematician in the late 1800s.
I'm not saying that it's 1800s. I don't know. My point is that it's not what they are telling us it is. The Greek legends and whatever. We don't really know. History cannot be relied upon. You know who wrote the historical text, right? The same people who promote that the Earth is a globe. I mean, you know who I'm talking about, do you? If not, then it's all right.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, like these Greek mythical figures that claim that Earth was a sphere.
Yeah, but did they? That's a question. Like, it could have been altered because the whole global thing only came into fruition, like came into manifestation 200 years ago at max. Before that, all the cosmologies across the world believed in a stationary plane Earth and a firmament of some sort. Not a single one, not even the Greeks. Not all Greeks actually believed that. And that was promoted by one group of people, and we cannot talk about them over here. So that's why NASA works for them. Your American military works for them. Pretty much all of the militaries across the world work for them.
I don't necessarily subscribe that everybody believed the Earth was flat like 200 years ago.
Well, it only makes sense that they
Well,
believe
then you're
that it is
affirming the
flat.
consequent.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it only makes sense that they believe that the Earth is flat because the globe Earth did not actually exist before that. There's no ancient civilization who believed in this model of the Earth, not a single one. The one that we are being taught in schools. So the flat one makes sense. Imagine if you never learned this in school. What would you learn? I've seen people from tribal areas across my country who do not believe that the Earth is a globe, not because they are well educated. They don't even know how to read and write. They don't know any of that. They just hunt. And it only makes sense for them that the Earth is stationary and flat. So my point is, 200 years ago, before, we didn't have education, based on the history that we are being told. So if someone is not educated, what is he going to make of all the world that he's living on? He won't be believing that the land that he's living on is rotating 1,000 miles per hour, right? That's just dumb. So that's why. That's where the inference is coming from.
There's a lot of globe belief that we can see in archives from the Renaissance era through the Enlightenment. Like,
yeah, but marginal. It's
the logarithm was invented by a mathematician named John Napier to produce easy table references for sailors to pretend they're navigating on a globe, and that was in like the 1600s.
Yeah, but Napier was part of a secret society. So all these guys whom we are actually learning about, they're in the 1600s, 1700s. That was a period when all these guys actually started taking over the world, right? Education system. They started establishing this education system that we are studying in today, and it's pretty much the same all over the world. America, West, China. It's not, with minor altercations here and there. So again, it's still the same. It's not like it's completely different. You can see that. My point is it's well orchestrated. It has been going on for the last 400 years. And it accelerated in the last 200 years, and now it accelerated even further toward the New World Order and whatever you want to call it, which is basically total dominance.
Without a doubt, it's been kicked up in high gear. I just.
Yeah. So that's why. Look at the condition of people now. You can give them the evidence. Imagine 30 years ago, if this guy was born 30 years ago or something, and we were having this conversation without internet, without all the propaganda and mind manipulation, this guy would be able to understand what we are trying to say, because his mind would be able to think freely and openly. Right now, his mind is too closed, pretending that he has an open mind. So why did that happen? Because of the internet, right? He cannot use common sense anymore. That's where the problem lies. People think the internet is actually benefiting them, but in reality, it's actually brainwashing them. Too much information that is not true, and a very little information that is actually true. And even that, you have to find out. It's not like it's available. The true ones you need to actually sort out from the lies, and it's really hard. Really, really hard. I've been doing it for the last 10 years now. You know what I think? I think that, despite all the propaganda that they've been doing for the last 200 years, promoting all this global theory, all the pharmaceutical drugs and injections and whatnot, I think there were people who were coming out and trying to tell us that this is not true in different ways, through comedy, through movies and whatnot. But they just got suppressed. They just got sidelined. They just got, silenced and erased from history. That's what actually happened. And that's what actually interests me, because they were ready to tell us even more. So that's why, it's quite interesting. Jim Carrey was one of those people. I mean, he's quite recent. Well, you see what I'm trying to say? Jim Carrey, The Truman Show, all his interviews, all his comedy sketches and whatnot. If you add those things up, you can clearly see what he's trying to say. He said that the moon landing was fake in his own way. I mean, he did that like in the early 1900s, 1990s or something. All right then. How's it going?
Catch you, mate. I'm going to bail out too.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Matrix.
Yeah, likewise,
Matrix
mate.
Nightwire. That's clever. That's clever. That's clever.
Yeah, you understand it once you say it.
Yeah, that's good. That's clever. You know, I like that. I like that one. Matrix. Anyway, I didn't realize it until I actually uttered it. You know, I was like, what's his name? Matrix. The moment I actually pronounced it, I was like, wait, yeah, that's clever. That's good. I thought you used to believe that the Earth is a globe because, if someone looks at it, he would be like, this guy's a globie. But hey, FE.
No, all good, mate. Anyways, I've got to bail out too. I need my beauty sleep.
Just want to say something. Just want to add something into the whole debate between the flat and the globe. But I think the word flat Earth is a psyop because the moment someone hears it, he goes like we are idiots. It's like it's a psychological thing, I guess. They're not able to, see.
That's
why.
When we get new people in here, it's better to ask them, do you believe you live on a ball or do you believe that it's planar with topography? Because if you say flat, you get the response, flat like a pool table, but there's hills and there's waves at the beach and you get all these excuses why it's not flat.
Mate, the thing is, we use the term flat. The English language is like that, right? Flat, it fell flat. The joke fell flat. The movie landed flat. Because the term actually implies it didn't explain properly what it was trying to explain. Again, so if we use the word flat Earth, we are cursed to fail to explain what it actually means, right? So I use the word true Earth. Okay, I use the word like true Earth, our Earth. That's what I use, and I am anti-globie. So that's the terms that I use. I don't call myself a flat earther.
Fair
because it's not flat anywhere. It's not flat anywhere, right? We have a firmament above. It's more like a hemispheric ball based on what we're being told. It's not a flat Earth. The surface is flat.
Well, I make no claims to the shape of it because I've got nothing to back that up. So I just know that the surface area where we dwell is measured as, and we're going to use the word flat, planar. It has topography.
Planar Earth. That's the right word, planar Earth. The Earth is a plane. It's not completely flat, right? We have mountains, we have whatnot. So it's not flat. It's plane. It's a plane Earth. And by the way, it is indeed a plane. The word T minus in NASA, we have this T minus something going on. The whole bullshit of, T minus thing. Again, planet, T minus, plane. Play on words again. Right? That's what NASA does. That's how magic works.
Wordsmithing, yeah.
Yeah. English language is a spell. Yeah, spelling. I know, spelling, word.
But that's a whole conversation unto itself, that one.
Yeah, I know. God created this world. God spoke this world into existence. Literally means sound, semantics, right? I know what you're talking about. That sound creates reality, and if you utter certain words, you're uttering certain spells without even realizing it. You think you're just using a word, but it's not really. I know all that. I know. I've written books about it, so I get it.
All good, mate. Well, anyways, I'll leave you all in peace. You have yourselves a great morning,
Where you from?
afternoon, or
Mate, where you from?
Australia.
Where you from, by the way? Australia. Okay, I see.
Yeah, so it's
Nice to meet you.
night for me. Yeah, cheers, man. Anyways, I gotta go. You have yourself a great day. Cheers, mate.
Great day as well, all of you. Take care.
Well, I imagine that most of you think that the Earth and the planets go round the sun, don't you? That's the story. In Aristotle's account, the Earth was at the centre of the universe, and the stars and the planets went round the Earth. We obviously think that's absurd, don't we? But did this mean that before Copernicus, we couldn't predict the positions of the planets? We couldn't predict when eclipses would take place? Not a bit of it. Aristotle's account of the universe was refined by a guy called Ptolemy, and it was called the Aristotelian Ptolemaic account, and they published a whole series of tables of exactly where you would find things in the sky. And it was unbelievably accurate. And to give you an idea of just how accurate, when Copernicus put forward his story, he didn't think that it was any better than the Aristotelian system. He didn't claim, oh, I can show something that he can. In fact, he assumed that the Aristotelian Ptolemaic account was exactly accurate. it wasn't for more than 200 years after he put it forward that were any ways in which the heliocentric world, as it's known, of Copernicus was seen to have any observable benefits. And there are some people who would argue that we can correct, as it were, the Aristotelian account in order to get it just as effective now as the heliocentric account. So what's going on here? We assume that it's wildly wrong. So how's it so accurate? And I think the first way of understanding why it's accurate is that our accounts of the world are not descriptions of reality. They are metaphors. They are ways of holding the world. And if they don't work, we can refine them. We can make them more accurate by watching how applying this model, applying this metaphor to the world, we think, oh, actually, this bit doesn't work. And when it doesn't work, we just add another bit and we make it work better. But we don't get actually any closer to how things ultimately are. And Aristotle and Ptolemy introduced all sorts of amendments to their story. And I think that's how science works. So in the case of Aristotle and his celestial spheres, it worked amazingly well. We don't think now, do we, that Aristotle, as he was adding these celestial spheres, and Ptolemy was making it even more complicated, we don't think they were getting closer to the truth. We're inclined to think, well, they were just compounding an error. It was obviously ridiculous. But is it so unreasonable to think that in some future culture they will look back on our story of the Big Bang and inflation and dark energy and dark matter and they'll say, well, that was absolutely ridiculous. So that's how I think our theories are functioning.
Tôi cho anh ấy sẵn không? Chê nguyên chê năm tiết.
here behind the object. Now, all of a sudden, you can see the object that was physically hidden behind the physical geometric horizon. Okay, make it look completely flat.
Ladies, man, do you have any other questions or things that you're puzzled about? I was just curious if you had any other questions or things that you're curious about you'd like to discuss.
I kind of just came here listening to y'all talk, and no one's really talking, so, you know.
Yep. Well, a lot of times the new people kind of drive the conversation. I'm not putting the pressure on you or anything like that. It's just, if people want to discuss the topic, it helps move things along.
Sure. I'll discuss the topic, I guess. What do you have for me or is it like you come with the questions, I'm meant to answer them, or I'm coming with the questions and you're meant to answer them? Or is it...
I mean, it can go either way. You know, typically what we are looking for is something we can point to, like a measurement of Earth curvature that would lend some credence to the whole story, you know. Do you know anybody that might have that?
Have what? Oh, like measurements of Earth curvature?
Yeah.
It's an interesting question. I can't name off the top of my head, but also on the top of my head, I don't know anyone that's a flat earther besides Discord usernames, so, you know.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, that's what we're after. If anybody's actually measured this place, you know, to see if it's curving. Because I have some friends that are surveyors, and they all measure it flat. My brother-in-law, he's a mechanical and civil engineer, so he does surveys of rivers, you know, and their elevation profile, where they start in the mountains and end up, you know, in the oceans, and he measures it flat. So, no, not at all. He drinks the Kool-Aid just like everybody else, but it is interesting that, you know, even he confesses, along with my surveyor friends, that yeah, we always measure the Earth, or the distances, or, you know, the areas that we survey is always according to a horizontal datum. And so they take that data and they plot it, and they have an elevation profile that is completely horizontal at its base, you know, at its destination. We'll call that sea level. But everything, you know, the fall rate or the descent, the elevation of the rivers and the topography of the Earth is always flat. You could say, well, okay, so they measure areas flat, but maybe the whole Earth is still curved. Well, okay, well, where is that? You know, if we're measuring it flat but it's curved, where's the curved bit? It's kind of a problem.
I see. Interesting. Maybe I'll become a civil engineer, see for myself. See what I see. Maybe I'll be an astronaut. Doubt that, but I can try. I only live once, you know.
Astronaut. Okay. So you're gonna navigate the stars.
I don't think they navigate stars. You know, that's a little far.
Well, that's what the term astronaut basically means. Nautical, right? Star, nautical.
Just like
astronaut.
I know, but it's like they don't actually navigate. I mean, I guess they could use the stars, but it's like the Apollo program. Apollo, like the Roman god, I believe, like that he didn't have anything to do with it. They just named it after him.
Sure. So, since no one's navigating any stars, you know, this idea of going to, let's say, outer space, this extremely vacuous region. We had a guy in here just a second ago talking about gas laws, right? There's a reason if there is some kind of vacuous region well beyond the surface of the Earth, why the gas isn't filling that available volume. Because there is no gravity to keep the gas here, so it should be filling the space to, come to an equilibrium state.
Didn't we like this already? Like,
sorry, say again?
Yeah. Didn't we like talk about the gas already with like gravity and stuff? And then then the other guy explained the fabric model, and then I added on to that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, those are great stories. They don't hold any bearing in reality. There is no fabric. There is no mass attracting mass. It's just, these are just ideas. Just conjurings of someone's imagination.
So I'd ask. I mean, I'm guessing like I want to ask like. I mean, I think I already know the answer. Like the obvious questions. Like is the most common question you guys get, why would they lie?
It's one of the more common questions. Yes.
Fair, but to categorize it as a question is being too charitable. It's actually a code.
Ladies, man, get a better mic. I don't have much
Hey,
money.
you don't sound too bad.
It's just the volume. It's hard to hear on the YouTube stream, apparently. Maybe if you could talk just a little bit louder.
Yeah, I can talk loud.
That's better, man. That's good.
All right. So you guys said why would they lie is like the most common question.
No, it's one of the more common questions. I mean, there's many, but it's up there. Yeah, it's usually where when people ask that, they have already accepted, sort of in their mind, that what we are saying is observable reality, is their experience. So they've already come up with in their mind, well, then somebody actually has to be lying. So they're asking us why we think other people would be lying, and we actually can't answer that question. I don't know what people's motivations truly are, but usually when they ask that question, they have a suspicion that someone has lied to them.
I see. Yeah. How about? I think another common question would probably be that you guys might get is, why is the Earth the only planet that's flat while all the other ones are spheres? Well, I know you guys know that's like not true. I'm just saying like.
Well, it's got a baked-in assumption, right? Yeah. So when they say other planets, they're still envisioning some kind of quote-unquote solar system where there are these, gas giants and big balls of dust just kind of hurling through the vacuous region of space around a plate Earth and the sun. They're all going around the sun, but somehow the Earth is a plate in the middle of all that, or a disk. It's a bad assumption because all of that is predicated on the Earth being a sphere.
Yeah. Is there? Right. I guess another question: do the people? Or actually, I don't think you guys would know. I think I already know the answer to that. I don't know what other questions I could ask.
Well, you could take a review. Take a review of the questions you just asked.
Take a review. Why would they lie? Like that?
Yeah. So just think about those questions that you just asked. They're actually questions that have to do with agency. They don't actually have to do with the material facts, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if you go to a house and you see that it has ugly wallpaper, you might ask yourself, "Whoa, my goodness, why did they choose this wallpaper? Why?" Okay, that's a question that can never be answered, especially if the people who did it are dead. You never know the answer to the why. Now you do know they did it. You do know that the wallpaper is the wallpaper. You do know that they bought it at Home Depot or whatever. You can know all the material facts, but the why question is irrelevant to any of those facts.
Yeah. I mean,
so for example, check this assumption that's baked into the why would Earth be the only flat planet. One of the big assumptions that they have is a creation story about how everything came into being in the past. And they assume that everything came into being by naturalistic processes. And so there's no specific agency between any of the structures we observe in the cosmos, which they include the Earth as one of. Now that's interesting. That means they're having a presuppositional metaphysical bias before they even ask the question. So for example, if the Earth was designed by an intelligent agent, regardless of who it was, it could be an alien, it could be Cthulhu, it could be a god of take your pick of any religion, right? Then the why is because that entity wished it so. He designed it, he made it, he picked the ugly wallpaper. I'm sorry, I can't tell you his motives.
all right. How about I don't know. The biggest thing I've always wanted to do is just like see with my own eyes for myself to like truly like at least for me to know. Like let's say I try if I become an astronaut and they say you're gonna have to fake it, I'm instantly telling everyone. But I can't be the only person.
You think it's that easy? You think it's that easy, brother?
No, it's not. I know that, but that's why I put "if" in the beginning of that sentence.
No. You're missing it. You're missing it, brother. It's not about if you become an astronaut. It's about if they allow you to be an astronaut. You see the difference?
If they allow you. Well,
yeah. So, for example, nobody's allowed. Check this out, brother. Nobody's allowed into the elite club without being vetted and insured against. If you know what I mean by that. So, for example, they're not going to let you be an astronaut when they've got nothing to hold over you. They're not going to let you into the high ranks of the CIA when they got nothing to hold over you. It's not how it works. You don't get into those positions unless they have leverage against you.
Blackmail?
Yeah, or credible threat. Like, for example, you may not know this, dude, but one of the so-called astronauts, before they went to the moon, said, "Hey, we can't go to the moon, and hey, we can't communicate because the technology we have doesn't even work on Earth. So how do we expect it to work in space?" And he said, "The stuff we have." Dude, I'm talking about Gus Grissom, who, for all intents and purposes, was assassinated. He was assassinated because he was against the program. And there's evidence that his wife has and other people had that they witnessed with their own eyes that he was planned against and killed. Right? And now, interestingly enough, the other astronauts, guess what? One of their moms died in nefarious circumstances.
About Buzz Aldrin?
Yeah, apparently she committed suicide because she was so nervous about her son being famous. Now, you put everything together, dude, and you think about all the clandestine nature of everything, it's obvious to anybody with 2 cents in their brain that they killed her. Now, can I conclusively prove that? No. Is it highly probable? Yes. But the point I'm trying to tell you is it's not simply the case that you arrive at this elite position of power where you know things that nobody else knows, and then you're just free to speak without consequences. And those consequences, if you're a man of any integrity, they're going to be a hard burden to bear. It's like, listen, we're going to kill your whole family, and we're going to peel your kid alive and make you watch. What are you going to do about that? I mean, think about it. You'd have to get a whole army on your side before you pull the trigger on telling the truth, wouldn't you? And then you'd have to have your family safe from all the organizations, and all, the list goes on and on. It's not as simple. But even then, it's like, who's going to believe you? Think about it that way. Like, what credibility do you have? Even if you have photographic evidence, they're just going to discount your photographic evidence.
You guys believe me?
Well, if you went up high and you said, "I saw the Earth as flat," and you came back down, you'd just be saying the same thing that actual astronauts have said. Actual astronauts, people who went up high, have actually said that the Earth looks flat from their position already. So you'd be doing nothing new.
All right.
So, ladies and men, can I safely assume, and you can tell me, that you believe you do already live on a sphere, Earth?
Okay, I want to say like the truth of that question, which is yes. I'm afraid I'm just gonna get like into another debate with you guys, which I know is not gonna end well with me.
No, this is tying into the question that you, or maybe it wasn't a question, but just the statement that you made. Until I get to a certain height and see it for myself, I'm probably not going to believe it. Was that kind of what you were saying?
No, I'm just saying I don't know for sure, and like you guys probably aren't gonna convince me that the whole shape of the Earth, like it's a big thing, you know. It's not just like picking Skittles or M&Ms. Like,
well, I understand that, but once again, nobody here claimed any shape. We're just talking about the surface that we dwell atop. So, I'm not trying to take a shot at you, but you have already kind of accepted a paradigm with zero firsthand knowledge of that paradigm. So you believe that you live on a sphere Earth that is hurling through an ever-expanding vacuum, with none of that being part of your actual experience. In fact, your firsthand experience, and this is not me gaslighting you, I know that this is all of our experience, is that you experience the Earth as a stationary level surface where there's up and down and you breathe air, and so all of the things that you experience are of a stationary planar enclosed Earth.
Yeah,
that's your firsthand experience, and yet you believe something almost completely contrary to that.
Well, I don't know. I think I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm just wondering, how did this come to? Like, people didn't say the Earth was a sphere for no reason, just to say it. How like this came to us as a species for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's going to be a question about agency. Why did they do it? Well, that doesn't change the material fact, just like AI was telling you. So the experience and the empirical evidence that we have points to and affirms a flat, stationary, enclosed Earth. What people's motivations are for telling you that it's something completely different, I cannot tell you that. I could speculate, and I'd probably be pretty close about their motivations. But, I'm not here to convince you about where you live. That's not my job. My job, or at least it's not really a job, right? My passion or my goal is for people to just consider their actual experience and how the Earth is measured, and then they're going to have to be able to do whatever they can or what they want with that. You make your own decisions, but obviously you realize there is sort of a decision process going on here. You're presented with two different paradigms. One of them is experienced, one of them is imagined, and most people choose the imaginary one.
I mean, even if I become a flat earther, let's say by some chance I do, like, I can't tell anyone really.
Why not? I mean, I understand. Listen, I understand what you're saying. People reject people who leave the flock or believe something different than the herd, right? So there's a problem where people go, well, if I live by this particular paradigm, which is not the norm, then I'm going to maybe be ostracized or looked at differently, and it's much safer within the herd, right?
Well, listen, we got a problem here. Let's go back to one of your earlier statements, friend. You said, I don't know any flat earthers except Discord. Now, that's not a true statement. You don't know that any people that you know are flat earthers or not. That's the actual truth. You couldn't tell me out of the 17 people, let's just say you know 17 people, you couldn't tell me for sure that they're not flat earthers for the very same reason that you just said. Well, if the Earth was flat, I couldn't tell anyone. Well, what if they already accept the Earth is flat, but they feel the same way? And they're just waiting for someone in their circle of friends to speak up and not be afraid of being shunned.
Well, within my friends, I know they're not flat earthers. I know that, like, as a fact. I've known them almost my whole life. That's just not who they are. But like other people, yeah, I probably walked past a flat earther. I've probably walked past a murder.
Yeah, you probably spoken to flat earthers. The hot chick that you were thinking about last week when you got your coffee, she was probably a flat earther. And you know what? When you talk about her about flat Earth, she's going to give you her number next week. You never know what's going to happen. In fact, flat Earth could be the best thing to ever happen to your life. But then again, you're correct. It could be the worst thing. You never know.
Even if, let's just say flat Earth is true, I'm sorry, I will never go up to a girl and that be the conversation starter.
How do you know? What if she's got a T-shirt that you say, "Oh my goodness, this is definitely a flat Earther girl"? I'm going to open the combo with that.
Because I live in, like, okay, just the chances of that are so slim that, like, I wouldn't even
No,
risk
they're not
it.
that slim, dude. They're not that slim, dude. There's tens upon tens of millions of flat earthers, and there's more people than the flat earthers who don't believe in the mainstream cosmogony, which means how everything got here, and cosmology, which means what everything's doing right now. So, for example, they did a poll, real quick, they did a poll among young people, you know, a certain demographic, I think it was like 18 to 20, 18 to 30 or something like that. And 40% of the respondents to the poll said they don't believe the mainstream cosmology. That means that if that portion, having a discussion about alternate cosmology would be something they'd be interested in. Go ahead.
What? You said a lot right there.
Yeah, dude, it's the same with any topic, like mainstream politics. Like probably 30 to 40% of people that you meet are not interested in mainstream politics. They have alternative ideas. And the only reason that they talk about mainstream politics is because they're in social circles where they think it's not cool to talk about. Now, this is a well-known phenomenon in psychology. I can't remember the name of it, but it's like people shun themselves from talking about certain topics until they know for a fact that a certain amount of their social group accepts it. And then once that tipping point occurs, then they talk about it freely and they don't care anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about flat Earth, but not in the sense of it's true. I could the topic of flat Earth has came up, and how it came up is probably exactly how you think it came up. Like, stupid theory, can't believe people believe this, stuff like that.
Yeah, bigotry. Yeah, bigotry. So see, the thing is once you know the Earth is flat, dude, or at least you know that what the mainstream is telling us is a big crock of crap, when you hear people talk with incensed bigotry against people who believe in alternative cosmologies, it's going to stir something inside you. And you're going to be like, dude, you need to stop treating people that way. Quit being a bigot. That's going to be your attitude. I mean, unless you're a moral coward, then you just, whatever anybody says bad about anyone else, just watch happen. But I doubt that's who you are as a person. You're probably going to be annoyed by people talking crap about people when they know nothing about the topic.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say I believe it. There's been times where I see people, I've overheard people like talking about it, and they say it like in a wrong way, and I've known since I've listened to you guys that that's wrong. Like I don't say anything because they're gonna instantly be like, "Bro, are you a flat earther or some shit?" But I have thought that.
Imagine that character flaw that other people, if you just engage with the conversation honestly, will then criticize you as being one of the group that they can vilify. You know what that's called, friend? That's called evil bigotry. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
So whether you realize it or not, a lot of your friends, whether they claim I'm not racist, I'm not prejudiced, they actually are racist and prejudiced against people that are like flat earthers. Like they consider flat earthers to be like the dregs of human society that are worthy of derision. And that's a character flaw in them, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's, yeah, I want to say like super racist, but I do know some people in our friend group that definitely have some sort of racism, especially towards white people. I don't know if that's counts as racist. They don't say it's real racism, but I feel like any.
Oh yeah. It's only racist. It's only racist when other people do it, right?
Well, I don't want to tell them that because you know what they're gonna say, that I'm racist.
Right. So you notice how, like, when people start slinging these accusations, they become meaningless, don't they? And really, what they're doing is pointing the finger back at themselves. So if they accuse you of being a flat earther because you're talking about flat Earth, the only person they're accusing is themselves and their own bigotry. They're just revealing who they are in their hearts.
Right. I mean, the closest thing to a flat earther I know of is my my band section leader doesn't think Katy Perry went to space, and that's about the closest I've ever gotten.
Sure.
I know that's not flat
So-
Earth, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. What are people's response to him saying that?
Well, it was a girl, and she had told me, and I didn't say anything like bad, mainly because she's like a really nice person. So I just felt that would be really mean if I honestly tried like debating her or something. So I just didn't say anything.
Yeah. Well, that was decent of you. I mean, that's not even necessarily something that can be debated. He is choosing not to believe something that he saw on TV. I don't think there's any, or she decided not to believe that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I don't know if it's even healthy to debate these types of things. And I think people kind of have to realize that this particular topic here about what is the nature of the surface of the Earth, as far as its geometry is concerned, if it's flat, right, planar in nature, or curved, this is not a debatable topic anyways. This is objective. So it's about measurements only. It's not about, whether or not green is your favorite color. That's subjective. Because what is your favorite color? Just humor me here. Do you have a favorite color, ladies, man?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
Blue.
Okay. Now, would it be fair of me to get into a debate with you about why blue sucks and why I think green is better? It would make no sense. You are you. You like blue. How am I going to tell you what you like is wrong? But people do this all day long. They have all these preferences in life, things that they believe in, things that they choose to engage themselves with. Some people like football. Some people like figure skating. Some people like cricket, right? And so people will get into these stupid debates about, well, football is way better than cricket, and here's all the reasons why. And it's ridiculous to argue about it in the first place, because you're never going to end up on really any solid ground. It turns out that they just like football, and those people over there just like cricket, and there's nothing wrong with that. One is not better than the other. But these are subjective topics, and people love to argue about them. I don't know why we do it. We just do it. And it's the same with politics, right? People have a paradigm that they've had established in their life, and they see the world through this set of eyes, and they go, these are the things that I value, and so I'm going to align myself with a political party that catches a few of the things that I value most. And then I'm going to oppose the other side, who sees the world through a prism and values these other things, and we're going to be at odds with each other because we have these unique individual experiences, yet I have to tell them they're wrong, because if I don't tell them they're wrong and vote my way and get my way, life is not going to be very fun for me because I don't get my way. It's a nightmare out here. And none of this makes any sense, the way that we argue about stuff. These subjective topics are ridiculous, but nonetheless, we have them, right? This is how the world's been developed, and kind of put everybody in opposing positions to one another. And somebody along the line said, hey, we should do the same thing with objective topics, like, is the Earth flat or is it round? Well, there's nothing to argue about. How does it measure? Well, it measures flat. No need to talk about anything else. Now, if someone's upset because they want the Earth, and this is going to sound weird, but they almost want the Earth to be a ball, because there's implications with that. The story behind it has implications. The future has some implications involved if the Earth is a ball. Maybe we're going to be able to explore the galaxies, the vastness of outer space, and it'll be like Star Wars or Star Trek, and we'll meet new creatures, and we'll absorb all this knowledge, and there will be world peace and blah blah blah. Even though, even in the futuristic stuff, they're always at war. So I don't know why people prefer certain things, and so they adopt it as their paradigm, when in reality we just have to accept what is. And what is that the Earth is measurably flat. It is not moving, and it certainly seems to be contained. Nothing to argue about.
All right. Sounds Sounds cool.
Sorry for the diatribe. It's just I want people to, understand this is not something we have to debate. It really isn't. There's no arguments. There's just measurements.
Hello. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you agree the Earth is flat?
It's not really an agree-disagree topic. It's just measured flat. There is no curvature that we can find. So I know the Earth is flat.
How you know?
Yeah.
How
did you ask? How do I know? How do I know? Let's see. Where do I start? I'll try to keep it concise. We've checked, not just asking people, but we've checked firsthand knowledge type situations where we go out and look across the surface of water to see if we have any kind of drop over distance, which would be required on a sphere. Well, there is no drop over distance. So across the surface of the water, and apparently the Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 70% water, that means 70% of the Earth is flat. So there's no possibility geometrically that the Earth could be a sphere when 70% of its surface is flat and horizontal.
Okay. But why the whole world is accept the Earth is low? It's not flat.
Well, because most of the people on the Earth have been run through the state-run education systems where the curriculum mandates they teach the children that the Earth is a sphere. And so everybody is grown up at a very young age to believe in the globe Earth mythos, and then it just propagates from there. That's why most of the people believe that. And it also doesn't help that there is a constant barrage of globe propaganda everywhere that you look.
But that means that humans don't have technology to see that how Earth is look like in actual world. Like
yeah, we don't actually. Yeah,
China don't have, America don't have, Russia don't have. They're just lying that Earth is globe.
Well, it would appear that way. I can't really prove that they're lying, but that's what they're telling people. People choose to believe it. So, is it a lie? I don't know. I mean, they sell fiction novels at the bookstore all the time, and people pick those up knowing that it's not true, and yet they read it anyway. So, is it a lie? I guess probably not.
Okay. And that means that you are not claiming the Earth is flat. You are just imagining that there is something that you don't know actually what is that. Then correct?
No, I know that the Earth, the surface that we live on, the surface of the Earth, is flat, planar in nature. It's horizontal, it's flat, there is no sphere. Now, the overall nature of the Earth, the construction of it, what it looks like as a whole, what the Earth is, and how that looks, I have no idea.
Go ahead. Kind of hard to understand your conceptions or like that.
It's not really conceptual. This is material. We go out into the world or reality every day, even where you sit. The building that you are in right now, well, it was constructed using a level, right? It has to be flat and horizontal on its surface, or at its foundation, and every floor of it, so that stuff doesn't roll off the table, or your furniture doesn't end up on the other side of the room. Everything is flat, level, horizontal, and horizontal means parallel with the plane of the horizon. So the Earth itself is the reference to make everything flat, level, and horizontal. This is just how we live. This is how we experience the Earth, as flat. It's not conceptual. It is our reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yo, what is this?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel.
It's a dump truck.
Yo, says who?
Hello.
Yo.
How you doing, Sky?
Hey man, I invited iOS. He's a friend of mine. He's a good friend of mine. We don't really talk about this topic, but recently he's been sending me some pictures. He's interested in what NASA does, and so I just figured I'd send him this VC, so that he checks out what goes on here and so.
Sure. Is he here with us right now?
Yeah. Just to listen.
What's your first name?
See what's going on.
Fine. I gotta go to the hospital. See you tonight. Yeah.
I wish
What's his?
he was there earlier.
What's his
so we were
name?
speaking about some interesting things.
Okay. Your friend, what's his name? Is it Alexei? Who is it? What's his name?
Oh, iOS. He just joined the server. He's in the VC.
Oh, iOS. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, iOS, welcome. If you have any questions, don't be shy. Nobody bites here. If you just even think this is complete BS and you want to tell me about it, more than welcome to do that. Although we may, talk about why you think it's BS. So, anyway,
let's catch iOS up to date on NASA. So a couple months ago, they were reclassified as an intelligence agency. So now they can legally just broadcast propaganda without even questions. You can't question them anymore. So there you go. Now you know how you love NASA.
Right. Yeah, I believe that.
Really?
No,
You don't believe me. You don't believe me, right? You don't believe me?
Me? No, I do.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah,
I have a question. One second. Yeah, iOS and Sky, I got a question for you guys. Would you agree that if we can consistently measure the surface of water to be flat over distances where there would have to be a large amount of curvature, would that be a problem for the globe?
I've been believing in flat Earth for more than 5 years now.
Oh, you're right, man. Is iOS that's on the fence?
No, he's not really anything. He's one of my close buddies, and I just figured I'm chilling in here, so I just invited him.
I'm not too big into the flat Earth. I mean, like I'm open-minded about it. I have a friend that's big into it. I mean, I see how it's possible. The whole firmament and going around Antarctica, but I haven't thought too much about it.
Well, so if you've got a friend that's into it quite a bit, and the couple of things that you just mentioned, let's talk about those for just a couple seconds. The idea of the firmament is a biblical idea, right? It comes from Scripture. So we can't prove or we can't touch any kind of firmament, or describe its properties or anything like that. But what we can do is see if we have consequences of some kind of seal or containment over the Earth. And that would be the gas pressure that we breathe, right? That's the main thing. A pressurized system has to be contained. Now, the other thing regarding Antarctica, there is a lot of quote-unquote flat earthers out there that are trying to push a model of the Earth using an azimuthal equidistant map projection. And then they'll have a moon and a sun going in a circle around it, and they're going to call that the flat Earth and the flat Earth model. Nobody here ascribes to that idea. mostly because they're very easily debunked. We cannot really conceptualize what the Earth really looks like.
Gotcha.
So,
Yes. I seen like I thought a good YouTube video like where there it was showing like it's not like perfectly like circular, and I'm not totally sure, but like yes, kind of has some curves
I'm
in
saying
there.
we're not gonna offer you any kind of map or model or anything. All we can tell you is that the surface of the Earth is measurably flat. Now, what it looks like after that, I mean, I have no idea. I don't know where the limit of it is. You know, even if it has anything to do with Antarctica, I don't really know. No one knows.
Yes. Gotcha. Interesting. Weird.
Yeah. We do our best to be honest with people about what we do know and what we don't know. And even if we speculate, we'll say we're speculating, but we try to keep it as just bare bones, honest in here as possible.
Nice. Cool.
Yep. Well, anyways, welcome. Yeah, hang out. There's people coming in and out of here all the time. If you got any questions,
Have you seen the news
go ahead and
about
ask
this
them.
3i Atlas?
Oh yeah.
The Interstellar. Yeah.
About what?
That's an interesting one. The 3i Atlas.
The seemingly sentient or intelligent backwards-facing comet nonsense that doesn't act like a comet. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, no, I don't know anything about that weird stuff.
Yeah, apparently there's a comet that's just randomly changing its course, seeming as if it's
Right,
not a
got that
random
non-gravitational
ice rock.
acceleration.
Yeah. If you're asking my opinion, a lot of times when I see stuff that's put in the news that has to do with like space and comets and black holes and stuff, my personal opinion, nobody else in here, but I think what they're trying to do is hint at things that are a bit more esoteric when they do that than they're really talking about anything physical. But that's just me.
So we know the comet's not powered by an ion engine because I saw somebody make an ion engine, put it in a vacuum chamber, pulled the vacuum, and the engine stopped working. So ion engines don't work in outer space either.
I'm an idiot. What's an ion engine? You gotta tell me.
You're basically directing electrons away from a surface, and then that pushes off the air and pushes you the other direction.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
But it requires air to work. So it's got something to push off of.
This is what it comes down to, man. Right? Like, if we get a large body of water, let's say, for example, we have a 10-mile lake or a 10-mile section of the ocean, there would have to be a certain amount of curvature over that distance if the Earth were a globe. It has to be there. Okay, and there would be about 60, there would be 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles, just according to the globe Earth math. Okay, just based on gravity and the size of the globe. 10 mile, anywhere you are on the Earth and you have a 10-mile body of water, there should be 66 foot of curvature over that distance. So what we've done is gone out and actually, gone looking for that curvature that would have to be there, because it's pretty easy to detect 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. And every single time we go and test these distances, even longer distances, we can't find any curvature. We can zoom in like with a camera, right? Let's say we have a 10-mile lake and I'm standing on one side of the lake and I just set the camera up just above the surface of the water. And then I zoom in across the lake, the 10-mile lake. Okay.
Yes.
I shouldn't be able to see my buddy over on the other side of the lake. He should be hidden behind over 50 foot of curvature, like behind the horizon. He should be hidden behind the horizon by 50 foot or more than 50 foot. But we can zoom in across and you could see his feet standing on the beach, right? You could, you can test that over and over again. Then you could go to a 20-mile lake and do the same thing. Whereas over a 20-mile lake, there should be 266 foot of curvature on a globe.
Right.
So,
I get what you're saying.
yeah,
That's really
man.
interesting. It's thinking a little bit differently.
Yeah. We can shoot lasers across these distances as well, like really high-powered
And
lasers.
it shouldn't be possible because the curve.
Exactly. So it's
Crazy.
stacks and stacks of different tests that have been done. We can't find any curvature. And then you go looking, throughout all of history and go, okay, who went and measured the globe? Who went and found the curvature? And you don't find any tests that have been done. You'll find that it was kind of theorized like into existence. It wasn't something that people actually went
I
out.
heard NASA was the one who came up with the whole idea that the world is a globe, and everyone else before them was a flat earther, something like that.
No, that
rings a bell.
Well, not really. I mean, it's not true because NASA didn't go up to space until the 60s. So people thought it was a globe, way, 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 way before that.
Sure.
So yeah, I've never heard anyone say NASA, everyone thought it was flat and then NASA proved it's a globe.
Yeah, so I thought I read something about that. Like all the ancient people, apparently thought Earth was flat, and then NASA was the first one to come up with it was a globe. I thought I heard or read.
Yeah, well, that's correct in a bit. All of the ancient cultures knew that the Earth was flat. They all had very similar depictions of the system that we live in, right? Being like a flat plane that's not moving within like a contained system. And yeah, all different cultures all over the world that apparently didn't have communication with each other all came up with the same thing, right? A flat, stationary, enclosed system.
Yeah.
And then about 2,000 years ago, apparently, there was some Greek guys like Pythagoras, and people like that who first suggested that the Earth was a globe. And it wasn't based on any experiments that they did. It was just based on philosophical reasoning, basically. And they thought that spheres were the most perfect shape. And they kind of worship spheres. Pythagoras and his cult kind of worship spheres. And they thought, because spheres are the most divine shape, the Earth must be a sphere. And then, it didn't really catch on, right? Because most people were flat earthers back then. So they were the first people apparently to suggest that the Earth was a sphere.
Oh,
and then it wasn't until much more recently in history, I think it was about 500 years ago or something like that. That was when it fully caught on, right? And the Jesuits went around the world pushing the heliocentric model. And they basically went on like a crusade around the world, pushing, telling people, the Earth's a sphere, this is how it works, heliocentric. Yeah, but no one ever went out and actually measured any curvature. Yeah, it's interesting when you look into how the globe became a thing. Yeah, if you have a look in the side chat, old dude posted some of the depictions that I was talking about. Got the Norse, the Hebrew, the Mayans, Navajo, Japanese, Sumerians, Incan, Egyptians, Hindu. Yeah, all the ancient cultures had a very similar idea of this system that we live in.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, Indio?
So I heard you talking to this guy about a 10-mile observation and how they're supposed to be 66 feet of drop. I actually have almost exactly 10 miles. A little fishing boat 10 miles away that you can see sailing on the top of the water. So let me get my shit together. I'll present it.
Awesome.
And to answer your first question, Indio, that will be the sky is up. You asked what's up, so yeah, the sky.
Did anyone call me?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Sky.
Yeah, what's
His
up?
name's-
Sorry, I
we were
thought
talking
you
about the sky.
something- the sky. Yeah, sorry. What's up?
What's up? That will be you.
Well, he's actually down on the list,
Yeah.
Jamsy.
Yeah, I'm up.
Down below you. He's below you.
Below
Sky
me
is
is
down there, like down near the bottom.
Below me is Sheol. There's hell.
Now below you is Ka.
But yeah, sorry. What was the actual question though?
No, someone asked the same question you asked. Someone asked, "What's up?" And I replied, "The sky." And then you reply, "Oh,
yeah,
someone said my
yeah.
name or something."
Yeah. Because that's what I heard, but I thought maybe I heard wrong, and someone was just calling me, so I got confused there.
All right, Indio is back to whatever he was gonna post, right? Indio?
No, I'm not back. Give me a second.
Just killing the air.
I
Well,
love
you
that
get your
Dempsey's
stuff.
chilling on his Xbox. That's so dope.
Yeah, I just got in the house
Transfer
and
the
I'm
console.
gonna chill for a while.
Yeah, transfer the console and just sit it out. That's the way.
Yeah, the connection in the console is pretty decent, and the sound and the headsets are comfy. So
Can you see the side chat and stuff, Jamsy?
not the side chat. No. Yeah, I'll save my brain from the brain rots in the side chats. Saving memory space.
All right, I'm good. So I'm gonna be posting like 4 different things. Can people just like refrain from posting anything for a second? So I'm gonna post a boat. You'll be able to see it sailing like in front of the horizon. You can see the waves splashing up on the hull. This boat is like I think 10.6 miles from the camera. I'll post all the mathematics. I'll post the position of the boat and all that stuff. So how we know where the boat is. There's a website called marinetraffic.com, which will give you the coordinates of and a picture of what the boat looks like. So you can easily verify that this is the same boat. Okay, so that's a give in just a clipped MP4 in case you want it that way. And there's the boat at the bottom. It has the coordinates of the boat at the bottom of this screenshot. Here's Google Cylinder. I mean Google Earth. So That's the position of the boat on Google Cylinder. That red circle, that's where the horizon should be, according to the globe mathematics. Oh, we have a parrot saying refraction. Oh, so that's funny that you said that because you're cooked. You made a big mistake. So here's a buoy. See that? See the buoy? And here is, and there's the air and water temperature. They're within less than 1 degree of each other. So you can forget about any refraction because there is no mixing. The air is mixed, right? There is no what you would call heat flux, meaning the temperature isn't going from from the water to the air or the air to the water. It's at equilibrium. So yeah, you're gonna have to try again on that. Okay, if you think I wasn't there, and that's the wrong time. I took a picture of the clock too because you have to be like ridiculously freaking thorough with globe earthers, the super fucking skeptics about everything but the globe. You gotta take a picture of everything. I even have to take a camera to take a picture of the freaking camera because you guys are ridiculous. So now I'll post
And you're using infrared as well.
That's 950 nanometer infrared.
So that so you got the water temperature, the air temperature similar, and infrared. That's freaking awesome.
Dude, I like planned this for like 2 weeks. It's very rare that the water temperature and air temperature are the same. Like only a couple times a year it even happens. So, and then there's the mathematics. That boat should be 20 feet under the horizon, but it's obviously in front of the horizon. And the horizon's at least 10 times or 2 times farther than what it should be. So, like he was saying, if you look at this, the surveyor drop at 10.6 miles is 74 feet. That means that boat from eye level should be dropped down 74 feet. And the horizon, if it was dropped down, the boat should be blocked by 19. It should be 19 foot of the boat should be missing behind the horizon cutoff. So yeah, I did this on the 18th. I actually have a post on Twitter, like from the same observation of like a lighthouse and another boat, which you can barely see because the boat's only has like a 4 foot water height above the water because it's like a speedboat. Yeah, so hold on, I'll post the lighthouse. Why not? I'm here. Let's freaking do it. Let's do it. Now, I took a flight the other day into Boston because I was away, and I got lucky and actually got the flight path and took a picture of this same freaking lighthouse from about 2,000 feet. Yeah, so says who laid it out. DJ laid it out. The surface of the water of the Earth should be curving, and all measurements show it's not.
I love this observation. Awesome.
It was difficult. It was frickin' freezing, man. I'm telling you, I was freezing. Like I can't even tell you how cold I was because it was super windy.
Oh yeah, 45 degrees and windy. That's gotta suck.
Yeah, it was like 16 knots or something, which is like 20 mile per hour. And it was like constant. You know, the ocean is where the breeze is doesn't let up. And like, you can't operate a P1000 with gloves on. That's just not even possible. Like, so yeah, it was rough, but like, you know, I was determined. I think I started planning this. I started looking at the weather. I had like a window of like 3 days I could do it. And I'm like, freaking first day it was like snowing or raining, and then the next day, I could have went, but the day after that was saying that was like the water temperature and air temperature would be almost the same. So it was about when I headed there, it was about a 6-degree difference. But after I got there and set up, because I was taking screenshots of the buoy, like every 15, 20 minutes. But then by the time I set up and got all this, it was like the difference was like less than a degree. So I'm like, hell yeah, got lucky. And then the plane, dude, I'm like, I'm on the plane, and I'm like, that's a fucking lighthouse. I was taking video up down there. So I took a picture of it. Because it's like the only runway that even faces in that direction. They have to like fly out over the ocean and then fly back into Logan Airport. But normally they just run like parallel to the coast. So it only like I just got so lucky that they happened to land on that runway. So I don't know who you were talking to, but this is the stuff we're talking about. Now we go out, we do an observation, we test the goal of mathematics to say there's supposed to be curvature of a certain rate, and it's just not there. It's just never there. Now, knowing this, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to, so we have observations on one hand, and we have a bunch of people that, when questioned, don't know how they know the Earth is a globe, but they know it's a globe. Are we supposed to go with them? People that don't actually know anything and have never done any tests and have never done any observations, and the best they can do is like, I watch TV and saw pictures from space. Well, I didn't watch TV. I went out and observed what the Earth is, and I'm going with that. I'm not going with the television set. We know how that went in 2020, man.
Yeah, I just put it into the Earth curve calculator with the refraction slider. had to max it out, and even with it maxed out, there should still be like 12.9 foot hidden or something.
Yeah, I got another. I'll show you the other boat. This isn't so good because you can't really see the boat. You can just see a shimmer, but it's this thing. I'll show. I'll post a picture of the boat, and like where it is. That's this little thing.
The only thing I can
tiny
see them
boat.
picking on is how do we know the camera height?
It can't be. Well, I mean, Google Earth says it's 15 feet, and then I added added a couple of feet because I was on top of a picnic table.
Nice.
That looks about right.
I was gonna say 12 feet because I've been to that exact same spot in India. I know where you did that.
Yeah, I know you know, bro. I know you know. Yeah, it's like 15 feet above sea level, dude. I mean,
yeah. This is a pretty good observation. Good thing that you have all the variables in there. Pretty cool, dude.
you know, I was
This is
thinking
one
like
of the
we
top.
should come up. Yeah, we should come up with a checklist, dude. Like an actual like best practices checklist of like what should be included in an observation, right? If it can be done, right? Air, water temperature, humidity, wind, right? Time of day, maybe tide height, stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Definitely important. Yeah, this is also
Look how
nice.
small that boat is, DJ. Look how tiny that boat is. How like its height above the water. It's like not even. It's barely as high as a pickup truck top. So in that video, you can see that shimmer. That's that boat. So I got the thing for it. Hold on. Is that it? Yeah. I think this is it. Yeah.
Wow, that's
This
nice.
is its, yeah, this is its position. So it's about 8 miles, I think it was. 7.3 miles. I also got some other stuff because I took about 2 minutes of video and I got some other stuff. I haven't been able to like parse it out, but I do. I definitely have like buoys in the water. Like they have navigational buoys that are like because there's a shipping lane, right? And at the it's like a road, So I mean, so on each side of the shipping lane, there's buoys, and all those buoys are supposed to be past like the horizon. Like I shouldn't even see them, and I see like dozens of them. So. Yeah, another nail in the coffin, dude. I don't even know how many nails are in there at this point. Now, says you said, what about wind refraction? There was some turbulence from the wind that I got in other clips I have, but you can see that it's going left to right, or yeah, right to left rather. You can see basically the wind blowing, like the turbulence, but instead of it being like a turbulence, like a hot road, it's basically going left to right. It's pretty easy to distinguish it.
Well, I'm glad you covered that because I was just talking shit.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, wind does cause like turbulence and stuff. It causes turbulent effects, but this was just left to right. I mean, I guess you could make a plausible argument if it was like going away or toward you or something, that your direction. You know what I mean? If it was just, I guess. But that would
I
be
think
a
if
stretch.
anything, a strong wind like that is just going to cause spray near the surface, and that's going to make it even worse. You shouldn't even see as far.
Yeah. I'll
yeah, that's true.
So I just uploaded an infrared, but instead of the black and white, it's the it comes out purple. If you I turned it to monochrome after this, so this is like magenta or something. But anyway, you can see the wind like turbulence going like right to left easily. Doug, yes, I did take into account Grover's feelings, and that's why I did it, to hurt them. Dude, Setsu, I really, really, really appreciate that.
Yeah, man. I've saved all of that into a channel in the server, so I'll be presenting that one quite often. That's a great one. I love it.
Especially because it's right to 10 miles, and we always talk about 10 miles, 66 feet. So that's just like really convenient. When he said that, I'm like, oh shit, that thing I did, it's 10 miles. I'm like, we actually have an example now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's they can't whine about refraction for this one either. They will, but they shouldn't.
They'll say something like, "There's always refraction."
Yeah, or their argument.
And that means there's never a geometric horizon ever.
Yeah, their argument for this one will be, "What about eclipses?"
Yeah, where's the edge?
I like how you can see the turbulence moving in a direction, though. I haven't paid attention to that before. It's a really good example.
Yeah, I got really. I mean, other than the pain I suffered, yeah, it was. I got lucky. Dude, like, listen, I'm very wet. Weather don't bother me. It's true. I mean, like, seriously, weather really doesn't bother me. But that shit was cold. I actually like when I finished. I like went into a coffee shop and like warmed up. That's like unheard of, man. Usually I just do my thing and just tough it out. But I was like, damn, I'm cold. I need to fucking take a break from this shit.
Yeah, it's cold on the water when there's a strong wind.
Yeah, there's like no hiding from it. Like there's no. The thing about the breeze is it was like constant, like it was a fan. You know what I mean? It wasn't like there was no gusts. It was just like you were like in front of a fan that was just blowing at 23 miles per hour or whatever it was. I also got this from the plane. I just thought it was interesting. I don't really know what to make of it. Like the light coming through the clouds like that. It's just kind of cool. Because they're always like perspective. Like, where's the perspective in this? Like, I'm not seeing it, bro. The perspective rays. So that ship in the purple video, I'll show you. That ship has been anchored out there for like a month, more than a month. It's anchored about 13 miles off the maybe it was 17. It's out there. I also got a picture of that from the airplane. That is let me see. That is this ship here. That's that ship right there. Dude, because I went on the 18th and I flew in on the 28th, and I'm like, I'm just like the plane's landed, and I'm just fucking look out the window. Like, there's a fucking ship I took pictures of 10 days ago. And then I look and I see the lighthouse. I'm like, son of a bitch. So there's another thing I could see from the airplane. It's called the Bourne Bridge or the Sagamore Bridge. There's two of them. They cross the Cape Cod Canal. They're about 50 miles away. I could easily see the road deck. So even with trees in the way, I could see the road deck because they're pretty high. I didn't get a picture of that though, and it didn't come out because I was just taking these with a phone. I think Globe Earthers they really don't fathom how far like these boats are out there. Like, I think they think like they're like a lot closer. 10 miles is pretty far away. I mean, think about how long it takes to walk 10 miles.
What's up, Evening Star? Why are you muted? Speak, or I will mute you again.
What's up, man? I just saw that you muted me.
Yeah, what's up? How did you why were you muted?
I have no idea, man. I think I had a conversation once here and somebody muted me for like maybe the channel owner or something.
Another channel didn't mute you?
No, I think it was here.
Okay. What brings you to the FE chat?
I'm just interested to hear some like different approaches,
Truth. What do you said you've been here before, so what did you hear last time you were here?
I mean, it's cool to hear, different opinions.
Well, what did you hear? What do you remember hearing last time when you got muted?
I don't remember quietly, but I was probably trying to prove some point, and somebody maybe did not like it, and I got muted. What do you say? Who's speaking? The cyclone.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Yeah, it was the middle of conversation. I don't quite remember. I don't even remember that I was muted. I think I left before I saw it.
Okay, so you don't know any of our arguments or our positions on this?
Not really, no. Usually I join in the middle of conversations and then I try to participate.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you want to know, we can have a conversation.
It depends. If you can trigger the topic, it would be great.
Okay, well, basically, our position is that the Earth's surface that we live on, despite what we're being shown in the media and in textbooks, is not a curved surface. It's not a spherically curved surface. Like, the bodies of water are not curving down and away from us, like they're showing us in these images of a ball Earth. And that can be measured by long-distance observation, laser tests, basically surveying big chunks of water, lakes, shorelines, things like that. So, given that there's no curvature, there can't be a ball. So that's basically the position. And for 10 years, we've been asking people, well, show us who's measured this curvature. And there's no measurement. There's just inferences. They'll say, like, Eratosthenes, he measured these angles from the sun, casting a shadow, and then they'll just assume a ball and then do some maths around that. But as it comes to, like, direct measurement of a drop over distance curvature, it doesn't exist.
Right. Like, I want to hear your opinion. Like, you're a flat earther, right? Like, I want to hear, like, what is your thoughts about, like, the edge of this flat earth? Like, do you think
that would be like
how does it look like?
Well, I don't know what it looks like, but I mean, it's almost like asking what's at the edge of reality, right? Because the whole like shift you need to make in your head is that when we're talking about flat Earth, we're just talking about reality, what we experience every day, right? The Earth.
So if I start to walk, let's say from a certain point, and I get back to the same point, does that mean I just mistakenly lost my direction and went back to the same point?
Yeah, well, you'll have had to have walked in some kind of circle to end up back where you started. You can't Pac-Man from one side of a place to another in this world. So yeah, you'd be walking in a circle. I mean, if you talk about circumnavigation, that's what that is, circle navigation.
Right. So you think there is no way to go and explore the limits of this flat